Take me all the way, don't make me wait.
Ooh, emergency contact on my team?
Oh man, Oxy, Francis, 100%. We do a lot of things together. We hang out, we go to the gym, we go rock climbing together. So it's just like, you know, it's a very dependable person.
La verdad es que yo creo que sería Koala, porque es una persona muy hiperactiva, la verdad. Siempre anda haciendo de todo, no puede estar no haciendo nada, es muy como que quiere hacer todo. Y sé que si me pasa algo y le tienen que llamar, por ejemplo, yo sé que contestaría porque como que quiere hacer todo y sería como el primero a decir, oh my god, oh my god. Así que yo creo que sería él.
Definitely either Jonah or John. I do not, 100% would not pick Cortez. Redux is a bit iffy, but Jonah or John for sure.
I should say Cortez, but every time I try to text him, I get a notification saying his noties are silent, so I'm gonna go with Ewok.
That'd be Trent or Valorant. It's tough to choose one between the two. I think they're both just extremely reliable people in and out of the game.
Emergency contact? Probably King.
because he's older.
Would have to be Asuna. He's been in the org for 6 years. He's the old reliable. He's I know I could call him and count on him any day.
Acho que o King, com certeza, acho que é o mais adulto, assim. Ou o Blows também. O Blows eu acho que... Não, o Blows não. O King. Deixa pro King isso aí.
Trent, easy. Trent, I could call him at any time. He's gonna pick up. He's reliable. He's my roommate. He's yeah. I've never met a guy who picks up the phone so fast. Maybe he's on his phone too much. I don't know, but he's Mr. Reliable.
Ethan, Adam, or Bonk, I would go for. So do I have to pick one? Yes. Jesus. I'm gonna go with Adam. I just know I've been through a lot of scenarios with him, and he's always taking care of me. So I'm gonna go with Adam.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui no VCT Americas. One more is all it takes.
Today, 4 squads are going to fight to make it to playoffs and avoid that dreaded lower bracket. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of the play-ins. And of course, as always, we're coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in the sunny, beautiful, as always, Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, the man who's just yelling aggressively at you right now. We're joined by Athena. She was hosting. She did a damn good job. Well done. We also have Alexis here as well, and Vora from 100 Thieves is in the hood. Good to have you here, buddy. Pleasure to be a part of it. Are you excited to put on your pro player hat and be an analyst today?
I'm very excited. I'm going to watch the games. I think the G2 game is going to be exciting. The C9 EG game is also going to be like a little brawl, so I get to watch that, and it's going to be really fun.
Oh, yeah. We got a lot to talk about today, so it's going to be a fun one. But before we do that, though, let's go ahead and talk about what we saw on this stage yesterday. Because we started the day off with a loud reunion. I don't know if you guys know this. Maybe some of the youngins don't remember. You had Les, you had Sadak, you had Aspas. They used to team together, Athena. They won a world championship, but this time around, they're on the other side.
Oh, yeah, they're on the other side. And MIBR, they actually slammed in this matchup. We finally saw the MIBR that we've been waiting to see, 13-6 on both maps, and it looked really phenomenal.
Yeah, but then it moves on over to this next game here. Envy shocking the world. Alexis continuing to pick up massive wins here at Play-ins.
Envy looked low-key disgusting, I can't lie. In a positive way, of course. They were winning hella clutches, and honestly, so many one-taps. I was really impressed by how they were shooting.
Yeah, Vora, is Envy's kind of rise a little bit surprising to you, not surprising to you? What's your take?
I think they just need a little time to, mesh together a little bit. I feel like, when you make changes in the middle of the season, there's always going to be a random unknown that appears, and you need to be able to address these issues quickly, and I think they're doing that right now. I think they're all playing. I think, like, you listen to their comms, their listen-ins, they sound like they're having fun. They sound like they're not very, very tense, and they're just having a good time. That's what it takes to win, honestly.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we're seeing it with so many of the teams this stage, what that communication, how valuable it is. But important to note, by the way, you saw that bracket there. 8 of those teams ain't gonna make it. And as we had noted, we got G2 versus Furia, and then it'll be Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9 for what Vora calls a brawl, which I'm kind of excited for that. But it's Sunday, which means it's time for the Pulsar Flick of the Week. And this time we had to give it to Demon One because this guy was doing a lot of crazy crap.
Oh my God.
He just doesn't seem to stop.
In the server, he was really nasty, and I feel like he's brought back that confidence. But this This was nasty.
Is this
I mean,
EG
this was
Demon 1 form
dropping.
again? Is that where we are right now?
Might be. I mean, he had perfect timing on this drop. I feel like his instincts are back to prime form.
Yeah, and by the way, just so you guys know, they were throwing an Omen smoke, and that's why the animation was weird, and Demon 1 dropped at the perfect time. Like, that's what you mean by intuition.
Yeah.
What do you make of Demon 1 right now, man? Because it's similar to Envy, right? I mean, I know like the team needed time, but it's really nice to see Demon 1 step up the way that we've seen him in the past.
I think it's honestly just a result of the team meshing and, you know, trusting each other and relying on each other. And like when you do play like that, you kind of enable everybody to shine as well. And you're seeing that in Demon 1 right now. And I think he's been having a good, you know, last few series so far, so I hope he can keep it up.
Yeah, it's a very clear trust that they are placing in Demon 1 in some of those moments, and it is paying off, but we'll of course see if it continues forward for them. But as we noted, it's been a wild week here at Play-Ins, all right? We're gonna take a moment though to highlight some of the players that we think you need to keep an eye on at home, and this is a special one. It's called Eyes Up. So let's do this. All right, first up we have Alexis. Who is your pick?
I think we talk about this guy very often. His name is Oxy.
Okay.
He is such an insane duelist. He went plus 22 in his last match. He's a versatile duelist. He can play the Waylay, he can play the Jet, he can play the Neon. He's been insanely consistent since he first joined C9 in 2023. I feel like it's rare we see a bad map from him, let alone a bad series. He tries to fit into the meta whenever he sees fit. He likes to be, you know, very flexible for his team. He's also the vibes guy. He has all of those intangibles that an IGL loves from their duelists, being able to hype up the team, make sure everyone is, you know, on the same page, making sure everyone is happy. Like, he's very good at that.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, listen, it's without a doubt that Oxy has had one hell of a run here at VCT Americas, and it only seems to continue to be building up. But we got some new faces in this one as well. Athena, who do you have?
Listen, my eyes are on Knights. Hear me out.
That was my pick too.
Success. Whoa, that Envy success relies on their teamwork, but Knights has done a phenomenal job filling in with that Omen, with that Phoenix. He's kept up to pace. You're thinking of champions like Demon 1 and Kesnet on your roster, and he's keeping up with them the entire time. While he's on Phoenix, he's able to get a lot of that map control. I think when you're thinking of him as a rookie, I mean, he's been doing phenomenal. He's also the really cool, chill guy on the roster. When you have so many personalities on a team like Envy, it just balances them out really well.
He's definitely giving that, like, you know, solid as a rock, kind of like calm demeanor.
Super humble.
Yeah, and it's helping. It's working for them right now. Okay, Vora, who do you have? Who's your player to look out for?
I'll put another rookie on the list. I'll say Furia Basic.
Oh, nice.
I think Basic has been really, you know, performing way above expectations in his role and like on the team. And as a rookie, I think someone who has so much, you know, micro dominance and just take over rounds and close rounds. I think he's making these games, despite the results they've been facing as a team, I think he really makes the game close, and he's really closing a lot of rounds that you would deem unwinnable. And I think for that, I think he's extremely valuable to this team. And I think if they find their footing, he's gonna be even better than before.
Yeah, I'm really glad that they are, Athena, enabling Basic a little bit more now in these roles and allowing him to have that impact.
Yeah, he's able to push forward, be really aggressive when he needs to be, kind of make a lot of those high risk, high reward plays that the team feels like they really needed to step into in order to get them a lot of the map control they were missing out on.
And there's even more that they have to work on as well, but we'll of course talk about that in a little bit. But let's go ahead and move on to our first match of the day. And let's talk about G2, because as we all know, this is a squad of players that have usually been quite dominant in the domestic region here in Americas. But this time around, they've missed playoffs, Athena. They missed the key opportunity, and on top of that, they've been struggling with the meta, trying to find their identity.
I mean, this is arguably the worst performance we've seen from G2 in Americas, because they've been struggling. But it feels like the last game that they did play against Loud, they finally found their footing. They were able to push past a lot of the things that they were struggling with. And it feels like one of the main reasons is because they just haven't been able to jump on the meta. They haven't been able to switch to that double dive. And it's looking like a struggle, unable to get map control. Everything's been just a tiny bit slow.
Yeah, they look very uncomfortable, especially like they're trying to lean into the sky instead of playing the Phoenix, which is kind of a weird sort of way to go about it. I feel like they would just be better off, you know, trying to mold themselves into the meta as best as they can. Obviously, G2 is not a team that, you know, has to follow the meta to be good. They have really talented players. They can play a lot of different things. I just feel like the sky is not working for them.
Yeah, and I think it's also a mixture of the way that they're playing these comps that they're forcing themselves into, right? They struggled in kickoff. They couldn't get on board with the Yoru comp, the Yoru meta. This first half of stage one, they were struggling with the double duelist meta. They still didn't dive into that. And so they're always one step behind. But I mean, when you're looking at these comps, Vora, like, Does this make sense to you when you're seeing the double dive on some maps, but then you're also seeing the Sky on Trent?
Honestly, I think earlier in the year they were trying to find their identity in the meta, so they're a pretty slow controlled team, and then they tried these comps to try and fit their own type of play inside of it, and I think that this whole year has been a big testing ground for them, and I think now during the qualification of champs, they're falling back into what works for them while also putting their own touches. They got the chamber, Jaw's back on Neon, and they're just going to play on their style now, regardless of whatever the meta is. And yeah, I think it's a risk at the end of the year, but I think what they're doing makes sense to them, and I think they're going to be fine.
Yeah.
It does feel like that is their core goal, is like, I just need to play the thing that brought us to the dance, makes us feel good to begin with, right? It's a little bit of a toughie though when the meta is moving so fast in such an aggressive direction. But of course, let's check in with the IGL of G2 Valorant. Had an opportunity to catch up with him earlier today.
Valen, that match against Loud was tough, specifically that Lotus map storm warning. What was kind of going through your guys' heads during that map?
Let's lock in for play-ins, boys.
Yeah, I mean, now that eliminations are on the line, what are you doing to kind of prevent something from like that happening again?
Really though, I think that was a harsh loss for us, and we spent a lot of time bot reviewing our mistakes. I think we understand also mentally why we crumbled in that series as well. So, it feels like one of those losses that you have to take in order to get better, and we're really excited to take this route into the playoffs.
It sounds like you have a good head on your shoulders going into play-ins. I look forward to seeing you guys play today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we heard from the IGL Valorant about what they've been doing to work on things, get themselves back into their winning ways. Well, here's the thing. I think we can help them out as well. I think the desk can assist them. I think we can fix them. That's right. So let's do it. Let's start first with Athena. How are you gonna fix G2?
Listen, let me set the stage here, okay? They're in kickoff. They drop from upper to middle bracket.
Really setting this
They're
tone here.
playing against C9. One win against C9, they're one win away from making it.
Drama.
From qualifying, from winning that middle bracket. What do? They put Baby Bay on ISO.
What?
Bring it back, guys. Bring back the Baby Bay ISO. Look at this. This first ult kill on Zeppa, setting the tone of the game. But in general, him on Corrode, he really enabled a lot of map control and a lot of the ability to bulldoze into sites. And it feels like for Baby Bay, this is the role that he should be playing. A lot of alpha energy in the server, big dog energy.
He played it one time, Myrna.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
He played it for 20 rounds.
We need the double duelist. We need that back. So put him on the ISO. Bring him back. Let him go crazy in the server. He's that hype man for you for a reason, and he's gonna kill.
He last played the Asian in February 1st.
Exactly. He needs to change that to August.
Vora, are you picking up what she's putting down?
Not really. I'm trying to make it work, but I think they kind of understand what. Like, I feel like kickoff was kind of a testing ground, like a super testing ground. They were trying so many different comps that ISO was one of them, and they didn't keep going with it because obviously maybe they didn't like it or something. Maybe it doesn't mesh with them too well. So
you could just say my idea is bad.
It's not bad, but maybe it's just not for them.
Okay. That's really sweet.
That's just such a great diplomatic answer. This guy's got a long future ahead of him. All right, let's do our next one. What player are you looking to fix here?
Okay, crazy to me that you say Baby Bay ISO and not Leaf Phoenix.
Okay.
When Baby Bay had 24 rounds of ISO and Leaf has had 26 matches on Phoenix. He has duelist experience.
He's had more matches than he's had minutes.
Yes.
Yuck, my yuck.
I'm sorry, I apologize. He's got that duelist experience.
That's crazy.
He knows how to entry. He's played it at Masters London, but it was against XOG, and that was a cursed match to begin with, not even his fault.
Okay.
No, we don't talk about that. And I like also that he has played Initiator as well, so he knows how to be set up. He knows what util to call for. He's a very vocal player, and look at his Phoenix stats. I mean, and he played June 14th.
Okay, well,
that was not that long ago.
Listen, even though you're being really mean to me right now, and I'm gonna go cry later.
I'm really sorry.
I think you're very valid in this.
We can get
process.
you some napkin tissue.
Yeah, no, it's fine. The only question I have though, are you gonna take him off the lurker? He's so good.
It's not about taking him off the lurk. It's about taking Trent out of Sky Jail and letting him do normal Initiator things.
I see.
Okay, all right, Vora. I'm going to turn to you for some analysis on their theories. What do you think about Alexis's theory?
I honestly like it a lot better than the ISO. But
guys, I'll just leave. It's fine.
I think I think Leaf is such a versatile player. You play everything. Okay, and you want that player playing on his absolute comfort role, especially for the team. Like you want him on his comfort plus what fits the team the most. And I think him on Phoenix, I mean, I personally felt it firsthand. He annihilated us on Phoenix, but even then they're still not playing. It's for a reason. He's definitely a team player, and he's definitely playing something that he's most comfortable on. So I think it's great. I think it's a great take, but you know, if they don't feel comfortable in that sort of double duelist, you know, Leaf Phoenix, Baby on Sentinel, then I guess they just have to chalk it up.
All right, well, there you have it. Let us know what you think in the chat, whether it's on social media, all that good stuff. We'd love to hear from you. But let's go ahead and move on, though, because we know that one thing that does not need fixing is basic. Vora talked about him earlier. Kid's absolutely dominating the server right now. And Alexis, I think it goes without saying that if he continues this output, it's only going to be a net positive for Furia. But he needs the rest of that team to be following up behind him.
Yeah, if you showed me his gameplay, told me he was a rookie, and also told me this was his Phoenix debut, I would not believe you, because he's looked so insane.
That's right. This was the first time he played Phoenix.
He looks so comfortable. It looks like he's been playing this for the last 15 years before Valorant even came out. So I'm really, really impressed by how he's setting up his team and getting these duels. And I just would like to see the rest of his team kind of build more around him and be able to play off of his entries.
I feel like for Furia, they've fallen into this state of being just a little bit stagnant, especially in the mid rounds. But now they've got Basic, and he's basically enable them to push forward and be a lot more aggressive and be able to take those fights that they need to take. A lot of high risk, high reward plays that's coming out of him. And honestly, seeing him on that Phoenix, he was natural, like you guys were saying. It didn't feel like that's a new role for him to start playing in, and he did it really, really well.
And also bear in mind too, I remember when I spoke to Koala Noob in the Verizon post-match interview we did, he was talking about how much work he's been putting in on the Neon as well. So there is like this very clear like shift in the identity, but more importantly, they're trying to get things done here at Play-Ins. Let's actually go back to Emily. She had an opportunity to catch up with Basic to get his thoughts.
Basic, you recently played Phoenix for the first time in officials, and it looked amazing. Like, you didn't skip a beat. So how was that adjustment for you, swapping from the controller Flex to Phoenix?
Primeiramente, foi bem difícil, porque eu tive que estudar muito o agente, porque é a minha primeira vez jogando com um duelista. Então eu tive que acordar muito cedo, todos os dias da semana, e estudar muito, ver outros jogadores jogando com o Fênix para mim aprender e dar meu melhor e ser o melhor Fênix.
Yeah, it was kind of hard at the beginning. I had to work a lot. I had to wake up early to play as Phoenix, and so I've been doing this, and you know, I'm gonna be the best Phoenix.
I love that confidence, and the work is already paying off, trust me. Thank you so much.
I actually love to hear talking about being the best Phoenix, because for Furia, there's been a couple things that are irking me, to say the least. A couple rounds that I want to look at here, comparing Furia's defense and attack rounds, because they're actually super aggressive on their defensive rounds. But when you flip onto that attack, not so much. So we're going to look at this first round here. They're down 0-3 to 2G. They're playing on Ascent, and they're actually setting up for an A main take here. Two of these players, Basic and Artsin, set up for this fight. The second they hear any noise towards this orb, or at least that smoke, they're gonna put that one-way down from Omen and make sure they get that fight underway. So they start off the round, they're waiting for a lot of that noise, like I said, towards this A main. One way comes out, and immediately they start fighting. This is where the fight goes. They use that flash from Basic to get into A main, and they win that fight. The rest of the round plays out really well as well, because you can see two players from Furia. You actually can't see them because they're standing on top of each other, but the Device and the Sova are standing backside, delaying for so long while they're up numbers. 4v3 on this site. Two players already here, ready to rotate. And again, this part is where Furia thrives, because they're so aggressive. You can see the delay coming in for so long from these players, just waiting on site. And the whole time, Omen and Phoenix are rushing through spawn, just flooding into site and able to get a lot of those trades. Now, you switch over to the side where you think they'd be a little bit more aggressive, their attack side, but actually they're not. You can see here by their util, they have 3 ults online. They have that Hunter's Fury, they have the Omen TP, and they have that Vice ult. They're also one off of the Basic ult, the Phoenix Second Life ult. But you're looking at this, you look at this mini map, you're expecting them to do some sort of B main push, really fast B main execute with these ults online. All 5 players are already here. Surely we're gonna go quick. Surely we're gonna use those ults to go into a fast execute. Right, guys? Right? Right? Wrong. We take B main really fast. We do a good job of getting all the way out onto site, using that neon wall to cross into site. Whoop, sorry, that's my bad. That's my sleeve. Using that neon wall to cross into site, and Artson actually using his Omen ult to TP and get all the information for Comms Hunter's Fury. So again, set up really well for this. They get out onto site, but again, this is where I struggle to see what's going on in Furia's mind when it comes to these attack rounds, because here is where they struggle. They just hold. Basic gets a pick onto site and actually gets his Phoenix ult and uses it to run all the way around trying to clear, and we're just standing in boathouse, just chilling for so long. Shy peeking with this drone when he knows there's an operator, that's just a small little mistake, but it still doesn't defend the fact that everyone is stuck in this area. And now we're stuck in this position where 3 players are in B main. Artson is out and stuck logs with the spike, and we have no more util to go off of because we've just spent it all, including 4 ults into this round, and we're still stuck site. So the only thing they have left to do is to contact back in. And of course, this is a struggle because there is a crossfire set up by 2 players and they don't end up winning this round. It ends up being in a 2v2 and they just sit there, unable to trade. They actually end up splitting up and losing that round. But when I'm looking at Furia, rounds like this, I don't think these are losable with those 4 ults being spent.
Yeah. Vor, what do you make of that real fast before we
honestly, I think like in a round like that, when you get out and you get stuck, I want somebody taking initiative. I feel like right there they just got stuck because they ran out of util against an op. Like someone needs to jump, someone needs to make some sort of play. Or maybe let's save our drone for lane and find out some way to get out. I just feel like right there they get stuck. They're suffocated right now and there's no idea. So and then they just need to be more, do the first play, do the first call, and just do it together. All
right, well, let's do this, folks. Let's send our way to the stage. We got G2 and Furia. Let's start.
Eu tô muito ansioso porque vai ser minha primeira vez enfrentando a G2, principalmente em campeonatos. Eu já joguei muitas screens contra eles. Eu sei que é um time muito difícil de enfrentar. Eles são um time muito inteligente, eles jogam muito calmo. Um que eu gosto muito da G2 é o Valin, principalmente por ser um cara muito experiente e muito calmo dentro do jogo.
A TP and Valen intuits it. Another TP, but he knows this one's a fake. This guy reads him like an absolute book.
O primeiro jogo do play-in, eu sinto que foi muito bom.
You have to put the pressure on the site first and foremost. It's a nice early one, but the run it back that's earned is immediately countered, and Basic can just keep pre-firing the angle to shut down the round.
Eles querem que a gente fique nervoso pra entrar na nossa mente e conseguir ganhar da gente, então eu tenho que forçar ao máximo na minha cabeça. Não, eu sou o melhor, vou dar meu melhor aqui e vou ganhar deles.
All right, folks, let's kick off this Sunday the right way, shall we? And bring out our 2 teams. It's G2 and Furia.
G2, they seem to be the Titans of Americas, but have taken a tiny step back. Now they're fighting for that spot to make sure they qualify for playoffs. This wouldn't be the first time they're in kind of a tricky situation, but it is definitely the first time we've seen them this low when it comes to Americas. 5 of these players, super veterans, but it looks like they need to find their synergy.
On the Furia side, they're just coming off of a close match against 2G on Friday, which also kind of just doubled as a basic masterclass. The numbers he was putting up were phenomenal, given he doesn't even have much experience on the Phoenix. But something I am a little bit worried about going into this match, though, is that Koala expressed some discomfort on the Neon, and now he's going up against a really talented Neon in Jogama. So I think this will be a great test for him to go against Jaw in this case.
It certainly is going to be a challenge of this Furia composition change, Vora, and they're going to need to step up in a big way, specifically Koala, based on what Alexis said and when I talked with him last.
Yeah, I think Koala's, taking a step back from, his jet op and all that stuff and playing Neon more. I feel like he's taking a step back away from using op. When you use Neon, it's more like you're rifling, getting in the action, getting in their faces. And I think he has to find that middle ground of what's okay and what's going to be different in his gameplay to approach the game.
Yeah, and I feel like on the other side, we kind of have a little bit of a similar situation where Jog, he's on that Neon, maybe not diving as much as he should be, maybe not as aggressive as he should be, but then he's also not really followed up by that.
That's what I was going to say. I just want him to have some more support out there.
Exactly. He
You know?
needs some more support. Yes, they have Trent on the flash as a sky jail, as you called it, Alexis, but they still need more. They need someone up there trading, making sure they're taking that aggressive space, and it's not going to be Baby Bay when he's just on the chamber.
It's a tough one. And actually, let's go ahead and see these maps and how it gets laid out. We got Split, Haven, and if necessary, Breeze. This is interesting. Curious what we're going to see compositionally here from, well, I mean, we're going to get that double duelist without a doubt on Split, but I'm just really curious, G2, like how do they try to stave off these aggressive pushes, these aggressive plays that this Fury team's going to try to execute on?
I mean, something that's good for them is they have a strong Vice player, right, in Baby Bay, and that is a direct counter on Split to the double duelist comp. They have to play more methodically to kind of bait out that wall, bait out the Vice thorns. They have to find the Vice every round. They can't just rush a site, run into Vines. They have to think about it a bit harder. So I'm hoping to see them pull out a Vice. I would love to see them also adapt to the double duelist and, you know, counter them with their own aggression, but I just don't know what I'm going to see.
I think on the other side, when I'm looking at Furia, this map pick makes a lot of sense because actually the last time they played this, which was against 2G, that's where Basic had his best performance going into this, 22-9 on this map with the Phoenix. It feels like they really found their footing and they knew how to play it on a micro level.
I think Furia as well, they understand Split. They know they're a pretty slow, methodical team in general on attack. I think the Vice isn't really going to put too much pressure on them. I think they already play Split quite slow. I think they're going to go with a game plan that makes sense around the Vice. They're not going here with empty-handed. I think they're really, like, Split in general is a comfort for them, and I think they're going to have the right game plan to approach the Vice. I'm more curious about their mid-rounding and how they're going to approach getting pushed around. I think that's what Vice kind of excels at, is making you second-guess yourself. You know, you're going to go into thorns, you're going to go into a wall, you might get trapped, so I want to see how they adapt in the mid-game and see what they do.
Well, they won't even need to worry about the Vice here, it seems like, because they're going to be dealing with a chamber instead.
Both teams sticking with their same comps, choosing to not change anything. I don't really know how I feel about this. Vora, do you feel like
I was going to ask.
This is like an
what do you think?
anti-level thing? Or?
I mean, playing as Baby as Chamber myself, I think honestly they're going to be like Fury's a very slow team. Okay, attack, they're going to be walking around. I think now looking at this, they're just going to be careful of the off angles, all that stuff. I think playing as Chamber is very suffocating in its own way. It's like a parallel to Vice. Like they have to play it in a different way, but also kind of the same way. They need to be very diligent and need to be very methodical about how they play around the Chamber.
All right, well, you heard from Vora. He'll be back with us to talk about this game, and let's get this show started, shall we? Our squads are locked in, ready to go. Let's send it over to your casters, and I'm so pumped to toss to these two people. It's Shift and Ash.
Been a while since you've had one of those tosses to BGB. Good to see you. Good to see you. Great breakdown on the desk, and it sets up what should be a little bit of a David versus Goliath right now. Yes, G2 find themselves maybe a little bit earlier into the play-in bracket than they'd like to, but they're still looking very comfortable in terms of champions points. This is really just about don't slip up, don't make a mistake versus this Furia squad.
On top of that, the two teams that they lost to in Group Omega were the top two who made it into playoffs, being at the 100 Thieves and Loud. This is a G2 roster who have been going back to their roots when it comes down to how they're approaching the game plan, moving away from that double duelist previously and really looking to enable this chamber here for Baby Bay. He's been a difference maker in the server for this team.
Well, it's time for your match start, brought to you by Samsung OLED. We've got Furia trying to extend the upper bracket run. G2, their debut on the stage here in the Stage 2 play-ins. Let's get it on. And we're going to get an early look for G2, possibly to challenge this double smoke setup at mid. Right in the ballpark, though, is Shy. And it looks like based on where this offensive dark cover is, it's going to call some help over as they're going to get a snake bite early. Good flash to come through. Artisan with the paranoia right behind that. Looking for the right clicks is going to find a ton with it. Furia walking away with the majority of eliminations.
Really nicely done there from Furia, the trap play. And we've talked so much about also how good Shy has been in those anchor positions. A great amount of support to come in. And Baby Bay in a 1v4. Tall order to ask, especially with that spike down into male. See if you can do anything.
Yeah, great anti-start right there from Furia. And maybe some of that is just given off of that little nod towards that offensive dark cover behind the poison cloud. Furia quick to rotate. It works out perfectly. So now it's just down to what damage can Baby Bay actually pull here. First contact. Nothing. Okay, really strong start for Furia, only dropping one in the process. Great read through mid.
Absolutely, Furia. It's the defense that they've consistently looked the strongest on, especially with those trap plays, using the relay bolts coming out from Koala Noob. That's where we've consistently seen the most value ever since Koala has stepped into this new role. perfect layer of utility there coming out from Furia up against G2, who were looking for that perfect time too. And he knows it. He knows that those Suns have been so solid to stall those pushes.
Really, really strong start for Furia. Ooh, G2 feeling froggy here. Little 4-stinger hit on the purchase coming into our anti. Same setup with these double smokes. Shy right into the mix, immediately dealt with by Leaf. Somehow though, Basic is able to stay away from all of it. Artisan finds the individual 1v1 over towards B main, and once more, I mean, the Tesk, I'm sure, is sitting here smiling ear to ear. You talk about Basic on this Phoenix, and he's looking unbelievable once again. Koala Noob just running forward, will take the last one out, and that's a super solid start for Furia.
Very much so here on the side of Furia, especially when you know that G2, they're trying to get that operator online early for Baby Bay. Being able to stave off that early start with building that economy is definitely huge, and denying that opportunity to G2 for now.
It is. It's unbelievable to kind of look back over towards the Furia 2-game matchup that we had on Friday and say, there's no way Basic has only played Phoenix one time. Looking really solid here to start, as we're going to get, obviously, the very significant bonus here for Furia after the force buy for G2 comes up empty. So now it's about Headhunters and Sheriffs, seeing if G2 can find a way to muster around here in round 3.
Consistently going to have to keep an eye out for these inserts from Leaf on the other side of the map. When G2 played up against Sentinels in week 3, that 13-8 was so often off the back of Leaf going 25-12 with these insane lurk timings.
Well, that may be called upon here once again. You can obviously see the situation here at A main. Com also ready to swing in case there is contact off of the judge. Offensive wall will go up. There's the noise. Koala able to hit the first 2 shots beautifully. Now changing position, looking for more as Com is right there to assist, and it's a flawless round for Furia.
An incredibly hot start here for Furia. They kick things off 10-2 up against 2G. And so many of those rounds actually were in those retake scenarios. Shift, they won 8 of those retakes in that matchup. They haven't even had to, even attempt that at this point because G2 have yet to be able to find that plant onto site. Now though, for G2, they're going to have those weapons online coming into this next round. They need to break this streak from Furia.
Yeah, big time. And because of the flawless round, Furia are now just building up their bank account, still holding on to a couple of Spectres and that judge. First contact here at B main. Baby Bay in some trouble, able to rendezvous away. Jajamon right there for a little bit of assistance, and that will be the first time we've had first blood for G2. Furia feeling the pressure at B main, but no commitment here from the attack.
Just waiting for the timing also on that A main lurk, whatever information Leaf is trying to get, but actually looking to regroup with the team. It won't be the case. Good timing to dodge that Prowler.
This is slightly problematic though for Furia, mostly because of trying to contest the mid portion of the map is a little bit more difficult since that poison cloud is not there for the Viper. Here comes the hit over towards B main. Trailblazer to clear some space behind the fast lane. Jajamo will get free reign of B. How do Furia attempt for the retake? Really good guiding light. Should be able to read at least 2 of the players' backside dirt. And now the defense starts to set up their control points as they look to possibly contest largely off this 2-2 split.
Yeah, looking to retake B. Heaven Basic does have that hot hands to be able to throw into backside, clear out Trent. It will be Hell instead, but it's not going to clear out the corner.
No,
still
Baby Bay's still healthy. Valen able to find the opener. Shy making their move, able to get the opener and stay alive. Need help from Basic up top. Time is running low. You have to make a move. You have to go quickly. And as they make their fall in towards the site, that's when G2 collapse. Baby Bay able to find the opener onto Com. Nice timing here from Jajamo, who will take 3 in the round, and G2 are on the board.
Much needed one there for G2 as well to stabilize that economy. Nicely done and held into the post plant. that's also a little bit of a preview of, yes, we have seen the retakes from Furia be so successful, even when Koala isn't still alive into the round. But those relay bolts really do make such a big difference for breaking up those crossfires.
Yeah, I think that round right there, I mean, honestly, it's just that play through mid is so different because the Viper's playing over towards A. You don't get that poison cloud down. You saw the Blaze Wall have to come through for Fury just to contest mid, and you saw how antsy Calm was about giving up mid before they could set their retake up. Koala Noob, aggressive angle, able to find perfect timing to shut down Baby Bay early. And what largely has been G2 kind of doing this 1-3-1 split, now all of a sudden you need to try to get back together and force a different initiative elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I like that they're going back into this mid pressure, and this timing for Giacomo could be absolutely perfect. You do see Furia looking to bolster that A site, understanding that there is that gap there into vent.
That hot hand does deter some of the play over towards Male. Basic getting back on towards side, able to avoid most of that guiding light. But G2 have established their pressure at mid. You can see what that does to the defense. Pulling the Viper off. Also has Calm half committed onto B. And with 50 seconds on the clock, G2 are going to kill the noise and see if they can keep pulling this defense around.
Again, getting Leaf inserted into these positions where he can cut off the rotation in a man disadvantage, try to whittle down the numbers to equalize there for G2 or even get more if possible.
Well, based off this offensive wall, you have to feel like there's going to be a crunch up top at ramps to get Heaven control. The defense has not committed to re-rotating back over. Koala Noob not able to find vision on anything until the fast lane drops. And now the overdrive is out, but Giacomo is able to find the response. Shy in some trouble, but able to keep their life backside screens as the defense rotates over. The big position here is this one from Leaf. Dark cover towards screens. Really good flash. Never an opportunity for Leaf to even pull the trigger. So to the 4v2. Run it back for Basic. Going to be spent trying to get the space over towards Elbow, and that's enough. Fallon will drop. Giacomo the last one left. 1v4 with the overdrive out. Basic putting pressure on towards the spike, but the post-plant position will be challenged by Calm, and Furia is going to be up 4-1.
Really nicely done there by Furia. And again, there's also been that change in leadership. Once again there, Artzine back into the driver's seat here for the Furia roster. We also know that Calm has such a big hand into the mid-round with how much he does relay information to the team. And in moments like this, we're also seeing Furia, as they've kind of heated up after they finally stopped the bleeding with that game up against 2G. Their micro has been improving there. Like right now on split, it does feel like we've seen improvements that we're looking for in that 2G matchup.
I like the call. So far, trends looking really, really solid for Furia. G2 will be on a broken bye here with really not much to work with in terms of their ultimates either. So difficult round 6 to come. G2 looking to go quickly, and they're going to make a quick hit on towards A as we jump into a listen-in.
No, I'm good. Come. He dog spawn? Two. I'm planning.
Yo, orb down to 2, okay?
They were heavy
They're
here.
ramp already.
They're about to retake A man. They're trying to retake ramp. They have no neon stun.
I got paranoid ramp. Just paranoid and buffer. Look at me.
Okay.
Dre just TP to delay and I win.
Deep.
Orb for you, Heaven.
Still Heaven. On your right. On your left now. That's it.
Dead.
It should be ramp now.
A lower.
Two more, Dre. Viper 90. Nice trade. I think both main. Not out main yet.
Also main last.
Deep main.
Main's
Posted.
What a play from Leaf. I mean, you have to go back and rewatch the minimap, but he looks like he's so far out of the play at mid, and then you hear the comms coming through. G2 said, whoa, they're all on ramps, and all of a sudden, Leaf just hits the high road, moves quickly, comes up at perfect timing. Thank you for the op, and single-handedly is the difference maker for G2.
He's always so consistent when it comes down to threading that needle on those flanks, those lurks. Again, split is consistently Leaf's playground here on the Viper. Furia, though, trying to shift things a bit with Koala now posted up into mid with that operator.
This is going to be a big conversation point, though, for Furia about what's happening at mid because of this 1-3-1 split that we're starting to see, and with Shy largely leaning towards A, the middle of the map has been wide open for G2 to take, and trying to stop it with just the hot hands is likely not going to be enough for the length of this first half. Basic still holding into a corner. Fast lane will fall. Initial trade comes through, but Leaf was able to find Basic before he could really stop the play. Artisan is able to get out and keep their life, but the Viper's Pit blocks off all of that play through mid, and there's going to be a very, very healthy post plan here for G2.
Rescuing a rifle at the very least here for Art. If Calm can get one, Nightfall could come online.
Viper's Pit falls there. I don't know if that was intentional there from Leaf. Could not re-inspire the integrity of the gas. These will come through. Leaf still holding at the bottom. Artisan able to get the opener. Calm and Shy need to work their way in from opposite angles. Problem is, you're running out of time here, and it looks like Furia may just back off and play for exits.
I'm not mad about it, necessarily. It
feels winnable. I mean,
I think they just gave too much respect to the fact that they didn't have any utility that could push Baby off of any angle, so didn't want to take that risk. G2 though, again, these adjustments to be able to understand that they can abuse that mid space that you called out is huge. And we talked about it at the beginning of this map, how good Shy is, how important he is when it comes down to being able to anchor space and how much of a difference maker he can be here for Furia. And now you see the adjustment, Shy back over into vents.
Yeah, I feel like we just have to put the Poison Cloud down here at mid, keep replacing it with the dark cover, just do the standard job. Keep that middle of the map contested as best you possibly can. Guiding Light through the dark cover though at B main. Puts a little bit of pressure here on Artisan, who takes one shoulder check and says not really all that interested. Hunting for toes is Baby Bay. But as the smoke expires, now we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Minute 10 on the clock. G2 are still finding ways to put some pressure through mid with that little Trailblazer. Guiding Light to follow. That may be enough for them to start making their commitment to try to feel out the other side of the map before they actually execute.
Fury also have such a good understanding, it seems, of how G2 likes to play that very slow default, where they're looking for that information, trying to work those picks there for Baby Bay. And after the initial conditioning of getting aggressive when they knew it was the time to do so before that operator got online, now they play bunkered, not willing to give those peaks over.
Well, the defense is set up to receive this potential hit. Jajama's just going to walk up. Now makes their move. Really good utility coming through the relay bolt in particular from Koala Noob. Sets himself up for two. Now the slide! Oh my goodness!
Spike down A.
Huge hold from Furia. And Baby Bay is just going to sit here and let the round expire. Brilliant from Furia's defense at A, not dropping a single player.
It's so hard here for G2 to be able to execute on those sites. It really relies on them being able to find that opening, find those picks on the first layer of utility. With the fact that you invest so much into trying to get Jogamo onto that site, help him create that space, but throw all of the support that's being thrown, like the desk was talking about ahead of this matchup, you don't have anyone who's able to follow up quick enough for those trades.
I like the call a lot. And I think that adjustment from Fury is exactly what the doctor ordered right there. Just allow Artisan to continue to kind of play a little bit of an island on his own towards B. He can stall for a long time. Keep replacing the smoke at mid. Force G2 to have to spend utility if they're going to try to continue to contest the middle ramp. And then just stack the box at A. It's been really, really well formulated. Still full purchase here for G2. They're going to be low on economy, though, if things start to go awry in this round 9, though.
Poison's off. Toxin screen down.
Re-clear over at the A side. Not going to see anything over at ramps.
This would be a different way to challenge mid. Blazewall will come through. Once again, just trying to do what they can to contest. Seekers at the ready for Trent. Going to call that out immediately. Basic feeling the pressure once more. Just puts the hot hands down, but it does not completely encompass the top side of the stairs. So Jajama was able to find first blood. Now you've got all your utility to blind out this site. Artisan able to stay alive for now. Tucked in cover. Can Shy jump in to help? He's able to try to get on. Nightfall to come through. Artisan still stuck in the corner. Jajama with to find another as Shy is traded out on site. G2 with the numbers. And Fury a decision to make here in a 2v4.
Koala is so far away from this play here, expecting the save to come through. And yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to be going for this one. G2 making nice adjustments when it comes down to that pacing. Good understanding of the pressure I think that Leaf's presence on the map puts, even if he isn't in that lurking kind of position. And it's tough for Basic to try and hold that mid space with the hot hands.
Absolutely.
The snake bite is a completely different story because
Sure.
even if you're trying to dash through it, you get past it, you are applying that vulnerability. But with the hot hands, you get a couple ticks of damage off, and then Koala Noob's already in your face. Sometimes you have Jogamo's already in your face, and then sometimes you have Valen like TPing in as well. Like everyone's just running forward.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that Fury need to go back to what they had done the round prior to this one in round 8, where you again just continue to throw out the poison cloud, replace it with the dark cover. You can stack the map just a little bit differently, but you're absolutely right. I think the Phoenix trying to solo hold right now up top at mid is just likely not going to be enough for Fury to keep this trend going through the last couple of rounds.
It looks like we might go for that quick execution here from G2 on this A side with the 5-man stack. Fury are ready for it though. They have 3.
Sure are. Fast lane comes through, Haunt in the way. Khan able to spam things out for first blood. And that is an absolutely perfect recipe. And this is kind of why I'm sitting here. Like, if you're Furio, they've been putting their Poison Cloud up at 8 ramps, and it really has not been a linchpin for success for G2. Mostly because if you're looking at it from Com's perspective, you can just seize Haunted, and that's enough contest to stop G2 from getting full A tower control. So really good adjustment here from Furia. First blood out, 5v4, minute 10 on the clock.
G2, Baby Bait needs to find a pick. It's been so hard to see the value right now out from the lurks. He's been punished, or Furia also have not been giving him anything.
Artisan in some trouble. Bobble Bob from Shy. Absolutely brilliant. Has a snake bite down Fallon and the next one in line. And he's tagged to 16 HP. Cannot get away from Basic, who's quick to tally the trade. And it'll all rest with Baby Bait.
That was a perfect demonstration of the exact hold that we needed to see out in mid. Again, how pivotal Shy's utility is on that Viper. To be able to contest that space, make it that much harder for G2 to break through.
Well, Baby Bay's going to give this a go. So for the 1 versus 3 off 30 HP. If you're Furia, just run out of your Koala Noob, be the bait. Allow Basic and Com to follow up. There's no way with an op he clutches this. Surely not. Koala Noob gonna stick, and Com will be right there to hold the angle. Really solid round from Furia, 6-4 up.
Both sides making great adjustments to be able to try and throw the other off. This hold from Shy was just absolutely diabolical, being able to get 2 there with that spray transfer.
Nice! Nice, let's go, guys.
Financial straits potentially on the cards here. If G2 drop this round, they're going to have the tour de force for Baby Bay. Full rifles across the board everywhere else. And we're looking for our first possible early peek over towards B main, but Art's in holding the dark cover. But once again, we still a little bit different this time because Koala Noob's got the scope up through mid, but different wall position for Furia, different setup overall for Shy, but this is all afforded by the fact that Koala Noob can challenge mid with the op.
And the other thing too is with that toxic screen, it forces G2 to use Trent's utility on that Sky to clear out that space a bit earlier instead of being able to scale up closer into Mail to get that Trailblazer in.
I'm just really surprised that G2 get the read that the setup is different again at mid where they found so much success that they're going to try to go back and challenge A ramps this time. And maybe some of it is because, okay, we know that Koala Noob is going to be so far out of the picture that we won't get held by a relay bolt this time. But instead, it's a really nicely timed snake bite from Shy. C's was right there with it. Jawjamo now making their move with the overdrive to clear out tower, trying able to find first blood. Viper's Pit on the backside of screens is really not going to affect G2 all that much because look at the re-wrap back through mid. Brilliant read here from G2. Now it just comes down to winning the gunfights on B.
It's about to get really messy with this reflood back onto site. Furia thinking that they already had the space,
Whoa.
but they're re-wrapping back around. They do not have time for this. Shy going down changes everything.
Yeah, Shy was kind of stuck of, do I need to go help? Do I need to stay here? And G2 able to find the pick, drop the Viper's pit, and get the post plant at A. This is one of those rounds for Furia that's going to feel so difficult to even re-navigate, just simply due to the fact that you have all of this extra space that was just grabbed by G2. You don't know if someone's in your spawn. You don't know if they're holding at ramps, and it looks like Fury are just going to kind of cut their losses and save.
Absolutely. Especially because, I mean, it's not like their pockets are hurting, but you don't want to risk helping Trent cycle into those Seekers for the final round of this half. Furia, we've seen the adjustments. We've seen how good the mid holds can be when Shy is there to lock it down. I think the extremities have been a bit tough at times because they have that pressure from Leaf on the lurk, and then you also don't see Qualanoob taking too deep of angles without the assistance of Artzine throwing a deep smoke or the deeper toxic screen, and it's because they're trying to also respect Baby Bay in those positions as well.
Well, you see Basic running out. That death will allow him to earn the run it back coming into the last round of the half. Full purchase for both teams, well afforded. And this could be critical, considering how this half had started. If G2 can find a way to get this to a 6-6 half, they're going to feel very, very good about how they're able to navigate Furia's early presence. There's the dark cover that we saw in the opening rounds from G2, toss right behind the Poison Cloud, putting pressure on towards mid. And this will be the first time we've had a kind of 3-2 split up where Baby Bay looks like he may try to challenge an early peek at ramps, but
that's a good spot.
Instead it's the trademark down, deny the Prowler, force out some utility, but Baby Bay is actually looking for contact here. Hold on a second. Wants the 1v1 versus either Koala or Calm. And he's going to get it, and Koala Noob is going to take the dub. So an early 5v4, and all of a sudden G2, who were trying to rotate back over to A, have to really figure out what they actually want to commit to here.
You have Trent trying to play spoiler in the middle of the map. Flash is going out into Heaven.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter. Koala's on the line.
Calm still in position as soon as the fast lane drops. Koala Noob's also got a backup weapon just in case. And G2 are absolutely stuck. Nowhere to go. VALORANT able to find one in response, but this would be a 2 versus 5 situation. The run it back is still here for Basic, playing with the clock. Loses out his first life to VALORANT, but Calm is right there, and VALORANT's got nowhere to go. At least he shouldn't have anywhere to go. And there we are. Furia is going to take a 7-5 half. Really, really solid from Furia.
Looking good right now. Great adaptations, good ante up against G2 as well. A very solid understanding of how G2 wanted to approach the attacking side. We saw moments of brilliance, especially with those lurk positions to find that success for G2. But when it came down to those full-fledged hits, that was a bit of a struggle.
Agreed, absolutely. So G2 stumbling a little bit, mostly off of just the set plan that Furia had in mind for the first 5-6 rounds. The ideas start to come together, but maybe a little bit too late for G2. So we'll have to swap the sides to see if Furia can keep up a really solid split. We'll find out when we come back.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
Recently, you've been falling back more onto that Vise, onto that chamber, and you've looked great. But do you ever miss just running it down on the ISO Neon?
Absolutely not. I'm very happy where I am right now.
Glad to hear it. It looks great. Oh, love that. Love that. Yeah, little chamber. Okay.
Fury with the opening statement here on Split, enjoying a 7-5 lead as we swap the sides. They're going to get a crack at the offense, which, again, just kind of based on what we had seen from this Furious squad when they were playing up against 2Game, we really didn't have a chance to evaluate much of their offense because they won 10 rounds defensively. So opportunity here for us to really get a look to see what Furia has, and if they could take this opening pistol, they should be feeling very confident about their ability to run into Haven up 1-0.
Well, what we have our eyes on here for Furia is going to be that spacing, that comfort there. Again, for Koala, this Neon has been a new role for him. And while he's always looked very stunning since picking it up on the defensive side, it's been that attack that has been a little bit more uncomfortable, not used to being that first point of entry for his team.
Yeah, that was a big statistical boon for them. Looking at it, he was like 1 in 10 on the offensive side on one of the maps versus 2Game. He was like 0 in 8 in first blood contacts. Not what you want to see, but looks like he's going to find an entryway this time around. Trent backside, able to find one. Paranoia to try to isolate. Will work out. Baby Bay in some trouble. Dealt with it. Koala able to find 2.
Spike down A.
And Koala looks a little smooth right now. Tell you what, feeling like there's a little bit of extra confidence in the mix as Leaf will drop in. Furia looked good for the pistol, pending Valen doesn't do something insane.
Hey, sometimes it's just shaking off the first official where you're pulling out a new role.
Valid.
Nice adjustments thus far. The work that Furia has put in the past couple of days.
First contact is clean from Valen. Paranoia towards elbow, no one home. Koala's in a little bit of a hindrance position, low on health. Ghost picked up. You see the shoulder on towards Calm. And Valen is going to try to get this thing at least a halfway, but Koala just sneaks around, gets 3 in the round. That'll do wonders for the confidence for Koala.
Both pistols now being picked up here by Furia. They picked into this map feeling confident after that win up against 2G, and for very good reason. Now, G2. Let's see if they're going to be able to find a bit more of that success here on the defensive side. You're looking over at Baby Bait, trying to get set up on some of those deeper lines.
I mean, G2, one of the squads that loves to force buy after a pistol loss, and they're going to find lots of success with it. Joggerboy able to find 2, resets and gets a headshot onto Koala, but cannot finish the food. So a decent trade there as Furia still find ways to get on towards A. Defense moving quickly, but there's going to be a post-plant set up for Furia.
The retakes, though, from G2. It's one of the best. They're one of the best teams in Americas at it.
The timing of this crunch up top is going to be everything. Baby Bay up, able to find the first with the headhunter. Not going to anticipate the second from Shy. Calm in some trouble here. Able to step away. Couple weapons to play with. Clean first shot. Not able to tally the second, though, so it leaves it down to Viper versus Viper. Shy versus Leaf. Pressure been put on towards the spike, and Leaf is able to win the gunfight. I mean, it looked like for a moment Shy was going to bring that one back from the depths, but G2 with the forced purchase able to get them their 6th.
Clinical out from Leaf, and again, the retakes, something that G2 have consistently been so good at the top of the retake game, honestly. Definitely a heartbreaking round there for Furia. Dogmo being able to open this round up, though, with 2 picks made all of the difference to keep Furia from setting up comfortably into a post plant.
Huge. Yeah, that one hurts. Furia looking to go up 9-5 and put a ton of daylight on the scoreboard. Now all of a sudden you're in a even eco situation between both teams. Baby Bay, Outlaw out. Not comfortable with the first shot, has to snap away. Qualinoob already getting a ton of space behind that fast lane. And another quick plant for Furia.
Opportunity to take some space into screens there. Prowler will get the information.
Oh, Artisan trying to challenge this Ramps play. As G2 are able to get a little bit of space back, the heal will come through. But you have to clear all of this space out. Shy still holding in the corner. Good information for Jojmo. Relay bolt will come through. Shy able to find one. Not able to get more than that. But at least there's a trade on the other side of this site. Fury is still holding, but now here comes the crunch. Basic for one. Nice shot from Baby Bay. Takes the head off of Qualinoob. It leaves it down to Com. 1 versus 2. Time becoming a bit of an issue. Time becoming a very big issue. Trying to be able to find the pick, but is there enough time? Doesn't feel that way. And Furia are going to survive in their post plant with just half a second remaining for a Red Bull clutch.
Furia being able to whittle down the seconds there. Calm. Honestly, the reposition just at the perfect moment. Really nicely done there by Furia, getting a better preview now of how their split can look. And you love to, you know, Shaw is so loud we don't even get to hear his audio. Ever notice that?
I sure have. Big bounce back for Furia. G2 will bring a hero rifle in the hands of Leaf. Jojmo will have a stinger as this stack defensively in towards mid will be how G2 try to find a way to pull another round back. Qualinoob already at the overdrive. Shy is tremendously close to a Viper's Pit as well, which is incredible news for Furia. Same can be said, though, for Leaf after the hot start here in the second half.
G2 poised and ready for a trap play, but it will also allow a very fast flood onto that B site after Furia show their hand.
Well, Blazeball will start. Fast lane to follow. Paranoia also cuts across. Defense not affected by that really much at all. So now it's just down to G2 trying to find a way to retake. They're going to get the fast lane out early. That's going to give them some space to move their way over through ropes. And Leaf's going to find first blood with that hero rifle. Qualinoob feeling the pressure, has already pulled the overdrive. And he's at some range here. So if you're Fury, you're not feeling very confident in your ability to re-clear some of the space out. Smokes will fade. Now it's just down to can you win the gunfights, and Leaf finds a second. Flash comes through. Qualinoob able to find one before dropping, but Shy completely affected by the flash. And G2 continue to give us this back and forth affair in the second half of Split.
Consistently good at those retakes, but not just that, also on those half-buy rounds, when there are on those eco disadvantages, it's something that G2 are so comfortable in converting. The way that they look to play together, leveraging the fact that they're consistently finding those swings. Sure, maybe a little bit of luck with that one shot we saw it dropping down from rafters there.
Great TP, baby. That was insane. Let's go, baby.
Let's go, baby.
Insane TP. But wow, this completely throws this half into disarray. Furia will take the pack punish and just go on towards basic pistols with one ghost for Qualinoob. So the eco starting to establish control for G2. Baby Bay, Outlaw out. This is the first shot. Holds for an opportunity for the second, but eventually will teleport back towards safety.
Shy trying to find an opening here, but will be spotted out by Jogamo.
Deep Trailblazer, that's a lot of space for G2 to know.
Doesn't see Calm. Jump spot will be heard though. And I think a part of why we also saw the shift in leadership for Furia back into Artisan is because Calm is so well known for being that lurking initiator. And it opens up that opportunity for him to play a bit more solo.
Timing of this walk down could be everything. Qualinoob seen on the cross. Leaf and Jogamo just trying to hold off this Furia attack. And they do delay the spike a little bit longer towards getting on towards A. You still have that lurk position for Com. This Nightfall could be a difference maker if and only if you can find a couple eliminations. And now all of a sudden with those Seekers called, You're going to have G2 with free re-entry back over towards ramp side. Artson will drop backside of the screen. No problem there. And Shy, who was trying to set up a bit of a pinch, will eventually be traded away. Casual stuff for G2, but you have to expect that with the weapon advantage that they carry.
Yeah, I like the idea with Shy going back for the relurk. If there were guns in hands, maybe a bit of a different story because they wouldn't expect that second person. But G2, again, the retakes have been so clean from them. Furia. In this round, though, we do have some very impactful ultimates at hand. Basic has that run it back. So good at finding value in it since he's hopped onto this Phoenix. Nightfall as well. Shy does have that Viper's Pit into the post plant to delay.
Yeah, I think that's the big key right there is in the post plant. Furia need to see one go through the hoop. You've got everything you could possibly want. But if G2 find a way to get this to a 9-9, we'll see how things unfold. Wow, that's a really, really clean first elimination there. Resets the run it back. Not a lot of space given. The Genius get to work spraying through this fast lane. Babybay still holding a bit of an angle as Trent is providing some oversight behind the play, and that's enough to what you would think just put this round out of question, but Shy has other ideas in mind. Cannot get through Valorant, who gets 4 in the round, and that all starts first and foremost with Babybay shutting down the run it back immediately upon it popping.
What an insane anchor position there. The fact that Valen did not have to move from this back box is honestly crazy. Typically, you would have seen somebody, like any other Omen would have shrouded stepped out at that point, but standing his ground there, the IGL.
Oh, and that's the big thing about that run it back, not getting even close to getting through B main, is that Valen doesn't feel the pressure to have to give away that space. He's got Trent up top. You still got Babybay on a close corner in case someone tries to push up behind a flash. Like, everything is well covered. So the bunker is made more formidable thank you to that run it back not even getting in towards the site. So now the timeout gets called. That was an expensive round for Furia, tied down 9-9, and you still have an opportunity, I think, to get a little bit of purchase here. But if you're Furia, this is a very key moment in this map on your pick to try to get this thing through the hoop.
Right now, it's been Koala who has been such a star here for Furia. Consistent on that defensive side, being such a big piece in those opening picks. Now on attack, has been able to create that space.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen those numbers tick up too much.
Not too much, but it's not nearly as bad as what it was during the first time he played it, which is good news.
It's an improvement, for sure.
But the numbers when we saw it was just like, whoa. That just cannot exist. So, again, got to give credit. Koala Noob, 19-10, doing a much better job overall, not just for space, but also just overall participation in the kill feed, whether it's first bloods or not. But still, the momentum has shifted here on this map as G2 will have the weapon advantage. A couple of stingers, as mentioned, which if you can get a post plant into a Viper's Pit, you're feeling pretty good about your chances to hold that with stingers in particular, but the first step is getting through Leaf, and he's just throwing out shots, and he's chipping some significant damage. Oh, man.
He sprays through smoke, man. Like, he's good for one every time, it feels like.
Well, he's about to get challenged out. You got to be careful here if your Leaf is running out of ammunition, and he's going to have just enough support here with that paranoia to come through. Post plant does get set up. Deep Viper's Pit here. It's going to put a lot of pressure on G2 to have to clear this out, but they're instead going to make their move over towards the front side at ramps first. Now they're going to crunch the pit if at all possible, but Furia are finding eliminations that they need. Trades for Trent and a follow-up. Huge shot. Leaves it just down to Shy. Pit will fall. Geronimo shuts him down, and G2 will get to double digits first.
Great retake coming in there from G2. Perfectly clearing out the players there for Furia. Basic and Calm set up in these positions where it was really about just being that delay while the other two played inside that pit. But perfectly picked apart thanks to that relay bolt as well as the hot hands that come in. Operator online here for Babybay. will be shifting into this vent position that allows that quick reposition into stairs afterwards. Early pit out. Leaf, a lot of delay, a lot of good information as well. Here's 1 to 2 players spraying into B main.
Yeah, that's absolutely. I mean, just tally what the map looks like right now for G2 with that Viper's Pit coming down that early. Trademark rendezvous set up for the chamber. If BabyBay feels the pressure, he can reestablish control at B tower. Look how aggressive, though, G2 are being over towards sewers, but Shy anticipates it, able to get the first. He wants more. I think he just saw the barrel, but Valen's able to slip back towards safety. Regardless, though, numbers advantage for Furia, and they're going to get mid-control to try to crunch onto A.
Trent either needs to go big in A heaven or has to back off to retake with the team.
Well, he's going to give himself maybe a chance at a first contact. Nope, backs up to screens.
Blinded. Flash will find the information. So you do have Seekers available here for Trent into the retake.
Fast lane doesn't fully get to where it's intended to go, but you're able to get a flash onto Valen on the site, who's able to find one. Not the second, though. Trade is quickly there. Trent able to keep their life. That you wouldn't figure the Seekers would find much value in this moment at the current time being. So if you're G2, you have to do this the hard way. And Trent almost opens the door through elbow. But instead, it's a 3-2-1 swing at A ramps. BabyBay is just going to sit here and see if you can find a couple of picks, as it looks like G2 should pretty much just save this one outright.
Really, really nice calls there from Furia into the post plant. The layer of having that haunt alongside that double swing really is what shuts down G2 from even attempting to flood in at that disadvantage. Going hunting here, Furia able to tie things up.
Critical round right there for Furia. Trent will still be holding on to Seekers, but initially, once Valen gets this first one, you're like, uh-oh, this is going completely wrong, but fortunately, Furia still had a lot of protocols built.
Exit fragging, BabyBay, come on!
You know he's going to give it a try. You know he's going to give it a try, and G2's going to talk about it here late in the first map.
Time out to be called here by Josh RT for G2. The retakes were looking good, but now it's getting a little too close for comfort since Furia were able to tie things up. The last time these two teams faced off was all the way back in kickoff at the top of this year. There were the two to qualify to our very first Masters, and it was Furia who had originally knocked G2 down to that lower bracket. The other thing, also the first time that we're getting to see Jawgamo and Calm face off against each other in quite a while. Both of those players had lifted that trophy back in 2023 on that Evil Geniuses roster. Now, for Jawgamo, Calm is going to be that first hurdle to try to get through plans.
I like that. See what we get. Full purchase available. BabyBay will have the tour de force out. He's had a little bit of a tough go of things here on Split, but bringing out the extra boom through mid could allow G2 to set themselves up just a touch differently. Quick aggression over towards A ramps. Just a casual guiding light from Trent. Actually has Koala Noob tagged afterwards. Trailblazer to recontest. And really it only sees Koala Noob. So if you're G2, you're not going to move your defense around too much, but obviously the threat is well established here at A.
Look at how far back Shy is playing these lurks every single time. Always heads up about how deep they expect Trent to look to re-clear that space with his utility, but this walk down for G2.
Oh no, I was about to say that's the issue. Without establishing that there was another layer to that approach towards A, G2 feel the comfortability and confidence to step through mid, and now all of a sudden the spike is down, and Ardson's going to have to go on a bit of a Saving Private Ryan mission here. He is on his lonesome, and if there's a chance for Furia, he would have to do something immaculate over the top of the A site.
I mean, this current setup that you have for the side of G2 is basically just impossible for any player to break through. You would have to have some sort of like God flash to make it work, and even then, it's still a very tall task you're asking for.
Yeah, that one just, I'm a bit surprised that Furia throw that much aggression at ramps, but then don't even bother with a second layer, especially knowing that they really weren't contesting mid at all. You would have thought that there was going to be another element towards that approach to try to see if they can move G2's defense a little bit more passively, but not the case, and G2 will take the advantage here late.
I really like that proactivity there coming out from G2. Especially considering the fact that when it does come down to that mid control, it has constantly been those lurks for the most part that we've seen out from Furia as opposed to those heavy stacks. So just looking to play those numbers and try to punish that position.
Let's choke them.
Well, full purchase still available here for Furia, so they're not out of the picture yet, but this is a must-win. You drop this one, you're going to be on a pretty poor purchase trying to get this thing to overtime. So super important round here for Furia. Their map pick of Split. It started strong, but you drop this round and things start to feel really panicked. And once more, G2 going to show some extra force here at mid. Calm, feeling it out just a touch. That are cover blocks, and now Furia. Ooh, they've been seen as Geronimo's able to find a barrel and take that into a second. Furia were trying to sneak their way up ramps, but immediately punished, and G2 have a huge advantage 5 versus 3.
Really nice micro call there, and Leaf to be able to take down Artzine. Feels like the nail in the coffin in this round. G2 5v2 to try and hit that match point.
No, if you're Furia, you have to be looking at these weapons like we need them. But at the same point, Walnoob's got some isolation over to Geronimo. Able to slip away for a small moment. Calm now by themselves, 33 HP. And this will be about saving what you can, if at all possible. G2 will get to map point. Furia backs against the wall.
We do have the Nightfall going into the next round here for Furia. Koala overdrive up. Basic only 2 away from getting that run it back. So there are pieces for Furia to work it with into the next round, but the concern being more so when it comes down to these first engagements right now. G2, they're consistently ready to react.
Yeah.
And if they aren't reacting, the timings with the proactivity have been so perfect.
I think that's probably maybe the bigger element in these last couple of rounds in particular, right? Is just you're getting these ideas from Furia, but it's just one little thing that gets that extra information that you need for G2 to make a decision has worked out beautifully for them. And right there, it's just you're able to see just the tiniest glint of a barrel through ramps, and Furia get completely overwhelmed trying to sneak their way up. And now it's do or die time here for map number 1 for Furia. Going to talk about it. And it looks like, just kind of on our view, they will have some pretty formidable purchases, so they will be able to find a way to fight. But the big key components towards what was so successful for Furia on Friday have not necessarily been there as of yet. Basic just 11 and 15. Shy, we're going to highlight him throughout this series because as an island player, Furia were finding so much value out of his multi-frag ability. This has not really been a part of the picture yet, even though he is having a good map.
It's been tough. I think that for Shy, it's also been hard for him to try to work some of that space because the other side of the map isn't getting the pressure that he needs to find those openings and pull those rotations away.
Yeah, it's tougher to do on Split, to be fair, too, just as a map overall. But regardless, the recipe that was built for 2G has not necessarily come back onto the menu here versus G2. Not out of the woods yet. Nightfall overdrive, the big ones as you mentioned. Seeker still being held down to by Trent. Just comes down to what is the actual picture that Fury are trying to paint right now, because it felt like over the last couple of rounds, they're having a real tough time even getting towards sight after they had found so much success in their post plant. Or at least getting a post plant early in this round.
But like you said, the ideas have been there from Furia. It's been more on G2 being so successful at disrupting those moments when they're just about ready to try and break through. The timings have been absolutely sublime in that regard when it comes down to some of those trap pop plays.
I like this, speaking of a trap pop play. They're trying to see if they can trap out G2 at mid. But Trent is not interested this time around. Trailblazer will come through. Prowler gets some decent info that it is just Trent. But that doesn't really impact the defense much at all, though Koala Noob will find an opportunity to take the space as gained by that Prowler.
Trying to also use the conditioning, right? It only spots out Calm, who has been that lurking player here in mid. Now instead, a presence of 3 players, as well as Shy, looking to regroup with the team.
Really good flash. Trent's going to give that information away, but Furia, can they find a way to put pressure onto the site itself? Nightfall's going to come through. Keep your eye on Valen's position. Already slipping away, but Basics able to find him first. Jajamo just trying and hopefully able to get something. He's able to great contact onto Koala Noob. Calm in the corner. Turns the numbers back over to Furia. 4v2 situation, post-plant set up. And Trent with Baby Bay are going to have a really tough time trying to work this one back. They're going to have 2 different 1v2 moments here. First shoulder comes through. Calm dancing, able to find the elimination onto Baby Bay, and Trent is in an impossible position here.
Flash and 5. And it doesn't even matter. Basic will clean things up with the 3K. Furia stay alive here. 11 to 12. And the adjustment was nice. I like that call coming out from Artzine in that round. The little bit of a bait and switch, having Calm show that presence. The rest of the team then contacting up to try and catch G2 off guard.
I love that they're putting pressure into mid. I was going to call it out earlier that it feels like an opportunistic spot for them to try to use. Especially considering that these plays through A ramps have been, at best, evenly traded. That's at best. So now G2 have something to consider here before we potentially get into extra innings.
Yeah, Josh wants to close this one out. Head over to Haven here for G2. Not risk going to that overtime. Basic, run it back up and available into this following round for the side of G2. Not expecting anything to really come online except for that overdrive, maybe the Viper's Pit. Granted, when that overdrive does come online for Giacomo, it does, even weapon in hand or not, he's gonna look to rip it, and it always is so clean, guaranteeing those multi-frags there for G2.
And I think it's just a really good way to retake space behind a run it back if Giacomo is able to earn it. And keep an eye on the setup here for G2, especially over towards B, because we have not seen much of this. The trademark is still down for Baby Bay, who does have an operator. And he'll have that back over towards mid-vents, but this looks like this very well may be an early feel-out for Koala to challenge over towards, or maybe not Koala, for Giacomo to challenge over towards B main.
Well, crossfire being set up there by G2. Furia waiting to see what information G2 will give up.
This is everything right here. If Baby Bay can get one and get away, it would give G2 a massive advantage, but he misses the Prowler. So that's free space now for Fury, and all of a sudden, with G2 still committed to this play towards B main, they are extremely vulnerable at mid.
Definitely are. And it's going to come down to Artzine as well. In a 1v2 scenario, you also have Valen already ready with the paranoia, with that positioning off of Giacomo's call.
Well, they're able to spout out Shy over towards A ramps. But here's the run it back play up towards mid. And once more, that is a lot of free space. And now all of a sudden, you have to find this pick. Artisan's able to find the information, though, and keep themselves alive. Valen, they will really stay committed through B main. And this is a miserable spot for G2 to be. They're going to get isolated as Koala Noob gets the first 2. Brilliant setup for Furia. Koala Noob not done, able to find the third. And G2 are looking a little bit down and out here for what would have to be extra innings.
Artzine with that paranoia on the jiggle peak was really nicely played. Koala looking to get the drop on Leaf, but it doesn't matter.
2 versus 3 situation. Trent has one guiding light to get entry back on towards this site. There's the full swing. Basic able to take down Trent as that flash was anything but successful. Leaf can go nowhere, and we're seeing some extra Valorant here in map 1.
Furia taking us to OT after what looked like such a good retake there from G2 in that second half. Overall, the entries from Koala, even though he isn't necessarily pumping out crazy numbers like he did on defense, has been much cleaner than earlier this week.
So much better.
I think it does come down to not just his comfort on the agent, but how we're also seeing the timing in those micro moments, the team still adjusting to that Neon gameplay to ensure that the necessary support is being provided to Koala.
Well, here we go. Swap the sides back over. G2 found a lot of success by getting the spike down and holding post plants in that first half. Can they do so here once again? BabyBay will bring the glass cannon into play with the operator in overtime. Trailblazer a little bit stuck behind the hot hands initially for G2, but we talked a lot about Furia's inability to successfully defend or really even contest mid, and they're already putting in a different setup as you have the hot hands, the blaze, and you also have smoke set up for Fury defensively at mid. It's forcing G2 to have to play on the outsides of the map.
Furia, he's such a weak site now. Calm, more than happy to play that retake, and G2 have held that space this entire time, this rotation to be called, but Fury are also not hearing anything over at B. They're not hearing anything at mid, so they should be cognizant of this.
Yeah, Artisan able to get himself over into position to help at A is everything, because Calm is a little bit low on utility. He's going to get the haunt back. There's the smoke, there's the flash. Darts in, a little bit of an exchange of pre-fire through the smoke. Paranoid being held, but the relay bolt goes through deep. Has Calm on an island. It's a nice first one, but it's only a one and done position. That'll be enough for G2 to get on and set up their post plant 4v4.
Being able to maintain this screen control is definitely huge. Artsine forced to Shrouded Stab back out down to 3.
It's a punishing amount of damage right there from G2. Koala Noob has to find value on this reapproach in towards elbow.
2 flashes on basic.
There's the first. Relay bolt, fast lane, but Leaf able to pre-fire to find the first contact. Koala Noob trying to make their way through. BabyBay going to be completely blindsided. Koala Noob, no, not able to get more. Up top, Shy gets nothing, and G2 will take the edge in our first overtime.
And that's exactly what you were looking for, Shift, how good they were in those post plants in the later half of the attacking side. G2 now on defense. They have looked so good when it did come down to those retakes. The last couple of rounds, Furia were winning the attacking side early. Not really giving that opportunity for G2 to be able to find their way back onto those sites. And now the OT timeout here to be called by Dragon.
Yeah, and it's an appropriate one just based on how that second half had finished, with Furia just finding so much value in those last 2 rounds in particular. And some of that is like G2 was trying different things. But as you start to tally that, okay, we're starting to lose some pressure through mid. Fury has found an avenue of approach that has worked out nicely for them. We need to make sure we're covering our bases. And some of that may just be off of what they want to do with BabyBay, because he looks like he's going to pull the operator out again.
It's definitely been difficult. BabyBay's been getting shut down on those deeper angles. Granted, not really getting that much support when it does come down to taking those lines, right? It's really just having the rest of the team play that 2-1-2, maybe a 1-1-3, depending on what the defense wants to look like. And it's been BabyBay like locking down mid by himself. There just hasn't been any additional layer to help him out. So it's been tough for him to be able to find the success when it comes down to those picks.
And I will say, just because of that, him being shut off these angles, I like that they're actually not going to go to the operator here for BabyBay. Let's set it up a little bit more orthodoxly. Get BabyBay another weapon to try to support elsewhere on the map, and that's a quick guiding light through a ramp that BabyBay will take some of that space away. But the pressure is already established towards B. Valen, who's been great on an island, has to wait to peek, and he may be baited to throw the paranoia early, but nope, instead it's just a dark cover replacement. And the defense will still hold their key stall utility points, at least onto the B side for now.
Constantly a story of trying to get Furia controllers set up on those extremities.
Watch your eyes.
Judgment will take a little bit of shift damage over towards Vents. Leaf sliding over, responds with some of his own. Koala Noob is sitting there like, yee. We stay 5v5 with 50 on the clock.
Toxins going up.
Shifting over to this A side, wanting to put that pressure on. I thought it was going to be a bait and switch, but the entire team actually going to look to regroup outside of A. Baby's been holding this angle the entire time, but they're getting ready to swing together.
Flash at the ready for basic as well. Talk about your cause and effect. Screen will come through, and just the smallest of ankles seen is enough for Baby Bay to hold down the trigger and get first blood. And from here, Furia have to kind of commit through this. The problem is, Jajimo's in position to stall out and potentially be a great first defensive layer onto this A site. And a dark cover comes through perfectly. There's the paranoia, there's the flash. We just have no time here if you're Furia, you gotta go! And as you do, it's Jajimo in perfect position to shut it down. Oh, you talk about your cause and effect. Baby Bay may have only had 6 eliminations, but the first blood there is everything for G2 to take map 1.
The most impactful pick of that round to deny that take from coming in from Furia. G2, they're this team where ever since ascending in 2023 to the VCT stage, they have yet to not place within top 2 within VCT Americas. And this is a squad now trying to make that push to playoffs through play-ons. And it starts here with this map 1 win.
Unbelievable composure. And it's just the littlest of things between these two squads here in map number 1. And I think we call it pretty well, honestly. It's just like, you've got Baby in a really tough spot with these operators. Put him onto a weapon that can help. You give him a little bit of space, and he finds a critical first blood in overtime. Furia able to give G2 a bit of a workout, but that's a huge map 1 win for G2. We'll head to break. When we come back, G2's turn on their pick. It'll be Haven on the backside of the break.
This is a great start, obviously, as Loud simply impaled themselves upon the bayonets of G2.
scrambling for space, but Shy's gonna find 4 in the round. What a heroic play through screens.
I'm joined here with Josh RT. Congrats on the map win first off. But I was curious, you guys have been pivoting away from the double duelist comps. What are the challenges of pivoting away from them but still playing into them majority of the time?
I mean, you don't have an easy win condition of just like, oh, they're right there, let's just run them down. And so we have to do a little bit more work. We still have enough, let's say, speed up options and overwhelm potential with the rest of our comp. But we're just mainly playing around the chamber, sometimes with the other lurk, and we still make do with what we have. So, I mean, we're used to it. This is the meta for this whole year. We're just trying to find a different solution for it.
Yeah, I mean, it is very refreshing to watch. Thank you so much. Good luck on Haven.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, welcome back. And yeah, I mean, you heard Coach Josh RT there talking about the challenges that they face with their compositions. And I think it's safe to say that when you look at how that game panned out, what was it? OT 14-12. They're working with not a lot there. And it's sometimes a bit challenging for them, but they managed to pull it off, Athena. And that is the part that's very interesting.
Yeah, it feels like it was a very back and forth game when you're looking at that timeline at the bottom. A few of those rounds being really close. But I think the bigger thing, Vora, is the forces and the pistols. It still went the way of Furia, but G2 came back.
Yeah, it was very chaotic at the beginning of the game. You know, with G2 losing both first pistols and then buying back from their thrifties, and then also losing one thrifty and winning one. So basically being down 0-5 at the beginning of the game and being able to claw back in and kind of stay in control the entire game is pretty impressive, honestly. Like,
yeah. It feels like they have a really solid understanding of how they want to play, and the economy kind of plays a big factor into that. But I think the most important part was winning those forced rounds, because they kind of started their climb back into that second half, winning that force, losing, but then winning again, buying back on another force, and then winning out. They actually won 4 rounds.
But that's been G2's bread and butter for ages now, right? Forcing in those critical rounds, Vora, like those eco rounds, pulling off the wild plays like that. That has been their whole game, but it also could have potentially backfired against them if they weren't careful.
Absolutely. You know, when they lost that thrifty round, I'm sure in the back of their heads that Furia could have snowballed with that, but they won it back, and then it's like kind of like a reverse effect. It's like, okay, now they're back in the front seat, and now they can really run away with this game. And I feel like they did string quite a lot of rounds just off of their like secondary stinger buy. You know, that's how that works with the force. You lose the force, you can buy another pair of stingers and try again. That's what's cool about the force rounds. So it's good to see that G2, you know, they don't feel phased when they lose the first one. They'll try again with another one.
Yeah. And well, one thing's for certain though, the players that were not phased in that server were the Neons, because they were having a freaking ball out there. I mean, Athena, they were moving roughshod all over the place. Didn't matter what they did. Whether it was Jog or whether it was Koala, they were pulling off some crazy stuff. But Vora, it really is telling that you're seeing the impact. And also, shout out to Koala. This guy's been putting in that work on that agent, and it kind of paid off, even though they weren't able to pick up the win.
Yeah, I think with Jogmo, like, he's very like rifle heavy Neon type of player. In parallel to Koala, who likes to find a balance with the rifle and the op. I think Jogmo is very, very, you know, used to being in that chaos, creating crazy moments for his team to capitalize on. I feel like Jogmo is really the specialist in terms of creating chaos and creating so much space for his team to capitalize on. I think that's what's making him so important on this team.
Yeah, we saw those kind of differences in this game really well as well, because Koala picked up the op a couple of times, but also it felt like we finally saw him really dive into that Neon role. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Koala just full send it. We talked about him kind of diving into this role, learning a little bit more, but this matchup, he was going wild. I mean, multi-frags after multi-frags. It felt like he really understood how he wanted to take this space, and I think because he's such a smart player, using the Neon stuns as well, especially on those defensive sides, to set up those traps. I feel like overall, it really set in stone for him.
Yeah, but to Forrest's point though, you had Jogamo, who is just the guy who he relishes in those moments, right? That's his jam. So of course, there's going to be a lot of conversation going into our second map, how things are going to pan out there. I believe we might be ready with the coach on the other side. Actually, as a matter of fact, though, I forgot, because something did happen in that game.
True.
That we are completely glancing over.
True.
I'm completely glancing over. We went to OT. And we went to OT. This was a little shocking, though. I'm not going to lie, because I felt like G2 were in a position to be able to close it. But credit to Furia for being able to force the issue.
Yeah, they brought it back, but I think G2, again, they just solidified themselves as kind of titans of Americas. I think this pick here by Baby Bay was really good. Lots of the aggression by Baby Bay was shut down, but then those site holds by G2 were the ones that solidified them to win out for this game. Furia almost came back, but it just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, I really felt like they were in the driver's seat for most of this game, and going into OT, they didn't really feel phased. I didn't really feel like they were, you know, shocked that they were to be here. They just played their game. They understood. I think Baby Bay, you know, despite his score line, I think he put in a lot of pressure on the map. Furia had to really play around him, find out where he is, go to the other side, and then they played into him. You know, Koala gets spammed for all of his health in that last round, and he finds that pick, and Calm is no more util, so they're going to an entire site blind. And yeah, they close it out like that. I think it just shows that G2's pretty resilient in these rounds, and yeah,
they were able to put it together, man. In the moments when you think that G2 might be slipping up, I really thought when we went to OT that Furia were going to start to really feel themselves here, maybe sneak one away from G2, but they pulled off a big one. Of course, that's going to take us over to map 2. It's Haven. And as you can see there, the pick of G2. So if you're a G2 fan, you're feeling pretty good right now, Vora. But let's kind of run through what we could be expecting here on Haven a little bit, because there are some looks that you could do, but it seems like G2 committed to what they want to do with their particular identity and their compositions, while as on the other side, Haven, you're going to be seeing Furia run that double duelist more likely.
Yeah, I think regardless of comps, they're both pretty traditionally slow teams. I want to see, you know, I want to see their game plan really play towards what their identity is. Like, you know, we're going to be playing second set, or with our double duelist, we're going to be hitting into the weaker side, we're going to be spreading around, looking for things, and G2 on the same thing. If they're going to be playing, you know, maybe double controller with a Viper, I don't know what their comp is, but they're going to be playing something slow. I want them also to be able to identify they're playing as double duelist. Let's spread out and find out how we want to play.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see what Furia plays, because they've actually been playing the Breach on Haven, and I'm kind of hoping that goes away.
Yeah, well, let's see if Breach is on the other side of this one, folks. Shift and Ash are going to have your back. They're going to cover map 2, and we'll see you after this short break.
What's up, you beautiful people? Welcome back. Map 2 about to grace us here. Haven. Map we have not seen either of these two teams on in quite some time. So I'm interested, I think, just to see what's up the sleeve here of G2 for their map pick.
Yeah, previously, G2, they were running that double duelist with the Phoenix. And overall, on the side of Furia, the last time we saw them, it was also a bit of an identity crisis here, trying to figure out what compositions worked well. Koala gonna be sticking with that Neon here for Furia. He did find success on the Jet in that previous match up against Envy. In G2 Esports, they're pulling out the Yoru here for Leaf.
Interesting. A lot of mobility, kind of going back and forth between positions if you're G2, especially when they're on the defensive side, thanks to things like the Rendezvous and the Gate Crash. But on the offensive side to start, definitely raises an eyebrow or two, where for Furia, you guys know what the meta is. It's just more Neon, more Phoenix, Astra in the mix, and the Sova for the intel gathering. I will say, and we kind of pointed to Shy in map number 1, getting into this first half, my eyes are almost purely onto Shy here. How successful can he be in terms of locking down as an island defender? Because again, the numbers we saw on that stat line throughout the timeout, his multi-frag ability was undeniable when they were playing up against 2Game, and that was huge towards giving a little bit more freedom for Quality to get familiar with the Neon at that point. And obviously over the last 48 hours, he's done a ton of work because he looks so much smoother now, and both those pieces are good today. Very well could see a third map here.
And it's not just the power and the anchoring alone for Shy, it's the fact that that presence is able to allow Furia to go for those stacks on the other side of the map, go for those more proactive plays where they're looking to fight forward.
Well, you're going to get the setup for Shy over towards C, and then early peek towards A long, a little bit of a double setup over towards Garage. Everything pretty much standard as Koala's going to get some information off the sound cues. Frenzy out, able to find one. Hot hands behind that from Basic is absolutely chef's kiss. burned him up to a nice well done. And that's now an opportunity for Furia to take another pistol in this series.
Oh, BabyB was just spotted out.
Yeah, Basic set up for this one, but Artson will beat him to the punch. Leaf, last one left. Whoa, okay. Able to find Shy, Gate crashing back to spawn, but this would be, well, pretty impossible, you'd think, for the 1v3.
You would think it is Leaf, though.
Cutting through. Fake teleport.
Surely not.
He has
Spike is still down, that's the problem.
40 seconds left, and Leaf has insane clutch factor.
Well, here comes the next contact, potentially up top at window. Furia just going to hold.
30 seconds left.
They back out, though, for a moment. Leaf will get the spike, Gate crash back over towards C. Now he's going to have to sprint his way over, and Furia have guessed incorrectly. They think he's going over towards the A side of the map, and Leaf is going to give himself a chance.
He will. 20 HP, though, into this post-plant. Basic has both curveballs, and you have a recon here for Calm.
9 shots in the ghost. Not going to happen here. Really nice setup, though, for Fury. Overthrew Garage. Goodness, that little duality play between the duelists. Perfect.
Beautiful hold, that is for certain. G2, this composition, Leaf being on that Yoru. We already got a little bit of a taste of it here into the pistol round. That opportunity to try and use those very quick gate crashes for fast repositions.
Nice! Dude, that molly, my boy, that molly! Time.
It's good to see both boys finding a little bit of vibe here on the agents that they have not played all that often.
For sure. Other thing that we didn't get a chance to address here when it comes down to the compositions, both of these teams pulling out the Astras as well for a little bit more of that global presence on the map while still allowing Artzine and Valen to be these insane anchors and lurks for their teams.
If at first it doesn't succeed, try again. This time, Koala Noob has the shotgun, not going to work out. Shy still holding inside of this Nebula, though. Could potentially be a problem, but really good discipline for G2. They throw a Prowler out, helps set up another elimination. Basic will get one in response. The post-plant setup is going to be in for G2 in the 3 versus 4.
Oh, Leaf heard all those steps.
You're done.
Perfect from Leaf. And Furia, well, you could tell by where Artisan is heading that they're not all that interested in this. So once more, G2's force purchase in the anti looking really strong.
Yeah, Basic's just going to stick around, try and farm up some orbs here for the run it back, if anything. That's why you see the Judge getting saved there by Artzine. Try to get that ultimate online a little bit earlier if possible. And yeah, perfect there in that kind of regard. But G2, man, you cannot deny the power of their stingers when it comes down to these rounds. The way that they're just deathballing together and the utility constantly so good for the space that they're looking to take, it makes it so hard to try and fight back if you're not ready for it.
Absolutely. And I mean, to be fair, at this point, of where we are in the stage, like you should expect that G2 after a pistol loss is probably still going to force if they found a couple eliminations.
I like how they ran the same shit back. I appreciate that. I really.
It's true.
He said thank you. Thank you very much.
You know, they often say, any baseball fans, you never throw a hitter the same pitch twice. And that may have been the case right there at that setup from Furia, but it will just be the Judge and a couple of pistol upgrades here for Furia in round number 3. Still largely on the Stingers, with just Baby Bay bringing the Outlaw into the picture here for G2. And Jojima will get to work on trying to match the pace that Basic has already put for the run it back.
So many rotations already being pulled here for Furia on this eco, really only having the Judge for Artzine, anchoring that C site. G2 more than happy to leave. Baby Bay inserted there and not hitting those shots. It has been a cold day for Baby Bay when it comes down to those scopes.
Yeah, that's not a...
That's not typical Baby Bay,
Yeah, you're
guys.
not going to see that all that often. Artisan able to stop the Prowler and put some pressure with that Judge over through C main. Artisan in a little bit of trouble, though, as there's a lot of space through Garage. Leaf able to jump up towards the window. Gate crashes back towards safety, but Kama is in a position to at least try to go a one-and-doneer here.
He hears everyone.
Absolutely he does. Checking the corner, though. Jajamo just jumps on over. Is able to find the elimination. So 4 versus 4 situation. Spike making its way on. It looks like Basic wants to try to challenge this. Run it back's going to be spent here. Try to do it all himself for the time being, but Koala up top's able to find the next pick on towards Trent. Leaf waiting patiently. Trigger discipline comes through as Basic will teleport back towards this portal. Koala will fall in the meantime. And Artisan, who's trying to make his way back over, only has the judge. So now you got to re-enter the site if you're Fury. It's not going to feel good with just the basic pistols. And Leaf on one corner. The ability to swing behind that to set up the crossfire is perfect from Jajamo. And G2 will take the round, although it is a little more labored than you would have expected.
A little bit, but granted, they still, for the most part, stuck with those stingers that they had in the last round. And the Bandits have been clean, honestly, coming out from Basic, those shots. Still keeping it competitive at the very least. They're into the eco, getting those picks out from Furia, but G2 definitely feel comfortable.
Hey, it's all good, Dre. Look at me, baby. You got this. I'm about to drop you not, bro.
Hey, you want your IGL to have that confidence.
For sure you do. But it is true. I mean, Baby needs to start to connect.
He does, but at the very least, just like Voro was saying on the desk, his presence puts so much pressure on Furia alone.
Okay, well, he gets a training shot there onto the Owl drone. And you saw the freeze frames. He was close on both Outlaw shots. Those are ones you just have to shake off, but here comes the approach, stacking up towards C main.
You've got Run It Back and the Cosmic Divide available here for G2's execution. Could be a huge boon into converting this round here for G2 and breaking Furia's economy.
Well, Run It Back will be spent early. Cosmic Divide behind this, and Furia, they're going to commit to staying on the site here to try to contest this. It's bold. They're already taking some damage, but Jajamo will fall. Baby Bay behind the blaze wall, waits for it to fall, not quite able to find the shot. And the defense for Furia is still able to hold here. 45 seconds on the clock. The spike has gotten out, but in terms of Furia evaluating that moment defensively, they got to be feeling pretty good about stopping the hit at C.
We need to keep an eye on what Valen's going to be able to do in this window position.
Oh, they don't know. Valen able to find the opener. Trade is not there. That is huge from Valen. Follow-up, though, from Com. Shuts down the rotation in towards B. Trent trying to go a bit more unnoticed, and he's able to win the gunfight versus Com. Artisan sneaking behind the play. Oh, he doesn't finish the first! So it's down to Koala Noob for the 1 versus 3. 2 more to tally. Trent in the corner low, but Koala Noob shakes his POV away. And now this becomes that much more difficult.
It's going to be so hard to break up these two players playing contact off of each other. Looking to swing.
Swing, finds it, slips away. Now sticking. Leaf, perfect position. Never tallied, never noticed. G2 up 3-1.
Playing life there for Leaf just to ensure that they're going to win out that round. A great pivot into the mid-round there for G2. Being able to pause in the front site of C, not looking to push the issue and break into back site, retaking that space into garage, and that was just so unfortunate, man. Nearly denying that plant.
Legitimately, the mid-round in right there is pretty perfect for both teams.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so unfortunate for Furia that you find yourself on limited purchase and you don't have an opportunity to connect off of what was a freebie. So now you're back onto a full save. Overdrive is at the ready for Koala Noob. Quick walk down at C main here for Shy. And with a Sheriff, he could deal some damage, especially if he can get contact on the Leaf.
Shy's consistently been so good for his twos. Even just with a pistol.
Well, Com is in some trouble. He's able to get the knife out and move over. Oh my goodness, him staying alive is everything. Koala Noob just gets shut down, but the initial eliminations for Furia are perfect. They're going to get 2 weapons off of that. And you still have Shy holding on the rotation to C. This is brilliant for Furia.
Yeah, that trip is massive there for Shy. They're more than happy to leave the rest of the map open, understanding they have control of these extremities. The plant goes down on this B site. G2 need to find some picks.
If Trent gets 1, the Nightfall could still win this round for G2. No questions asked. But first and foremost, our ops team points to the right person. Baby Bay has to connect. There's no other way about it. Flash comes through, tries to hold the timing. Teleports back to safety.
Really nice pinch on this retake from Furia.
Oh, Trent gets the first. You anticipate that Shy's playing on this corner, though. Not quite, but the pressure over towards B main. Now has Shy making his move, but it's completely obliterated. Now it's down to Baby Main. He connects. Just down to Com. Oh, a huge 2 versus 4 for G2. And that takes the breath out of the lungs of Fury in what should have been a guaranteed round.
Furia are going to be kicking themselves for that one. Time out now called by Shaw. The replay of the last round, we saw him hovering over that button. It seems like he heard the call from Artzine for this next coming round, that it was solid enough. He didn't want to hit that pause, but now it's about going back to the drawing board here for Furia. They won out that pistol, haven't been able to find anything since, after putting all of that work there on that A site too with the advantages.
I mean, that's probably 4 or 5 different small moments so far through these opening 5 rounds that if one more hit comes through, you talk about the flank through B main, in this moment, Shy off of what is a perfect piece of timing to get back over towards mid window. If those little things just go through, we could be looking at a 4-1 the opposite way. But G2 are not making mistakes right now, and Furia are at a really big spot of bother.
Great calling out from Valen. The game going exactly the way that G2 won it thus far here on Haven. Conversation here for Furia. They also have to keep in mind that Nightfall, as well as the Yoru ultimate coming into this next round. Do have a Cosmic Divide at least into the retake there for Artzine.
The only real issue with the Cosmic Divide is that the Dimensional Drift is just going to completely disrespect it. It's going to be tall here, I think, for Furia to find value, at least in this current round, based on what's available. Dimensional Drift is going to be spent immediately, though, for Leaf to get a look at B. And he's going to actually try to move his way back through, but Basic shuts that down. That is a huge first blood. Pressure towards B established, but Furia have dealt with it, largely speaking. Baby Bay just looking over towards C. The Nightfall, I believe it does connect onto at least a couple of players in the backside of the site here. So the post plant is set up, and now you have the opportunity for the Cosmic Divide to come through.
Look how they're looking to retake that garage control here as well. More pronged approaches here into the retake for Furia, but this coming out from G2, taking that control back.
Love that.
Furia have no space to work with.
Oh, but Valen, the timing of him moving in towards window was huge, and this forward pressure for G2 means the Cosmic Divide never feels confident to be dropped into the play.
Incredible.
That is brilliant.
The reactions from G2 in those moments, perfectly played. The fact that Trent's able to thread that needle past the smoke alongside Valen to take that garage control. At first it looked like Furia were gonna clear into the window, take that garage. You cannot all be flooding out through the same choke point. G2, they're this team that's so good at setting up those crossfires. You need to find more opportunities to break them up.
I have to imagine that for Furia, they're sitting there stacked because they're thinking they're gonna Cosmic Divide out C and just flood together, but Jojmo showing pressure on the back of C like that immediately counters the play because there's already post-plant defenders that are through where that Cosmic Divide would have been dropped. So now Furia are down bad. Artisan is going to deny the decoy and at least say that, yep, I'm here. Challenge me if you dare, as Koala Noob with a solo rifle will get scaled deep in towards mid with a little bit of assistance. And that's a huge first blood pick. Neural Theft going to be spent behind that, so Furia's going to have the information. That's the quick dash, though, over towards A as the spike makes its way on.
Spike will be initiated, but
really good.
Yeah, great hot hands just to deny that from even going down, buying time for this flank to come in. Trent's watching.
If Shy gets that pick, everything can change immediately, but now you've got the post-plant setup. Baby Bay stuck on site, though, with the operator. There's the defensive Cosmic Divide to come through. Here comes the flood on towards the site behind the Nova Pulse, and Koala Noob's able to follow up with Basic for 2. Valen only able to get 1 backside hell. Trent by himself, not quite able to deal with the numbers from Furia, and that's more like it. Furia get their second.
Nicely done there. The timing coming in from that flank, the fact that Shy just stays alive even though he doesn't initially get that pick on Trent, puts just that much more pressure on G2 into the post plant.
huge hero rifle play from Koala Noob. It just has to continue to be noted. His improvement from Friday to today on this agent is palpable. So good.
Getting those reps in, that is for sure. But not just that, I think the fact that Furia go for a bit more of that proactive positioning, pushing out through mid, getting that information, not allowing G2 to slowly work the map, which plays exactly into how Valorant favors calling.
Let's play.
Quick hit for the duelist for Furia over towards A long, and they're going to combine that with the Hunter's Fury for first blood. Blaze Wall to establish the position of control. And in an early 5v4, where you still have a run it back available, could be huge.
Operator revealed on that C site from Artsian as well. Trent still trying to pressure that A side of the map, and look at how Furia fully fallen off of that C site, knowing that they're more than happy to play that retake scenario.
Into, yep, a Kaza divide, and knowing that there's a tour de force. Shy stays a little bit too long. Say they could have had a position to possibly work a bit of a crossfire or a high-low for one to get out with Artisan, but the scope was really never up, and Shy dropping now completely turns this round on its head.
Two initiators into mid, about to meet.
Whoops. Trent, sound cue for one, slides out for the second. Oh, man, and after what was a brilliant design for first blood for Furia, now you're sitting here and saving.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another one of those you have to kind of put in the back of your mind of like, if only we just stayed alive to allow the run it back retake to come through. Again, we could be looking at 6-2 the other direction easily.
And I think that is the issue that we've seen in a lot of those rounds shift, is members on Furia wanting to be that hero in the round. Whether it's a little bit of an overheat or overstaying their welcome in some of these positions, and G2 looking to catch them out. Yeah, we know how good Shy has been anchoring, but the game plan was already set and in motion for that retake.
Yeah, Artisan was never in position to help out with that little peek through the Kaza divide. So now 6-2. Weapons are still in play, though, for Furia. Operator in the hands of Koala Noob in particular as he sets up over towards C-Long to start.
G2 stacking outside of A. An early wall to just put pressure on the cross into A short. Nobody will be taking that space.
Well, Furia are in some trouble, and they desperately need this round to come through. They still have the run it back as we listen in with Furia here in round 9.
If anything, they're short, but
Nothing C. They're putting an orb C. C's. People C. No peek, no peek, no peek, no peek, no peek, no peek. Careful B, careful B time. Not out, not out, not out, not out, not out. Fake, fake, fake.
I'm holding short right now. I threw a dart for you.
I'm holding this right side walk. That's it.
I'm gonna have to play retake.
Pussy.
Yeah, I will. They might have an ult though. I can't re-peek the line.
I'm playing retake A. I'm playing retake
Yeah, I have ult.
I'm just holding CT.
Start double, careful default double now.
Don't expose the
Nothing C. I see nothing C.
Careful copy.
Yeah, I know. I'm just holding.
One double.
There's have a TP.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
One more garage. Side. Two default. 35 on Astra. 35 on Astra.
I'm gonna get garage.
Yeah, flash.
Careful left. I have flash.
Wait.
35 on Astra.
Art has garage, guys.
Peeking.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Making noise going garage, but I'm sticking.
Default.
Just off angles first.
Let's go!
The fuck this guy?
Get the up.
Not gonna lie, it's another one of those rounds that starts to get a little bit antsy, but this one gets through the finish line, and Furia able to hold on to the op, get their third, and now all of a sudden, maybe an opportunity to kind of continue to build on some of this first blood momentum that they've finding success with here in the first 9 rounds.
Yeah, that's for sure. Shy being able to get that pick on Leap and still stay alive into the cyber cage, just buying a little bit more of that time made a huge difference, so Basic could help out with that backside flood. Still 3 rounds to go there in this first half of Haven though. Koala Noob, Operator online, has definitely made a difference for Furia in being able to get those deep lines so they can make those mid-round adjustments that much faster.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the biggest component right now for Furia. G2 only have 2 first bloods this half right now. So to see Furia down 3-6, considering that tally, is, again, one of those that you just feel like it's appalling, as we're going to get an opportunity for maybe a quick contact here on an A crunch. Nightfall going to be spent. Furia essentially have to try to hold within these smokes. Good breakdown of the site as Koalanoob's able to re-enter to keep the site safe. That's a really important start right now for Furia, again defensively, as G2 will back away, cut the noise, see if they can move Furia around a little bit.
Teleport's ready.
Another opportunity to also leave Baby Bay into one of these inserts.
You just... Why? You have Koalanoob here to try to help on that same angle. And Koalanoob's going to try to isolate. It's such a bold peek. Doesn't hit, but forces the teleport back. Artist steps up, but it's not enough. Com will get one before retreating. It's an opportunity to still pull this one through if you're Furia, but they have to play out the 2v3.
Shy looking to regroup with Calm right now, trying to get a little bit of that damage off. Recon is going to be up here. We also will have a camera in just a moment for Shy. Potential to check into Hell. Do the graffiti cam instead. Not going to get that info.
No. No such luck. There's the recon bolt, but that's just a mere throw it because you have it type situation. And that's so tough. I mean, G2, it's hard to say if that was ever going to be a full commit, but Koalanoob's presence completely deters, which is great. But to see Furia get so head faked out by that little creation of space and that little creation of silence to force a pull for basic into the waiting arms of Baby Bay is just one of those that's just like, did we really need to peek that? But starving for information, G2 keep that mental edge.
Definitely opens up that round in its entirety there for G2. Furia is a much needed save considering the fact that Basic didn't have enough to purchase up into a full weapon. Giacomo has to run it back online for himself into this next round.
Joke's over. Well, run it back's going to be spent here immediately. Giacomo with the fine first blood, and now all of a sudden Calm stays away from all the damage of the shorty. He could win this round single-handedly right here.
Leaf was kind of aware, though. Yes, does Fake crash out afterwards?
Oh, no.
Man. And that position was so important to keep that A space. Spike goes down on C. And this is a round that Furia need to win if they don't want to face that potential 9-3. Money would be broken after this round.
Yeah, they're going to have to save it.
They don't have a choice at this point.
Gosh, that's so tough. It just looked like for a moment there, Calm was going to be in a perfect position to deny some of this little mid-fake, A-fake. But G2, once more, just get this small edge in what looks to be a decent response for Furia overall. They just cannot find the picks that they need. And we're going to get an 8-3 tally here going to the last round of the half.
Such awareness of the positioning that we've seen from Furia. G2 consistently ensuring that they're clearing those out, not allowing Furia to hold that space for free. We'll head into the last round now, and when it comes down to those ultimates that are going to be available, really just the Cosmic Divide from Valen that we're looking for. Furia aren't going to have much to work with headed into this round, which is definitely making it tough.
Heading to the above.
Oh, here we go.
With concealment.
Getting some early spam from Leaf. Seeing if any damage can be tallied over to the middle of the map. Has a backup weapon because, well, the economy is very healthy for G2. Cosmic Divide at the ready. We may actually get a little bit of a show of force here at B. The setup for Furia is perfect to try to deal with this. There's the flash. Qual trying to slide with that. Relay bolt to follow up on the space. And once more, G2 just kind of respect what Furia is showing them. Cosmic Divide was committed, but the spike will stay passive.
G2 more than happy to starve Furia of that information, consistently forcing them to cycle through that utility off of this mid pressure.
That feels like a win, though, for Furia again.
Scaling up, though, the camera's going to give this away. Fallon just wants an insert to be able to hear the rotations on the right side of the map.
Okay, well, the camera will be denied.
30 seconds left.
Defense will move around right there as the Nebula was pulled back. Follow-up star placements will give the intention that's going to be a B-hit. Shy is stepping up and stepping in. This comes down to, do they find the opportunity to get some connections? And now you're finally starting to get some reveals. And Furia are ripping apart G2 at the front door. No one's going to get through. Neural Theft behind it. Shy will get 3 in the round, and a flawless 4th comes through for Furia as we hit the half.
Nicely done there by Furia, shifting things around. A great push from Qualanu to get that information so that Furia could stack on that B site and getting that 4th round on the board, getting that additional space now heading into the next half. It is crazy though, Shift, how much success G2 were able to find when Furia were the ones leading in those first engagements. And it says so much about how synergized G2 are, how well-oiled of a machine they have been over the years.
Absolutely the case. And for Furia, there's going to be some moments to reflect back on. But for now, at least we're able to get this to an 8-4 half. We head over to the break, come back, swap the sides.
Artson, you guys recently swapped to playing a lot more of the meta comps, a lot more of that double duelist. How has that helped your calling overall?
It helps a lot because it's more kind of like simple game to call and embraces what the way I like to call overall, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a lot less niche, right? It's looked great so far. I can't wait to see it in action today.
Welcome back to the action. 8-4 the half. G2 in a position of advantage for now. But Furia are going to be looking back and saying woulda, coulda, shoulda, because there were a number of rounds that felt like very well easily could have been theirs. So an opportunity to try to right the wrongs as we swap the sides and head into the second half pistol.
G2, they have been so good at those man disadvantages. Just the absolute clutch factor when it comes down to these players, and when they synergize and work together in those fights, it's such a beautiful sight to see.
Basic and Kowalinu were 7-2 combined in first blood contacts. Incredible stuff. But can they do it on the attack? Leaf showing some early pressure. Will gate crash away from the curveball. Not much gain, not much loss, but G2 are looking for a very early stack up over towards A main. Fury are very aware that this could potentially be a play. Just comes down to, do you anticipate this many players to be here? And we're going to get some blood here. Here comes the contact, and it's Kowalinu for the first couple, and he wants all of it, but maybe a bit ill-advised. Jajamo able to shut that down. Looking for more, but not going to be much else to tally. 3v2 situation, Fury with the numbers, and a wide open C site.
Fury just going to hold, see what Artzine's going to be able to find on the other side of the map. Baby Bay not able to land a shot. And Leaf, here's the rotation to the C side. Should have an understanding that Artzine has lurked up. They only hear 2 steps.
Oh, they're going to follow behind. Can they find the spike carrier before the plant comes through. Everything relies on that. And Calm, I don't know if his spidey sense is tickling or what, but he's able to move over and at least get the spike planted. Good help on the way. And now it's just down to Baby Bay. Winnable if he can find the first contact, able to cleanly find it, and then a follow-up down to the 1v1. But where has Artisan gone? Baby Bay still holding as the Nebula will fade. Now it's just down to timing. Artisan's just going to call the bluff and play the spike. Takes the swing, finds the contact, and Furia stay perfect in pistols. Now it's just down to can you survive through the inevitable force buy that we're going to see from G2.
Something that they absolutely need to be prepared for this time around. But the refrakes coming out there from Koala Noob change everything with that triple stack over in A main. A great attempt from Baby Bay to try and rescue this round, but the patience and discipline from our team. Perfect from the IGL here for Furia. But they also, again, you talked about it, the danger of those force buys that we're not going to see come out here from G2 on the defense, because when you're not getting that spike initiated on attack, even though you lose that pistol, don't get as much change in your pocket.
That didn't stop him on split, but not this time. But Fury are going to respect that there could be a play. I'll tell you that much.
I think the fact that it's in, 8-5 situation, G2, they don't want to take those risks at this point with how close the last map was, too.
There's a nice little recon bolt. Joshua going to try to step up with the curveball, and Koala was immediately in your face.
He's definitely getting more comfortable on those entries.
I'll say. Baby Bay going to hold his position on the outside and just get slightly blinded by that Nebula up top at Heaven. So that's enough for Fury to get on towards the site. Leaf looking for timing, gets one in response, but that's not going to be anywhere near enough. And Furia will take the anti and set up a bonus.
Just to it from tying things up here and into this round as well, I'm pretty sure Koala Noob, only 2 away from that overdrive. So great possibility of getting that online into this round, tossing that rifle over to another player. But it's been such a refreshing adjustment to see from Koala heading into this Sunday.
Big time. Basic is still keeping up with what has been some really solid Phoenix play, 15-9. Now, it looks like there very well may be a play for Orb Collection here because you still just have a regular old pistol for Basic at the moment. He's also 2 off a run it back, but Resource Collection a little bit more hard-pressed in this round, especially with Leaf walking down, just taking a quick peek, teleporting back to safety. And instead, G2 are going to try to feel things out at sewers here. Koala moves in position. Haunt will come through. That will be the denial. And G2 will say, not interested. We'll just back up and know that we need to keep our heads on a swivel here today.
Just trying to put that pressure on the A side of the map up against G2. And an opportunity to insert Shy here as well. Taking down that Prowler. Just showing that additional presence. Actually going to draw the rotation of Leaf over to the A side.
It's going to be a quick hit, potentially over towards Garage. Drogimo feels the pressure, drops the hot hands, and denies the Owl Drone. So far, no entry anywhere, but Furia will make their way over behind these stars placed on the choke points to get into B and get deep into B. So now it's on to G2 to try to retake.
30 seconds left.
And you still have this lurk down A long, and that's a huge pick for Shy. So now G2 have to try to crunch this as soon as these Nebulas fall. Haunt will try to clear out the backside at Gong. No one home. The post plant firmly set up over towards mid window.
More than happy to play for that gravity well.
And you still have Shy on that potential pinch. So there's a lot of things that G2 need to consider in terms of challenging this. And they're just not going to have a chance to. G2 completely suffocated on this opportunity to try to play through B. And now they're just trying to hunt out Shy to see if they can find anything in this round, because it was a absolutely perfect formula for Furia. Shy's going to make things even more difficult by connecting onto another. And that is exactly what you need if you're Furia. Bonus round comes through, you get a couple of rifles collected, and you're off to the races here in the second half.
And a very important hero rifle for Trent to be taking over into this next round here for G2. Something that we've definitely got to keep our eyes on. Furia. Artzine has also just been such a menace at times as well. Like the utility that he's placing with those Astra stars has been so good in being able to find that space, stave off G2 looking for those floods with the Nebula. The Nova Pulse being able to wrestle control of those chokes.
Oh, good aggression here for Furia to deny any play for this A orb. Jawjimo is looking for it badly. But you can see the presence from Leaf, and he has to get out of there. So a huge opening shove over towards A long. Furia will once again hold the advantage over that position, but as you highlight, no info towards C, but to be fair, based on where these traps are placed, it looks like this is going to be an A execute.
I think also just the whole point of them trying to get aggressive on the A side of the map for G2 is trying to push them back into Baby Bay's scope. He's got that Headhunter just waiting on the other side of the map for that early contact.
They're going to feel it out. Only hits the shoulder. This is just a fake. Aldrone behind this play as Furia are starting to creep their way up A long. But look at this aggression from G2 down the middle of the map. Trent's able to find one. That's going to stop the play. Now all of a sudden you've got some pivot points here as Jawjimo follows. Leaf also here at window, but big counter from Artzen. This is still such a problem, though, for Furia. You're still feeling really stuck, and Jawjimo's going to keep the pressure on by hitting the run it back. The spam from Basic does not quite connect, and eventually the spike will find its way over towards C long.
Not a lot of time, though, here to get that plant initiated. More than happy to let that go, but G2, they're ready to flood back in quickly. Regrouping into garage with the closer quarter weapons.
No, not able to connect with the Headhunter. Basic still holding close. Surprising to say that Furia is not even bothering with the post plant down long. They're just going to hold their ground on top of the site. Cyber Cage about to expire, and then it's going to be all action. There's G2 trying to push on through, but it's Artzen for the double. Baby Bay, Trent, last two left for the 2v2, but Artzen's looking for everything. One off for the ace. Baby Bay on the corner, able to turn it into a 1v1, but it's going to be all 5 for Artzen. The ace is tallied, and we're tied at 8.
The leader for Furia to be able to get them 5 rounds in a row now. And Artzen, you know that both him and Shy love to play in those smokes, in those cages, doing so well to catch off those G2 players. And Shaw's so grateful. He's just, thank God.
I think he's sitting there like, we're in some trouble here. Like G2 with that deep scaling defensively, you start to panic completely if you're Furia, but they handle it nicely. Run it back and he be called in immediately here for Basic as Furia are not holding off by waiting at all. Balance shuts down the opener. Trent in some trouble though, just trying to keep their life. Baby Bay also in some problematic positions, and there's just nowhere to go here. Trent able to give you one. Nice counter flash to come through as Jawjimo's got a very aggressive Odin. And him finding a second gives Leafs a chance. He's able to find the cross. So now it's just down to the 1v1. And they very well may meet sooner than you would expect. Leaf, no, doesn't anticipate the position. Basic connects and Furia take the edge.
Basic has been such a key part of the success here for Furia ever since stepping into this Phoenix role. Now on Haven, again, having one of those standout performances. This is probably one of the scrappiest rounds that we've seen between these two teams with the high tempo play, the fast fight here on that A site. A nice shift in that timing. And that's going to be the timeout now called here by Josh RT.
Yeah, and that's such a frustrating one to take because it feels like if you're G2, you are making a lot of really great reads and you're putting yourself in great positions. You're just not winning the gunfights that you need to. And now we find ourselves in like this really skittish position with the economy where you're kind of in and out of forced purchase rounds, for what you can rounds. You really haven't had a complete gun run, it feels like, in a while. And you're getting into the key portion of the second half where now all of a sudden you've got a plethora of ultimates that are going to be available for both sides. And if your game planning is just not quite coming through in terms of what these openers are looking like, G2 have some things to consider in terms of, do we just hold off and try to play something a little bit more responsive rather than trying to establish aggression of our own?
I think what's also difficult, just touching on the differences in composition for both of these squads here as well is we do have the double flash on the side of G2, right? Leaf and Jogamo. The thing is, we constantly also have those front sight smokes that are being placed down by defense, as well as the attackers to help with these fast floods, depending on what site we're seeing. And Furia, with the relay bolts for Qualinoob, that's able to cover a lot of ground. But for G2, they don't really have a piece of utility that's able to do the same. You know, swapping out the Astra for the Omen for the Astra doesn't give you that paranoia. Sure, you might have the Nova Pulses, but it's really hard to get that down in those mid-fights that quickly.
Well, Baby Bay will have the tour de force out. It'll be Stingers and Sheriffs the rest of the way for everyone else on G2's defense. And Baby Bay would teleport back to a very close proximity as Leaf tries to get a bit of a feel. Doesn't see anything at C-Long. Instead, Baby Bay now has to be trusted to hold essentially by himself. A second errant shot just comes through just to make sure that no one is at the front doors at C.
Look how far pushed up Trent is. Trying to keep this space here for G2. Whatever information could be relayed. Furia very aware of the fact that G2 might go for one of those death ball approaches, might go for a little bit of that information seeking. They get impatient with these contact plays.
Well, Basic is ready to go on this little pop play over towards Garage. Jojimo is going to be in some trouble here, but he's got a flash of his own, pops it, but Basic beats him to the punch. Now it's got to be on Baby Bay. Hits the first. That's a big slow field down over towards the Garage. It's going to allow the defense a chance to rotate over. Hunter's Fury going to be called in here for Calm, trying to open up the space, and he's able to connect once, but not the second time. Baby Bay, second opportunity goes awry. Good review on the backside of this play, but Fury just have better weapons flat out. Shy turns that into a double. Trent giving it a go, and he's almost able to take down a second, but not quite. Furia now up 10-8.
G2, it was an eco round at the very least. And they still made it a bit competitive on that site. Baby Bay gonna get that operator online here. It's so unfortunate with the timing for Jogamo, trying to get a little bit proactive, but Basic having that exact same idea. Even unfortunate, and I think that was like the second. The second Leaf exited, actually, that dimensional drift was unfortunately when those shots connected there for Shy. But moving into this round, G2 already scaled up. Leaf walking into a lobby. The timing here, Shy's been inserted in short.
Portal closed. Cutting through.
Really nice set of aggression right here from G2 for first blood. One more check and Leaf teleports out just to confirm that there will still be some presence at A lobby.
This is a risky position though for Trent. Doesn't have any support. Okay, Leaf here now.
But Qualinoob just takes an easy peek. Blindside still at the ready, but Calm, what a absolutely brazen peek that is. Steps up, able to get another shutdown. Numbers will still hold for Furia. And the Owl Drone may not necessarily scout out Jojimo, but he's on an island and he's gonna have to play this life as best as he possibly can. Blazewall will come through. This Nebula about to fade. And Jojimo is going to be stuck in the corner. That's a great hot hands. Could flush out Artisan for one, and he's able to hold down the trigger for a second. Now the run it back is going to be into play. And Calm is out of there. What a hold from Jojimo.
Good patience from Calm, knowing that Jogamo was trying to chase him on the cross. Still looking for that timing, but Valen's already made the rotation all the way to this C site.
Oh, and he's likely to hear this. Oh, Calm thinks he's completely free.
10 seconds left.
Valen will sneak up. Calm, operator in hand. Caught. What an unbelievable hold from Jogamo. I mean, initially it looks like that's just absolutely a perfect counter for Furia. Take your numbers, run through it, but heroic hold on top of the A site.
Yeah, absolutely insane with that Odin being able to spray down these players. And then on top of that, I love the re-clear up against his former teammate within Calm, chasing him into short, getting that information for Valen to make that chase over to C so the timing was clean.
Well, now you've got to run it back at the ready for Basic. Odin operator in hand for G2 with a Cosmic Divide and a Nightfall to play with. if you're Furia, you want to be able to do, really at this point, anything in the first 30 seconds to keep it a 5v5. You just cannot drop in a first blood contact early.
Pressure over towards A side. And you have the exploration of mid. Leaf already hopping into window, getting control of this space. They might not necessarily fully know it yet, but with the trip on the C side of the map here as well, it's a very good understanding with Shy showing that camera that there isn't a lurk on the other side.
Yeah.
G2, VALORANT is so confident this is a 5-man hit.
Well, here comes the commitment. Nightfall to spend on the defensive side. Basic, not able to find the first blood, but Koala Noob is right there. The follow-up from Fury is perfect. Now comes the play around the back. Neural Theft going to be spent as Shy's going to get a relay of the land. Trent trying to hold. Now the last one standing, and Furia is going to walk away with a flawless. Great insert, great execute, and now 11-9 the count.
Isn't that insane, though? It looked like G2 had that read. They had them corralled into A lobby, and for Furia to be able to break through in that way with 4 players stacked on that site there from G2.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Nightfall is obviously connects onto just about everything, but it doesn't make a difference if you're Furia because you still have the Cosmic Divide that's blocking them from finding re-entry. You still have the Blaze Wall to give a little bit of a second bit of separation. Doesn't make a difference if you're muted up and getting caught by the tendrils. Doesn't really stop you at all. So great round for Furia. Once again, a broken situation here for G2 economically.
All eyes on Baby Bay with the Vandal. Leaf with that Guardian in hand. Playing it slow, Furia always like to take a beat on these attacking rounds when they know G2's at that eco disadvantage.
It's great first blood from Baby Bay. Doesn't really tell you a ton if you're Furia about what this setup is looking like. Oh, but Leaf looking for info at C-Long gets taken down. So now we have the 4 versus 4 situation. And because of the weapons, G2 are going to have to try to gamble stack just a little bit harder.
Lurking IGL within Artzun has been such an annoying force for G2 to deal with, whether it's getting those picks on the rotations or having that utility in the post plan, and even further, some of those opportunities found to insert himself. We do have the walk down from Jogamo to get this information from G2, but they're still at this weapons disadvantage.
But at least allows you an opportunity to get another weapon potentially over to help this A defense. Baby Bay in the corner. Here comes the flashes. Valuing his life. Valen falls quickly, and Baby Bay has been pushed off site. Post plant will be set up. Blaze Ball to establish, and a good follow-up there for both Artzun and Basic. There's really nothing that Trent can do here besides try to get a couple of possible exit frags. But regardless of it, Furia are going to get to map point. Surely.
One Prowler left. You can't count Trent out.
This crossfire, there's no way he makes it through this.
It would be insane if he did.
There's no way he makes it through this. Instead, we'll grab a weapon. And that will be about it. Able to get one more. But the time will run out on this one. He's making it punishing, they'll tell you what. No exit. Basic finds the pick, and Furia get to their 12th round.
Furia looking clean in these post-plant scenarios, especially on this A site. I like the ideas that we're seeing from G2, right? It's been that constant conditioning, though. Furia are already expecting these flanks coming in. G2 have been doing it for the past couple of rounds, that mid-exploration or a push down C-Long, always looking for one player to go for that late wrap back around. G2, they call another timeout. And while I do like the aggression that we're seeing to get that map control, the fact that Furia is so aware of it, I would just like them to see them bolster it with like one other player. Try and catch Furia off guard. It's consistently just been one person who's made that grab, whether it's gonna be Leaf or it's been Jogamo or even I think Trent in like certain situations. But if they can play a more aggressive flank, like 2 to 3 players, could definitely be an answer there if they want to still keep approaching the retake that way on A. It's been hard for them to hold. It's been hard for them to break back through.
Yeah. And they really haven't had a chance to set up any sort of a formidable either A, contest because they're fighting so early, or B, an opportunity to really do much besides pull off some sort of a heroic retake. So feels like, again, like you're calling, commit to one or the other here. We're going to get a 3-man stack here for G2. Early on over to A. There's been a lot of pressure at A lobby established by G2 defensively. I imagine they're not going to stop doing that just because it hasn't been tremendously punished as of yet. But it needs to be 3 rounds in a row here. Coming off the timeout, Walden's just going to immediately slide over. Some good info, and it keeps G2 defensively pretty keen on this position, but Leaf just holds the angle, connects under the headshot, and G2 will have the early 5v4.
Huge pick to get on Koala as well. He's been so instrumental with creating this space on these sites for Furia. Using the fast lane and those relay bolts with Baby Bait. Has an opportunity on the south angle.
Oh, another great connection. He's not done. Now he is. Good shutdown from Basic. We'll get a little bit of self-healing. Not a ton. And that's enough for Jawjamo to peek, find the counter. And now Fury are completely stuck. I mean, Calm, he could try to pull someone out by toggling the spike, but it's really on to Shy trying to join. And actually, Calm's going to commit. Going to get the spike planted. Leaf is watching Jawjamo's back. It's a deep owl drone here. And G2 will avoid the flank and just keep their focus on the front. Calm has the Hunter's Fury. Shy has worked way in towards Garage. Cosmo Divide they called here for the defense. Peek will come through, but it's a little bit too late. Shy gets caught with utility. And he is low. Jawjamo's going to immediately put himself on for the defuse. Already past halfway. And there will be no opportunity here for Furia to stop this. 12-10.
2-round advantage here for Furia still. And that's why they're more than happy to hold on to that ult. Especially when you know you have the Cosmic Divide to work on here for Artzin into this next coming round. G2. A huge opener, honestly, from Leaf to find the advantage for them. I think it has been tough with some of those fights because when barrier drops, Furia haven't really given them that many opportunities to find success when it comes down to those first bloods.
No, it's just been a lot of utility dumping for both sides. So the fact that we're getting 1-taps for the first 2 kills is just not anticipated, and it has not been a staple of how G2 have gotten away with these defensive aggressive looks. So kind of cut your losses and now reset. Baby Bay going to be in some trouble here. Immediately stacked up inside this Nebula.
You are divided.
Kato Divide will come through. Baby Bay, a couple of shots, teleports back towards safety. Retake tools, not much. I mean, you have an Odin in hand for Jawjamo as well, so I mean, this is going to be a really hard retake for G2.
One flash available. You do have a haunt here as well.
Well, Leaf able to find the opener. Here comes the Hunter's Fury early, very early, but it's finding connections. First will fall. Qual Nuke taken out of the picture, though. Now the post play is purely over to C long for Furia. And Jawjamo could potentially just hold down the trigger and let it rip. Shock darts bounced over towards the spike. Valen able to find Calm. Pressure onto the spike now. Have to try to find a way to hold this. Cyber Cage, disrespected, push through. Jawjamo going to hop on for the fuse already to halfway. Artisan able to find one. He kills the spike diffuser, finds himself a second. It's a 1v1 with Trent. Time is coming down to the wire. Artisan will find a connection. And it's a 13-10 for the Red Bull clutch. And Furia take us to map 3.
We're going all the way to Breeze. Artzin, the leader here for Furia, being able to close out this map. He got an ace earlier on here as well. And previously, when Calm had joined this team, he had stepped into a leadership position. But since the last time that this team also found that one win up against 2G, it was Artisan at the helm for this squad, now also making plays like this, invigorating his team. Has been exactly what the doctor ordered here for Furia.
Unreal stuff. What a map. Both these two teams, it felt like, again, that first half could have been 8-4 the other direction, but Furia keep their composure. Come back into the second with a flawless start, never really allowing G2 a chance to get their defense going. And a lot of it was saved by that man right there. An ace and a 1v3 to finish things off for Artsin, and we're going to Breeze to determine who stays alive and who falls to the lower bracket. Ooh.
Standing by with Lockie, can I get a little introduction?
Hi, my name is Lockie. I'm a VALORANT streamer.
Love it. Okay, just look at your little co-streamer setup here. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, we got a lot going on here. We got such a cool setup with both monitors. I have a little stream deck, an audio mixer that I absolutely do not know how to use, and then the most important part is all the snacks I have over here too.
Okay, I have a quick question for you. Would you rather a Reyna daughter or an ISO son?
A Reyna daughter. Yeah.
Valid. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
This is a great start, obviously, as Cloud simply impaled themselves upon the bayonets of G2.
Scrambling for space, but Shy is going to find 4 in the round. What a heroic play through screens.
Welcome back, amigos, as we get ready for map 3. It's going to be a good one, and it's going to be Breeze. A nice beachy atmosphere to close things out. But I'll tell you what, that Haven was anything but sunshine and rainbows at the beach, Athena. It was an absolute slog as we saw Haven really just swing back and forth between these two teams. What a match it was, but Furia managing to force that map 3.
Both teams having a really successful attack side, and every single time we look at a round playing out, it feels like it's so close, so close. The mid round has changed. Someone's getting a clutch, someone's spamming with an Odin, but getting spammed back somehow. It was kind of a wild watch to have.
Yeah, well, let's talk about how things played out on, I caught you on that one. Watch to have. We had that watch for sure. But let's talk about what we saw there, right? And Alexis, and how this whole thing played out here, right? Because this was G2's pick, right? And we were really wondering how this Yoru was going to play out, how this composition was going to play, but ultimately really just came down to Furia's just excellent game plan.
Yeah, I really liked their mid-rounding. I thought that they had some really good pace changes. Like some rounds they played until the 10-second mark, and then sometimes they did like an off-rip hit. And as an IGL, it's really hard to counter when people change up their playstyle and their tempo very often. And I think they did a really good job of finding the chamber as well. They were kind of icing out Baby Bay. They would find him at that C site by doing a C default, and then they would just go slam A. He was not really getting any action, which I think was a big part of G2's game plan, was trying to set him up, and they just were not able to do that.
Yeah, and I think something to highlight as well on this defensive half, even though it wasn't the best, they still had some of these retakes that were looking really clean. Running out into site together. We actually saw them do the flood from heaven, which Vorik called it in the room, the EG retake on that A site. It looked really good for them. And those were the rounds that they won on that defensive side only because they had a solid plan, like you were saying.
Yeah, agreed. I feel like it's really like smart from them to go into their retake going through heaven because they have all of that utility to dump into spawn.
Yeah.
I also think some of the rounds that they won on defense as well were rounds that they disrupted G2's game plan and they actually got in their face before they had time to execute. So I thought that was also really smart.
Yeah, but then we shift things over to the attack. And it seems like the good vibes for Furia just continue forward there because they were able to just mount round after round, you know, and yeah, you got some pushback from G2, Athena, but for the most part, Furia, once they got that lead, they were able to hold on.
Yeah, I mean, winning pistol, and they've won every single pistol in this series so
that's
far,
a good point.
which is crazy. But they won that pistol in that second half. They won the second round, obviously, but they also won that bonus. So they grouped together a lot of these rounds on that attack side to make sure that they get that lead. I feel like that pistol round and that force buy round were the ones that started their momentum shift into this attack half, and is one of the main reasons why they made it that close.
Yeah, I also saw some rounds that Furia ran into sight into a stack, like 4 people there, and they still were able to close it out.
Which is crazy because you would think that G2, a team traditionally good at shooting for one another, covering each other's backs in their lanes, but they were kind of getting outplayed in the really hectic moments.
Yeah, they were. I'm surprised because G2 actually had the right read a lot of the rounds. I don't think that their macro was bad by any means, especially since, you know, there was sometimes they were 4 stacked on a site that Furia was hitting, but they just were not winning out those gunfights. It was a little awkward with, you know, them using Odin's getting spammed through smoke right here. So yeah, I think Furia looked insane on their execution.
Yeah, and I really want to attribute a lot of that success as well to Artson. I mean, the guy went insane. We saw in one of those roles that he had that insane ace.
Literally won the game for the team.
Literally won the game for the team with that final kill as well. The clutches on top. He's just been playing absolutely phenomenal. I feel like even on that Astro roll, he was following up when they were entering onto sites, getting the second kill most of the time, getting the trades in, and it just feels like overall this was his map.
I wonder if he feels more comfortable now that he's not calling and Com's sort of taken that over and he can actually focus on one tapping, using his util effectively, and actually taking these gunfights and winning the rounds for them by getting these entries and acing.
Yeah, but now let's shift over to map 3 because we're going to be going over to Breeze as we mentioned at the top of this segment. And, you know, we've seen Breeze so much at this point, but, you know, it's a map that plays really well for the oppers. It's, you know, we're seeing a lot of unique ideas. We've been seeing some harbor, seeing some wackiness across the board. What are we expecting here from these two teams, especially after G2 busted out a Yoru on Haven? I feel like anything's possible.
Yeah, I don't think they're
maybe
going
the
to do
ISO.
that again. Oh. Maybe the ISO.
Let's not. No, that's okay.
I think they're going to stick to the neon, to the chamber. I think putting Baby Bay back on the chamber is good. The thing is, though, we need to see him step up because it feels like Baby Bay has been a big point of contention here for G2, where they've struggled to get a lot of those early
He's just been quiet all series long.
He's been quiet. He hasn't been able to get those first kills. It feels like he's gotten timinged a lot around the server. And honestly, I also think that's Furia just doing a good job of finding where the off is and avoiding it.
Yeah, agreed. I think you have to give props to Furia for being able to ice him out because they are avoiding him. It's very clear they do not want to run into his off.
Yeah, there's a great game plan that's being formed by Furia, but of course for G2, they need to find the answer if they want to keep this play-ins run going. Same thing for Furia. It's all on the line, folks. Who's going to be taking a trip to the lower bracket? Find out after this.
An unexpected but delightful map 3 comes to us here at the Riot Games Arena. It's going to be Breeze. As mentioned, we've seen a ton of this. And for both these two squads, feels like we're going to get very different ideas, mostly because, like Dennis was talking about, Baby Bay has been hard set on this chamber, and that's exactly the case. Fury will go into that same double duelist that's been dominating Breeze for the last handful of weeks.
Definitely. Now you also see on the side of G2 Esports. I was kind of wondering if they were even going to maybe bring like the Harbor out here as well. Again, the double controller is so strong on this map, but you cannot deny the power that Harbor has in those plant and defuse situations with the Clove providing that armor to get those through. I think that's going to be a big thing that I have my eyes on in this head-to-head between these two squads. We know that Leaf is so good with those lurks in those post plants, being able to deny those moments to Furia on the Viper. But will the Harbor be the difference maker?
It feels like it very well might be. I mean, on the other front, kind of like Myrna and the rest of the desk talking about, like, Baby Bay just has to connect. If our whole game plan is trying to set himself into things like this chamber, trying to get the op out, trying to get the tour de force out as much as humanly possible, it has to be there. That's just kind of the risk and reward of diving into someone looking to play a hard scoped agent like this.
I gotta say though, Baby Bay, the second that Valen gave him that little pep talk, bought him that operator, he was starting to hit those shots, warming up into it. Cold over on Split, but heating up over on Haven. Let's see if he can be full force Baby Bay now on Breeze.
Yeah, it's got to be there. I mean, because as much as a couple of op shots do hit, it's still, like the test was mentioning, been very well countered by Fury to staying away from those opening first blood points of contact. So we'll see what we get. G2 will be on to the attack. Shock Dart at the front, trying to deny early traps, but the setup for Shy is in the corner. And he's got a spy cam still to play off of as this opening wall starts to come through. Now the cam's deleted. Trap wire will be deleted on top of that. Shy trying to navigate through this cyber cage. Able to stay alive for now, looking for the sound cues. Now it's just a scare contact as Valen will find first blood, and the spike will be planted behind it.
Furia, all 4 players retaking through CT arches. Able to cross over to half wall at the very least.
There's the Harbor wall. This rotation through mid from Leaf needs to start to show up. Basic on the back. Trying to work their way back through, but it's just not enough. Basic now the last one standing nowhere to go. G2 able to get themselves onto site comfortably. Post plant set up beautifully, and the pistol for the first time goes to G2.
Nicely done there by G2. The scale up over at B. Furia. When it comes down to how we're gonna look at how they want to play this defense, it's a very kind of different setup from what we had seen previously, having the Neon in the mix instead. A lot of more of those opportunities for trap plays here for Furia.
Gotta keep in mind the track record for Fury in this map has not been good. Most recently, blown out by EG. Furia on pistols, hard stacked over towards A main. Baby Bay, outlaw out. This is the opening shot. Basic able to turn that into first blood for Furia. And now it's just about trying to guard or juggle this weapon back to see if G2 can at least hold some sort of advantage in the arsenal.
Don't want to give anything away for free. Koala Noob hears Leaf. Taking the timing. I like this.
Problem is, there's still a trademark in the way. It just comes down to, can you find this contact? Nearly, but Leaf gets the win. We'll go 4v4, and that puts pressure here defensively on Furia, who are going to be a little bit shorthanded on the B side of the map.
Unfortunate there, too. A bit of a classic moment, just having that ghost come out on top.
Here. Not your best.
There you go. Cove will come through for Art. And Baby Bay will teleport away to safety. This will eventually finish on to B. Shy is well outside of any defensive picture here, so feels like this will be a pretty comfortable post plant, and Furia very well may just sacrifice their lives to the spike once they eventually rotate over. Unless you get a win here on Baby Bay.
Camera does go out from Shy. Maybe he's able to tuck away from it, but not willing to take that angle.
So, yep.
Playing for exits.
Sit here and wait for maybe an exit, otherwise a little sacrificial kumbaya towards the spike. Comfortable start for G2 to this point.
It definitely is. G2, again, they're this team with the core of Trent and Valen. Ever since missing Masters Madrid back in 2024, they have yet to miss an international event. They want to make a statement here in play-ins. Very much so. Leaning into the strengths of this roster, moving away from the double duelist meta, making sure everybody is as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like the finish up of this season, G2 are still in a really comfortable position with their champions points. This is more about, can you find a way to get to playoffs and establish that you're not just going to be like a free ticket and you're actually going to be a formidable force, figuring that they're likely going to find a way to get to the event. So to see them go to 2 really tight finishes against Furia and now a 3rd map doesn't necessarily bolster a ton of confidence for the time being in this current identity of staying away from the double duelist, but still some time to play with here, especially in this map 3.
It's been so difficult for BabyBay to find anything with these attacking sided scopes. Again, continue to hit on how prepared and drilled Furia are in looking to deny him any of those opportunities to get picks.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Well, you already have the early play coming through for Basic, who does turn that into 2. VALORANT and John looked that they were prepared for it, but the immediate high tide comes out and allows Basic to isolate, and he essentially 1v3s G2 on the site. So now it's down to Leaf and BabyBay, who are committed to staying on for now. And with an Outlaw, it's not the weapon you want, as Leaf only is able to take 1 with him. And Furia will get a really good response here in their first full purchase in round 3.
BabyBay just wants to chip away at a little bit of damage if possible, but man, we talked about Furia, how they didn't look good on this map previously with their old composition. Very much so like the vanilla comp on... Okay, hold on.
No, it's fine. You can keep going.
Okay. Listen. I like to inject a little bit of faith in there. Regardless, give BabyBay a little bit of that respect. But as I was saying, the composition here for Furia, they were running like that bread and butter, old style Breeze comp with the Harbor in instead of a Viper. Now this look where, again, we know that Koala wants to be on this Neon, but not just that. Keeping Basic consistently on this Phoenix on every single map has been such a boon for them. He was playing the KO previously. Yes, insane on that agent too, but the way he's able to just enable himself in the server has made so much of a difference for Furia in opening up rounds.
Absolutely the case. It doesn't just come by effect of the Phoenix, but we're also, again, just to really hit the point here, Koala Noob being set up to get more comfortable on the Neon has been a key success point, but hold the phone for a moment. Furia's going to get some early contact here at A main, and they're only going to find 1 in the exchange. This will be a very formidable post-plant setup. Com will always be in a position to try to get some sort of a challenge here, but it's a lot of free space. Just comes down to, does G2 actually want to take it or not?
Not quite yet. Waiting for that rotation at the very least. Calm getting 1 is big.
Absolutely it is. I mean, now BabyBay is trying to hit a little bit of a mini pinch here with the op out. Not going to find the angle. So now you've got pressure established over towards the opposite side where the spike is not even down yet. Good reveal able to come through. And you get a connection from BabyBay simultaneously as Trent lands the shot onto Koala Noob. So now just down to Shy. 1 versus 3.
Spike planted.
Could contest from yellow. He's able to get the first info. Clean. Now to the 1 versus 2. You know that BabyBay teleported back, but to where? Here's the next swing. Sees the cape.
Knows he has to get Trent first.
Gets the isolation he wants, but cannot find the shot. Trent will save the round, and G2 will be up 3-1.
Really nicely done by G2. The fact that they pause front sight, tapping that spike, goading the likes of Furia into their waiting arms to be able to take those fights together. Well played.
Weapons will be a little bit hard to come by in this round for Furia. Operator out for BabyBay. Hunter's Fury at the ready for the attack for G2, and they are currently set up for something early at elbow, maybe potentially in towards B. The deep spy cam will be immediately deleted. And Furia will instead just kind of take a small moment of aggression to collect the orb at A. So should just be down to 1, 2, 3 go, and it is. Hunter's Fury out early, Trent able to connect, and that's enough to take Shy out of position. Koala Noob with a classic is, well, just hoping for kind of a, I would say a one and done position, but if he wins the battle, maybe he can get a weapon. That's a big if, and it does not come through. So G2 will have their full force post plant. Furia just doing what they can to try to put some pressure on it. Maybe they can catch one here. Nice relay bolt to counter the flash. Com gets one through mid, but everything else will fall, and G2 will comfortably get their fourth.
Yeah, gonna have to go and save this weapon here for Com. They're not gonna allow him to do so, chasing him down. G2, these executions onto site looking really nice thus far. Furia, the problem that we're seeing right now, especially on the left side of the map, is because they want to deny those early peaks from finding anything from Baby Bay. Because they want to deny those early peaks to Baby Bay, they're giving a lot of respect right now on defense. They're not getting into positions on the left side up into elbow to contest that space, put that pressure on G2.
Well, here we go. Quick hit through mid for the first time. Fast lane out. We also have the Toxic trained up, the Cosmic Divide behind it. Basically the first one to drop. High Tide trying to contest some spaces. Furia will disrespect the Cosmic Divide to at least be in a contestable position on A. This comes down to will there actually be a commitment. We've seen G2 do this before, where they show force and then don't fully commit to try to catch Furia in that second layer. Artson will have the Cove to try to re-challenge this angle, and Comms with a tally, another elimination, but the trades are still coming through. Now it's down to will Judgment actually try to chow this outright, because there's not enough space to plan at the moment. Valen will commit.
Spike planted.
Koala Noob waiting for this Cove to fade, and is deciding which weapon he wants. And they're eventually going to get Shy back on towards the site for this 3v4 retake.
Fast lane available to provide a little bit of cover here.
That's a really nice timing for the recon bolt. Once again, just stalling things out. Here comes the slide forward. Baby able to connect up close and personal. Second opportunity denied as Koala continues to go back and forth. Pressure on towards the spike for Artson for the 1v2. Valen just throwing shoulders, eventually commits and finds the pick, and it's a 5-1 tally to G2's attack.
Furia still scratching their heads, looking for answers into those retakes. They are making it close in some of those moments, but the pressure that G2 has put on them, the fact that majority of that round, Shy felt the need to stay anchored on B exactly because of those pump fakes that you were talking about, where they take that front side control, have to rotate back around, and it makes it so much harder for Furia because they don't have their numbers when G2 look to fight forward.
Yeah, and now there's going to be a conversation, I think, kind of surrounding what exactly this defensive setup is going to evolve into. It's going to be pretty much no purchase in this next round for Furia, so this is about extending into the backside of this first half. And I think some of the conversation point has to kind of be really, it's one of two camps. Either you talk about this passive setup at B that, to be fair, like G2 has shown us more kind of towards this A point than anything else. So do you try to get maybe a little bit extra space by stepping aggressively through B if you're Furia, force G2 to be in a little bit more of an uncomfortable position, rotating into A? Or the other point of conversation I would have to imagine is about what exactly are we doing for this A main contest, which has kind of been here and there, kind of 50-50. It hasn't really been as convicted as maybe Furia were hoping for initially. And it looks like just based on the early trapwire setup, we're going to get a very unique look here for Furia, although again, it is just pistols.
Yeah, shifting over to the B side. I think that once we do see the rifles come back into play here for Furia, I do wonder if they have that switch up there once again. Try to use that conditioning to their favor. Are tools for Furia to work with if they can find somehow an advantage into this round, especially with the overdrive there for Koala Noob. We've seen him getting a lot more confident on this Neon as time goes on.
Well, Art will commit the Cove to get the Reckoning earned with that orb. Walk down at mid. Com holding the angle with the Sheriff.
Taking a lot of time to re-clear this space. G2 don't want any surprises if they opt for this B hit.
It's going to eventually end here. It just comes down to, can they find a good first point contact to make this a little bit easier? Spy cam comes through for the elimination. Fast lane now up. Koala trying to hold best he possibly can, and he will be able to take down one. That's a lot of space. He can stay alive in this position. G2 a bit split, but a nice shot from Leave, and he turns that into a massive second. So now 4v2 situation. Basic left on an island. Help is on the way, but it's coming slowly.
30 seconds left.
Definitely stuck between a rock and a hard place here for Basic, trying to find anything.
Shots.
The Bandit has always been so kind to him.
Well, G2 will not allow it to have a second level of kindness. Spike's still not planted yet.
10 seconds.
Art? Oh, if he hits that, maybe a chance to still hold, as that would have been the spike carrier, but not the case. G2 take the round.
And now this is where we're going to look to see adjustments out from Furia. Rifles back in hand here. A lot of respect, again, that has been given on the defensive side thus far by Furia. We never really see them contesting into that mid control. It's constantly been G2 who are more than happy to walk up.
It's because of the op.
And that's been part of the conversation.
They just can't afford to peek this knowing that the operator's in hand. It's just too much of a risk. So G2 will take that advantage through mid once again. Aldrone scouting out over towards A main. Overdrive's already out here, in Basic, who was trying to play off of his flash, will be punished. Jajamo low, but still alive and kicking. 5v4, and look at the deep scale up. You've already got Leaf as a pivot point position over towards top mid. And G2 will once again take their numbers and reset.
Koala scaling up forward, just she sees the elbow there of Valen. That's going to be the green light here for G2. Shift over to the B side.
Oh, but that's enough information for Shy to move his setup around just a little bit. You have to keep in mind the Reckoning is still available to block things out through tunnel. Com also has a Hunter's Fury to make this point of ingress more contested. High Tide comes through. Shy over the top. Freebie for him, make it 2. But the trades are even. Numbers will still hold with G2 in the post plant. Viper's Pit is out. Hunter's Fury coming through, but it's a little bit late. Can you still find the elimination? Yes, you can. And they almost connect onto another. Koala Noob trying to work his way through the pit.
It's about to be dropped in a bit.
It sure will be. So the clearance comes through. Now it's just down to how do you break down this post plant on the backside of this B site. Here comes the check. Com able to find the first. Just down to Leaf for the 1v2. First contact is not clean, but he's able to win it. Time now becoming a bit of an issue. Shock dart in and out. Leaf trying to stay alive, but it's Com who forces the issue, finds the pick, and Furia get their second.
Finally here, Furia, a much needed round to be able to pick up. Looking to be able to continue to build that economy back. G2 have had them on the back foot in that kind of regard. I definitely agree with what you're saying when it comes down to the pressure that Baby Bay is putting on Furia, having that operator online, not wanting to contest into mid. There are layers of utility that can be used, though, whether it's a fast lane, an early cove. The cove refreshes so quickly. It's the fastest smoke to refresh in the game right now. Just to deny that ability for G2 to scale early.
Yeah, and if you're Furia, you continue to use this cove to at least put some presence onto A main, but committing a fast lane to try to win out mid is not valuable, I think, for Koala Noob, knowing that he's got to use that for potential retakes. G2 showing force at A. It's nothing but a fake. The surge will come through. Fury able to once again push back G2. The Reckoning gets called behind this, though. So a huge tool off the table automatically as the Cosmic Divide will be spent over towards B. Spike is leaning that direction, but there's still a lot of traps involved, and Koala Noob, who is looking for timing, kind of in the same way he was in the round previous, will be punished this time, and it's another 5v4 for G2.
Neural Theft is available here for Shy. If Fury can somehow find a pick later on, that could be important to this round. My eyes have to be on Basic with how good he is at getting those ones. Getting that run it back online would be massive in this disadvantage.
This is a lot of trust in the Furious setup that Shy can hang. Calm triggers a trap at elbow. Trent will steal the orb. And he may show a little bit of presence here at A. See if you can keep this defense split. Meanwhile, though, the hit's on the way. Calm able to deal with the first. Shy brilliantly gets the second, but Leaf shuts it down. Follow-up, not there. Neural Theft now going to be spent. And you're going to know for a fact here, if you're Shy, you just have a 1v1 in front of you. Cam comes through, and you get the dart off. Valen just trying to stay alive, but Artson finds the tally. Just down to Trent. 1 versus 3, caught trying to play through the high tide, and that's enough for Furia to get a couple in a row.
Great adjustments out for Furia there. And it's something as simple as Calm walking down, putting that pressure on elbow. Made G2 feel like they kind of had to press that go button, especially with the fact that Trent was already investing that utility to bait out that A side of the map and draw those rotations out from Furia. And the collapse ends up being so good because the anchors are just able to tear them down on the entry. Those holds from Shy have been so important.
A full purchase still available for both teams here in round number 10. Once more, the Cove is placed by Furia trying to challenge A main, but this will be the first time because of that extra little bit of aggression with both duelists. We're going to actually see Furia trying to maybe step up and clear some space at mid early. Maybe they will show presence at B after getting tagged. And Furia will have this stack at mid pretty comfortably in hand.
I'll drone out into elbow here for Furia. Gonna spot out the trademark. Now, Furia, they know that Baby Bay is lurking on the B side of the map. Operator in hand. Nobody's gonna give him a peek quite yet. Everyone else on G2 has grouped out outside of A.
Oh, and just a little bit of a early toggle from Art.
What?
Nearly able to turn that into 2. Basic following up, does have the run it back, but is committed now to playing on top of the site, and he's gonna have help from Koala Shorty out. That's enough to take care of Trent. And that is a really good hit on the run it back. As Baby Bay will be left in what would have to be a 1 versus 4 with no spike in 30 seconds. And that's going to be a 4th round, 3 in a row for Furia.
But look at how much more comfortable the calling looks now here for Furia. The fact that G2, they aren't able to just completely scale up into mid, walk up elbow, take that control and space for themselves, getting that pressure into tunnels. It makes all of the difference. It changes the pace here for G2. And it's exactly what we were wanting to see in that kind of regard. Now for Furia, it's worked out nicely in mid, but G2, they have an understanding that that space is now being contested. It's up to G2 to find that answer back, clear out that space, and not allow Furia to be comfortable contesting.
Yeah, I have to imagine that coming off this timeout here, you're probably going to see that operator presence most likely start at mid again. But honestly, if you're G2, that's not even really been, I think, the biggest issue. A lot of it has been you haven't been able to get yourself together with this setup to actually give the full execute that I think you want onto A so far. And I don't really know if it's anything in particular that's really kind of hiccuping them, but it's just the fact that we haven't seen that same breakdown that we had in the opening rounds where you had fast lane, you had Viper's Toxic Screen come through, you're able to open up so much space onto the immediate part of A that you want, and maybe just get back to what was working if you're G2, because these last 3 rounds have felt maybe a little bit too cute, if anything.
It's been awkward for sure. I think when you're putting all of your players into A main, you have the lurk on the other side of the map there from Baby Bay, definitely makes it that much harder. We'll see what Josh RT is calling here for the side of G2 into the next round, but yeah, that A site, you really need to be able to have that presence in through mid door as well to cause that disruption. Otherwise, the entirety of the defenders, in this case Furia, are able to focus their forces on the front side.
Oh, here we go. Different look here for how Furia want to potentially challenge A main. Basic holding onto the curveball. Koala Noob right behind him. Aldrin will come up first, and this should be, Toxic Screen up, get your info, toss your fast lane, and go. Hot hands down, Jajamo able to right through Basic, no problems there. High Tide comes out, but the Hunter's Fury is enough to at least break down part of this backside of the site, And Jawjimo will just be inserted while G2 once again get your first blood and reset elsewhere.
And that's why you have Shy consistently anchoring on the other side of the map, being able to catch him off guard here. Calm's gonna go down.
Yeah, this round just flat out over. Shy, what do you got for us? Got decent layering of these traps. Playing the same pop-up position he had from a couple of rounds ago. Jumps the wall, hops over to his cyber cages. Koala was able to deal with the lurker of Jawjimo. Shy able to find the first couple. If he gets the third, there's a very real world that this could come through. But now it's just down to Koala on the late rotation back in.
Will he be able to do it in the 1v2? He's gotten so much better on the Neon as the days have gone by.
He's got some tools to play with. Does he get any early information?
The timing.
Clearing close. And Leaf will have him on the longer angle. Big round for G2, and I love that call off the timeout. Just go back to what was working before. Show that early pressure day with a heavy hit utility. You get your first blood. This time, it's a little bit different because Jawjimo is able to get deep past the defensive line, but the same recipe that was working in the very beginning of this map is starting to come through for G2 again.
Not able to contest as heavily on that A main either, because we did also see that Artzine was being pulled over to take that nest positioning, allowing it to just be the double duelist, holding that side of the map. Final round of this half now. And you've got a revisit over towards the B side.
Look at this is the first time we've had a big hit initially over towards B. Artzine able to find an important first blood into Jawjimo and then find a second on the cross. Reckoning's going to be earned with that. Belief shuts down Shy, leaving Art by himself, but that might be all you need. He sees the barrel of Baby Bay looking for everything. It's just down to Art. Can he find a second ace in this series? And he knows that Trent's outside the picture now, especially as the reveal comes through. He wants it. He's hunting for it. He's going to give it away, though. And it'll be a 7-5 half. Brilliant bounce back for Fury, considering how the map started.
Great adjustments coming in from Furia on the defense. Those retakes were looking clean. They start to disrespect that space. They're taking those moments to be proactive, to take that map control for themselves, to make mid-rounding a bit more easy.
Nice, bro, these guys hit me, bro. This dart for me, drum for me. Bro, motherfucker.
What the? That seems like an appropriate time for us to go to the halftime break. It's 7-5. Swap the sides. We'll be right back. Furia take 4 of the last 5 to get us to a 7-5 count as we swap the sides to see what Furia have to offer here for their attack. This is, again, just to kind of paint the picture. This has been the weaker side for them in this double duelist setup that they've just incepted on Friday. But throughout today so far, it's been better. Just comes down to now, when the cards start to fall, can you come through, clean up some of the mistakes that we saw throughout the first 2 maps, and get this thing back into your name. Starts here with the pistol. Let's get it on.
Even in that replay that we saw, just a preview from Shy before we got into this first half, he was complaining about how much G2 were investing in clearing him out as that anchor. We got to see if they're also going to be prepared for the lurking positions he's going to be in now on the attack.
Here's the stack up. High Tide, fast lane comes through. BabyBay not able to connect onto the first shot. Help is nearby for Jajamo. Just comes down to can they hold these positions while the rest of the defense tries to rotate back over to the middle of the map, and the answer is absolutely not. Artson is able to pick up right where he left off in the first half with the opening 2.
Spike planted.
VALORANT, only one on site thus far. Trying to find an opportunity to move on to site. This re-clear into elbows getting dicey.
And Leaf will be shut down. VALORANT gets on towards site, but he's a little bit stuck at the moment. Gonna put some pressure on towards the defuse. Basic over the jump wall. Tagged, but still healthy and fine. And it's on to VALORANT with 11 HP. Not gonna happen. And I'll tell you what, Furious Pistols look great in this series. That's impressive to note, especially considering that through stage 2, G2 was the best pistol team in America.
Furia have been putting in the work in the server. I feel like on Thursday, we were talking so much about, yes, they do look like they're improving. They finally got their first win. But into today, it feels night and day when it comes down to those micro moments. The macro has made an adjustment as well, but just being able to layer that utility efficiently so that Koala Noob isn't too far ahead of it, it's been beautiful to see.
BabyBay once again teleports back early, dealing with some early pressure at B main. No commitment here, at least not initially. G2 will have this high, mid, low stack right here on the steps of elbow. And there may be some saucy contact here. G2 come away with an even exchange. VALORANT runs out of, well, I'll say the last bit of ammunition, but Trent follows. On an individual 1v1, gives BabyBay a chance to isolate, and now it's a 1v2, but Kama is full health with a Bulldog against low health pools with just pistols.
Has essentially a full kit to work with here as well. Not going to use it in these moments because he doesn't want to give away that position.
That'll work. Now he knows for a fact that there's plenty of space to plant. And it's just down to can Trent hit the shot. Com's going to give himself some space over through arches.
I like this reposition here. Dart available for Trent as well. Both of them. This should be unlosable for Com with the utility he has in his pocket.
Trent's taking his time. And he will have guessed incorrectly in this 1v1.
The positioning of that spike is perfect as well because he couldn't see it from tunnels, so there was no inkling of it being planted actually for CT. That's why you see the wrap back around into main, expecting it to be a little bit of a different scenario. More than happy now to dive that spike.
And there it is. Com will find the final shot needed. Red Bull clutch comes through, and Furia tie us up at 7 immediately. Now this bonus is going to feel a little bit lighter than you'd like, but they'll still be able to purchase and try to get a third one through and take the edge.
Slowly working up. But for Furia, being in this third map tied up 7-7, considering the season that they've had thus far, starting off so strong off the back of Koala Noob's operator prowess on those scope weapons to win out on kickoff.
Ooh, quick contact almost on the way as BabyBay has to rendezvous back over towards B tunnel. The pressure from Furia is palpable at the middle of the map, but we saw that little peek from Trent. He understands that this double doors play very well, maybe right at the gate. You still got some pressure from Jajamo over towards A main, so you feel pretty decent about your opportunity to isolate here at mid.
That deep line just gives G2 so much information. Vishai's position also going to be key. The re-clear here perfect from Trent. The Owl Drone to sniff that out.
Oh, nice pre-fire to come through. And you get info that Art's still playing at mid as well. But I was to say, if you're Furia, you kind of have to commit through B main knowing that you just don't have any sort of a follow-up at mid. But instead, it's just going to be an orb grab. And then a track back over where they catch BabyBay looking for info before this tunnel hit comes through. So now you've got the high tide up. Leaf able to find one before that hit comes through tunnel. But you got to do a lot more than that. VALORANT's able to find Koala Noob in the corner. And all of a sudden, now the crunch is in as the long play from Jajamo can be a part of it. Leaf still hanging in the backside of the site. Basic, doing what he can, moving quickly. 15 seconds. He's got to go a little bit faster than that, though. As he tries to make a play for the plant, Joshmo's flank will come through, and G2 take the round, shut down the bonus.
Heading into the next one. Hey, they lost that bonus round, but now with the Vi, you have that Reckoning, as well as the Hunter's Fury online here for Furia. Cosmic Divide could be a key piece there for VALORANT to rescale for the retake on the side of G2. But great recipes for success on an execution in Furia's arsenal at the moment. Good combinations that you can have, the Reckoning and the Hunter's Fury. Huge zoning ultimates in their own rights.
Well, it's completely even purchase for both these two teams, not just in weapons, but also some of the light armors that had to be purchased in. Furia not showing much aggression across the map, although Shy will be in a nice position at elbow here to at least stop any defensive rotations through tunnel, as it looks like there's going to be at least some sort of an effort at A, if not a full commitment here.
Drone's not going to spot anything front sight here for Calm, and it's going to be the Hunter's Fury being ripped. A perfect tag with the drone.
Can you find the connection, though? Yes, you can. Trent falling is critical, but the defense is still on site. Leaf holding over towards the left pyramid. Noob trying to contest yellow. High Tide about to expire. The defense has a Cosmic Divide to work this retake if they so choose. Bay being held, though, at mid. Here comes the quick play from Jajamo. Reckoning will be there, and it connects at the exact right moment. Noob, an easy follow-up. Valen gives you one through mid. And hold on a second. This lurk that's on the way from Shy needs to get here maybe a little bit sooner, because you've got G2 back on towards site, but Basic deals with it before you need Shy at all. Huge shutdown. Furia take the first gun round.
It is insane how snappy Basic's aim can be in those moments. Great investments when it came down to the ultimates to help Furia scale up on site. Very nicely done to push past G2's utility, ensuring that they could also flood past Artsy and Smokes themselves, not allowing G2 to scale onto backside comfortably.
There we go, quick action here. Both of the Neons just dashing right by each other. And it's Furia who come away with the first two kills. Not stopping. Great counter flash on the backside of the play to make sure the third one's tallied cleanly. I was going to say this is a really important moment in this map 3 as Furia not only have an eco advantage, but they're going to have an opportunity to build some key ultimates, and they're going to earn both of them with that last pick right there from Noob. Basic off the run it back. Noob with the overdrive. As a very valuable round for Furia, only dropping one in the process.
You can just see, again, how much more confident Noob looks in the server right now on the Neon. Like, yes, we did see him getting hyper aggressive at times when he was still trying to get a handle of the Asian, of the pacing that it brings to the table. But it feels so measured now in this series, and he's definitely feeling good with that little replay of the reaction there from Koala.
Yeah, that was more of the a little windy in that long range shot to top mid. But now, like you mentioned, the run it back is at the ready. Valen still holding onto the Cosmic Divide for the defense, but that is the only ultimate tool right now for G2. Bay does have the scope up, though, and he will be holding the hard line initially at A main. But his only backup is Jajamo. So as Furia starts to set themselves up, the Owl Drone plus the Flash will have Bay looking for maybe a second chance. And he connects onto Basic. That will stop the initial play. Can he find anything beyond that, though? Help is on the way. All of this control for Furia is largely just, can they work their way in to find a first blood, and they find Jajamo. Noob with the overdrive out. Able to find more as he gets himself a couple. And Furia will have absolutely the freest post plant we've seen yet.
What an insane entry there from Noob. After it feels like Bay was shutting that down with that pick on the Phoenix.
Oh!
They're still looking. Artsy, great flick onto Trent.
Well, lethal trade, but he is in survival mode right now. And Furia is going to get to double digits. Initially, when Bay hits that opening shot onto Basic, you may have thought like maybe Furia just kind of hit the brakes here because you're not getting the space that you initially wanted, but behind a fast lane, an overdrive, and a high tide, that's all you need to clear out A. And the commitment works out beautifully for Furia.
not just that, I think that the Storm Surge to push Baby Bay off that angle made a huge difference there into that pinch so that Furia could actually look to crunch onto site and take Jogamo out as well. Everything just landing perfectly there for Furia when it came down to those utility combos.
What a round from Furia. What a round from Furia.
Look at this. Incoming G2 timeout.
Yep. Sniped. And now it's panic time all of a sudden for G2. I mean, you are feeling very similar to how things are going on Haven, where it's just your defense has not been able to find the opening success that you want in some of these forward choke points. You're not really able to put yourself in a position to fully contest the spike plant, but because you're kind of half committed to all of those two things, you're also dealing with low number situations when you eventually have to play retake. So it feels like this is one of those conversations that is an echo of what we just talked about on Haven a moment ago.
I think what's really interesting too is when it comes down to that A site hold from G2, very reliant on just having that toxic screen cutting off front site for Leaf, allowing them to hold back of pyramids. But we also still have Valen on that Astra. I have not felt that global presence from the Astra here on defense quite yet, providing that support with Nova Pulses, grab wells to be able to be a part of some of those trap plays that G2 want to make work in front site. You see the adjustment now, Valen playing on that A site, being able to bolster that a little bit, shifting Baby Bay over to mid to be that presence.
He's also the only one with a long-range weapon, which could be part of the reason why.
Absolutely. The hero rifles have been insane at times. Previous maps, it had been Trent who had that in his hands, and he was able to make magic happen.
It just feels really uneasy right now for G2 defensively. A little clearance over towards elbow. Furia just making sure that they're not going to get caught off guard by something strange. Spike will be picked up, and with a minute remaining, we'll finally get an idea of what Furia have in mind for the round.
Depending on how the round swings, there could be really sick potential to use that Viper's Pit and Cosmic Divide to look to convert this into a 9th round there for G2, giving an opportunity for these Stingers to find better angles, get into that pit, and find some sort of advantage.
Valen will recognize the hit is at A main at the moment. We'll follow up with another star placement behind this, but once again, fast lane, high tide come through, and with a Stinger, you can really only contest so much if you're Valen.
30 seconds left.
We'll soak up the Storm Surge. Good reveal behind this, though, for G2's defense. Jojamo still holding on the top of the pyramids. There's no spike being planted as of yet, but a shock dart lands. A follow-up angle from Qualnoob is good for one. Make it a second. And Furia should casually be able to tally their 11th round here.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen there. The 11th round for Furia, heartbreaking there for G2. They have a bye into the next round. There is going to be Tour de Force available for Baby Bay. Huge ultimates there as well. But it's one of those situations where how many of those ults are going to need to be used for them to find that success? They've only gotten a single round thus far on the defensive side. It has been winning out the anti-eco versus the bonus. Otherwise, Furia have been more than firmly in the driver's seat.
So which layer of defense do you choose to invest into if you're G2, and what is a must-win round coming up here? Do you try to set up something aggressive to take away space early and you hold that space? Do you try to play some sort of a contest off of the execute that you eventually read from Furia, or are you just going to try to bank off of playing retake with some of the ultimates you have? Baby Bay, first and foremost, will have the Tour de Force at mid. You have to be cautious here. This trademark is the only thing keeping him safe from a play. Elbow, he's able to find the information. Hunter's Fury going to be called in here very early, and Com's going to use that to take care of Leaf. That's your sole defender on Beast. Now the high tide comes through. Shy's going to stop the rotation through mid. Oh, it's gone completely sideways for G2.
G2 in a 3v5 situation. It's been a rough half for them thus far. but we also know how good they can be when they're down in numbers. Sometimes that pressure is all they need to make a diamond. Furia giving a lot of respect still with the pop execution here onto the B site. Trent, Hunter's Fury in hand, he has to stay alive. But Furia have also been really good at contesting that space, pushing into tunnels, pushing into arches, looking to deny the comfort in the retake there from G2.
Shock Dart softens up Arts in just a touch, but you just have to go for this. I feel like if you're G2, fast lane out, here comes the cross. Hunter's Fury will be called here for the defense. Jawjamo's got to be the one to go hunting. He's able to get some space to clear things out, but Basic shuts him down. And then the follow-up through Arch is just brilliant from Koala Baby the last one left, and there's just nothing he can do in this moment. Make matters worse, Koala trying to disrespect him in his face. But regardless of how it unfolds, the 12th round will be tallied for Furia. They are on match point, trying to surprise G2 and send them to the lower bracket.
One round away from getting into that upper semifinal where they could face, or would face, either the winner of EG versus C9. G2, though, have 4 opportunities to take us to an overtime. Or need 4 rounds. Meanwhile, Furia have 4 opportunities to actually close this map out.
Yeah.
Is more so what I meant to say. The last time these two teams faced off was in kickoff. Again, when Furia knocked G2 down to that lower bracket, and Furia's been this team that was struggling throughout stage 2.
Oh, quick action here. Koala Noob, had the op out and nearly got a first blood, and at the same rate, almost got first blooded in his own right. But Jawjamo will just find the quick rotation to elbow with the overdrive out. Viper's pit to block off B main. And G2 will be trusting that Baby Bay. With Valen can hold on to A for now. This Fury just kill noise.
More than happy to starve G2, knowing that they don't have that passive information. Not even a trademark available here. And blocking off the vision of doors there makes this that much more uncomfortable for G2. Really relying on that deep line of mid that Baby Bay was holding with the operator.
Yeah, here we go, Baby Bay. What do you got for us? Teleport will be close by. Cove gets reinforced. And the no-scope connects! Huge first blood. He's going to have to do maybe possibly more than that, though. Toxic screen, spam through. Basic finds the counter. Valen in the setup towards Pyramid only gets one. Q on towards the spike. Trent nearby, but only with the Bulldog. Tries to avoid the recon bolt. Double swing comes through, but Trent stays healthy. Shy in some trouble here at mid. Good relay bolt to come through, and that's enough for Leaf to find the pick. Trent follows up with one more. Just down to Basic. It would have to find a 1 versus 3 and the ace. Seen both. Down to 35 HP, and Leaf takes away the angle and keeps G2's hopes alive.
Definitely got scary there. G2, a 9th round on the board. With their backs up against the wall, they've been able to make it work. Furia, again, though, these executions have looked good. The retakes, a good adjustment at the very least. And a big part of that also comes down to the fact that Baby Bay's even able to get that no-scope into doors. Just buys that additional time. Doesn't allow Furia to swarm them as effectively as they would have wanted to. The job's not done yet.
No, not even close. Cash is still flush for Furia. Guardian for Trent. Operator with no armor for Baby Bay. Judge for Leaf. And that's going to force G2 to do something wild. Now Baby Bay gets scouted, gets pulled back, but do you expect this? Follow-up comes through, and Koala was able to take down both. Unbelievable transfer. Now the overdrive through. And Baby Bay actually connects, but he's getting absolutely whimpered. Staying alive, maybe one more opportunity. Basic on the corner. Help from the shock dart comes through, and now Basic can take all the space away with the run it back. Spike is planted. Last hope comes down to Trent and Leaf. And the neural theft is going to have Furia completely confident in this post plant.
Leaf only has a judge.
Snake bite, shock darts, both coming through. Trent able to connect onto Basic. Shy is also a little bit low. But you've got to find a way to clear all this extra space away. Trent finds another. Surely not. Trent gets one more behind this. Leaves it just down to Shy for the 1v1. Can he find a way to get the win right here? Tag comes through. Time becoming an issue. Shy just giving the space to the clock. And that will do it. Furia, surprise G2. Take map number 3 and move into the upper semis.
An incredible turnaround here from Furia. And an insane attacking half out of Koala Noob. His entries, the space making that we've seen from this duelist player, finding the comfort now within the Neon. This is a Furia that, again, the last time these two teams faced off within VCT Americas in 2026, Furia took the win. And eventually, that first place within kickoff, G2 unable to find their revenge today.
Unreal stuff. I mean, we said it for G2. Comfortable in the Champions points. The only thing you really have to do to guarantee yourself a spot is just not make a massive slip up. But now, all of a sudden, they find themselves in the danger zone, and Furia have may absolutely unlock something special between Basic and Koala Noob. What an immediate turnaround. Not just talking about Basic's ability to pull up the Phoenix and have immediate impact, but to see Koala Noob improve leaps and bounds from his first go on Friday. Undeniable stuff from both duelists.
Absolutely is. Furia finally finding that identity that they were looking for. It was a bit of a struggle over the last stage, but these adjustments, exactly what they need as far as looking for comfort for these players here as well. And very much so also enabling the insane fragging potential of this roster. That being Koala and Basic finding that footing. A massive upset in all regards.
Absolutely.
In today's matchup.
Absolutely. And it's going to throw a lot of conversations into the mix about what this agent comp meta is right now. I mean, we heard it from Josh. We got follow-up confirmations kind of talking with the desk about what G2 are trying to do, but flat out, sticking Baby Bay hard scoped onto the chamber does not feel like it's meriting the success that they're planning on. Furia will lift themselves into the upper semifinals versus either Evil Geniuses or Cloud9. What a display from Furia. I mean, that is an immediate bounce back considering that they nearly lost the 2 game.
And that's terrifying as well. The fact that they're able to make these adjustments within a couple days right now within plans, and they're starting to feel themselves, it is crazy.
Indeed it is, but that's what we have. So let's send it down over to M, down on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview with Com.
Standing by with Com. Can we get a round of applause, please? Let's go, Com! Listen, you played phenomenal today. Like, absolutely one of the best performances. You were shining. Did you do something different today going into today's matches?
I just played with a lot of confidence. I think before in the matches, I just had a lot going on in my mind. But after that, like, I kind of just said, hey, let's go out this with a bang if we're going to go out. And yeah, now we're here. Now we're 2-0 and we're vibing.
Yeah. No, it all paid off. And also, I'm so curious because you and Artson were kind of swapping back and forth between that IGL role, and now it sounds like Artson's back there.
Yeah.
Where does your voice shine the most now?
It's usually in the mid round. Like on defense, like whenever we need a re-clear space, that's usually like I kind of maneuver that. And then on attack, usually it's both of us chiming in with ideas. You know, what the other team is doing. I'm the initiator, so I have a lot of information on what's happening. So that's kind of how it like works.
Okay, cool. And how much of this recent success would you attribute to Basic stepping up, playing that Phoenix role, and allowing you guys to play in the double duelist meta?
It's on, I mean, it's on everyone, to be honest. Like, we kind of switched our whole playstyle. We tried to play counter meta for the whole group stage. Then we're like, all right, let's just try it. Let's see if it sticks. And now everyone's kind of shining in their own different ways. Our scaling is really good. Kind of everything got fixed in a way. Obviously a lot to work on, but still very good.
You guys looked amazing. And now looking ahead to the match 2, it's C9 versus EG. Whoever wins that, you guys will be playing next. Is there a team that you're hoping to win, hoping to play against?
I need my get back on EG. I was IGLing that game. Let me get back. Let me get back on that.
I look forward to seeing that. And also, just going into the mental of that whole best of 3, you guys lost your map pick. You guys were down 4-8 on that map of Split, or that map of Haven rather. So was there like a voice of reason within it all kind of keeping you guys locked in, or were you guys all just in sync already?
I think it was a mix because we were down in the 2G series on map 3 and we finally came back on that map. So I think we felt the calmness and like just poise we had in those moments and kind of carried it on to this game. It's like, it's momentum at the end of the day. Like VALORANT is a very momentum-based game and we made it.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. You looked amazing today. You guys do not go anywhere because we have match 2 of C9 versus EG coming up next.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Next match is against EG. They're a very young team, but they're very good. I think they have a lot of like gimmicky things that they've kind of built into themselves in their system.
And he's also spotted the drone from Pancakes on the top of mid.
Okay.
Nice to Jazine.
Okay, warming up is the name of the game here for Evil Geniuses. Up for our fourth.
About Cloud9, that's a crazy feeling because I love watching the Oxy play. He plays so well.
Take with the Omen Ultra, 8 players into Spawn! What is that?
I feel the core, like on Cloud9, everyone's so good, and then they have a lot of experience.
They have Zerona, and I think he's very good. I think he kind of gives them the energy, and he's very, like, you see him on stage, and he's very locked in.
For me, I don't expect anything because, you know, the play-ins are different, everything is different. You have, like, life on the game.
Anything in life that you do, if you want to go far or you want to be like that guy, you need to have a little Delulu. I'd say we're all a little bit Delulu right now, yeah. And we're going to do it.
All right, everyone, welcome back to day 4 of plans and our second match of the day. It's an NA showdown between Evil Geniuses and Cloud9. I'm Golden Boy here, back on the desk. We got Vora, we have Athena, and of course, Milady. We have Alexis in the house. Dawn in the pink hat again.
Cowboy Alexis.
Cowboy Alexis, actually. It's a different variant.
Yeah.
All right, well, first things first.
Unlocked.
Can we just talk about Furia real fast? Holy crap, what a big win.
No, that was crazy. Genuinely an upset, at least for me, because I thought for sure it was going to go to G2. It was kind of crazy. They came back with a vengeance. It felt like they really locked in on their attack halves as well. Really, really well done stuff from Furia.
Yeah. What do you make of them, Vora? Furia moving on in the plans?
I think, honestly, like she said, it's an upset. I think G2 are going to bounce back from the last game. I think G2 regionally, of course, are dominant, and Furia have been having a hard time. So seeing them win in that fashion, especially like they seem pretty controlling that last map. Like they lost like the first half pretty hard, but then after they won Pistol, it seemed like it was smooth sailing for them after that.
Yeah, well, of course, we'll be looking forward to seeing what Furia does in the bracket, and of course, what's going to go down with G2 in the lowers. But now let's go ahead and jump into our next match, because we got EG, and look, this is a squad that every single time we see them, they like to come out with some new ideas, fresh ideas, but this time around, they're actually sticking with the ideas they implement. For example, like the veto, we've been seeing more of that.
Yeah, I've really been liking the veto, but I think just in general, EG is this team that has been the one team that hasn't stuck to fully going to the meta unless they have to. It feels like they're coming up with creative ways to kind of combat the meta, a new, different approach to every single style. When I'm thinking of the new comps, things like the veto, like you're saying, on that Ascent, they're having that double Senti, which has been working for a lot of teams on Ascent, but with the veto, it's allowing a lot more firepower to go into it from DigiZen, playing really aggressive. And I really like that when they pick a comp, it's not just a gimmick. They keep it up for a few more games.
Agreed. I think Potter has a very unique vision of the game in the sense that she doesn't tend to follow the meta. She likes to play way more into player strengths. Yeah. I know she said that the reason that they ended up playing veto in the first place was because DigiZen was playing it in ranked and he was owning. And so being able to like build your team comp around, you know, someone who's really comfortable and an agent and wants to do better at it, I think that's really interesting.
How much does EG doing this inspire you to want to use the veto in your comps, Vora?
We experimented with the veto at the beginning of the year. I think he's very strong in his own regard. I really like how EG is like not straying fully away from the meta, but complementing the meta by adding their own like gimmicks. Like you know, they're still playing the Phoenix, but they're adding the veto in as like a little shake-up. You know, it's different. People haven't played against this. They don't know what they're gonna expect. Yeah, I like that. I think that's a really good way to say that. They're doing their own thing, but at the same time complementing the meta. Whereas G2, I think, is kind of just running counter to it the entire time. It is a fascinating dynamic that these teams are kind of facing and here, or rather not facing, but having to deal with during play-ins.
Yeah, it feels like on one hand we're seeing a lot of band-aid fixes to combating the meta, but on the other hand we're seeing people just really trying to push that creativity. And like you mentioned, Potter's really good with a lot of that creative understanding and coming up with new things behind the scenes. So I really attribute a lot of that to Potter, but I think EG in general are playing really well around it.
Yeah, and you also are going to need some individuals that are going to give you that energy on the field as well. One of those individuals, it's Bao, because he is a ball of energy and he continues to be the gift that keeps on giving. But it's a good thing for EG. They need this. They need someone that's just going to get them loud, get them cheering, get them going, Alexis.
I love teams that have just a little goofball, that do goofball things. It makes playing and watching so much more fun. Like for me, I have a little goofball. Her name is Dodo Nut. And I feel like
we love her.
I love her so deeply, and it makes gaming just so much more fun when you have a little guy who's just going to bring up the energy and make everyone hype and laugh.
Yeah, I think the best part too is he's mainly on this Senti role, and he's followed up on Omen as well. I'm thinking about that game versus, I think it was MIBR, where he's playing that Omen. They still lost that game, but he went crazy. He's able to get a lot of those opening picks, surprisingly, as Omen, but on the Senti, he's also able to anchor really well. I feel like his timings have been phenomenal on a lot of the lurks, but the main thing has been that defensive side. He knows when to aggress. He knows when to just sit and hold sight and delay for as long as possible.
Yeah, Vora, what has been your experience with Bao? I was going to say Bao.
I think throughout the year playing against Bao, I feel like he's a player, you know, he just seems like a good kid, and in the game, I feel like he has improved over the year, you know, like from the beginning of the year to now, I feel like watching him play the game, he's more matured in the way he lurks, the way he takes timings, the way he positions himself. I think he is a player to look out for in the future, and I think even right now, he's in a pretty good form, and I want to see him continue to do that.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. I mean, this EG team, look, don't sleep on it. This is a good squad. They have the potential to maybe shock us all, but of course, though, let's see what's going on over at the EG camp. We got Emily standing by with Superman Fly.
Superman, so far in Plains, we've got to see all the Tier 2 teams play at least one match, and almost the same with all the Tier 1 teams. So I'm wondering, in your opinion, what teams will cause the most trouble here in Play-ins?
Honestly, Envy is looking primed up right now. Prime Demon 1 is back, so I feel like that's one of the teams that we gotta look out for.
Would you be excited to play against them?
Oh, 100%. You know, we gotta take everyone down in order to win, so.
Wow, I love that confidence, and I look forward to seeing it. Thank you so much.
I just want to say those jerseys are kind of fire.
Yeah,
That's
they
bad.
look
I mean, just
so good. I love the color too.
Call a spade a spade. You know, we have to acknowledge it because they've been walking around the building with it.
EG hit us up.
And they look nice. Deadass. I
got
would really like that. In any case, so now EG will have their hands full with Cloud9. And of course, you have Oxy, who has, ever since he's been on that Neon, has actually contributed so much to this team, Athena. And they have continued on their winning ways. And it is crazy that we're talking about Cloud9 picking up these wins in playoffs or in play-ins, but it's great to see.
Yeah, we talk about Oxy a lot, but I mean, the whole team in general has had so much success, and I feel like one of the main reasons
turnaround
has been Breeze. Like, they're so good at this map. It is because of Oxy just being super aggressive, but also it feels like they have a solid fundamental understanding of how they want to play this map. The rotates have been phenomenal. Their timings on a lot of how they want to play Breeze has been really good, and you actually see a lot of that team play coming in. This is one of those maps where I started to feel really solidified in my understanding of how C9 want to play.
Agreed. And I find it interesting, like, I've watched a lot of the C9 documentaries that they do, and Zelsis talks a lot about how Vic is his second-hand man and having that strong mid-round voice. And it's really easy, like, as a mid-rounder, as an IGL, to have a duelist that is going to just run it down and get 3.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're sending him in the right direction to be able to do that, but it looks like there's a lot of support behind him to be able to have that impact in the round.
Which was a problem that they were having for a long time. I mean, how many times we would talk about Oxy just being trapped in an island by himself and then kind of just gets dominated. But now it feels like they've really begun to find this, I guess, identity that is working out for Cloud9. But I guess also the other thing too, though, and there's another aspect of this as well, is that Cloud9, they have been leaning into anti-strats. They have been trying to figure out different ways to kind of counter things. And Vora, they tried it against Fluxo. It did not work out for them. But what do you make of like that kind of approach? Like, hey, we're just looking to kind of catch these players off guard, really anti whatever ideas they have.
I don't want to say they're honeymooning yet, but I think they're definitely in the right direction of where they want to go in terms of identity and direction. I think like with their new coach and their rookies as well, like in this clip, like he is really taking fights. They're really weighing out risk management in the way they play the game, and I think it's pretty enjoyable to see the rookies getting more active, Ox having more of a presence, their ideas being more flushed out. I think C9, if they continue moving in that direction, they're gonna be in a good spot.
Yeah, and I think when we're talking about the rookies, they're doing such a good job, but I also think the anti-stratting goes on. It kind of fails a little bit because against Fluke Show, they actually mentioned that they were doing an anti with the Yoru. They wanted to use the Yoru to bait out those Vice walls a lot. But then Fluke Show ended up changing up their comp and they didn't even play the Vice. So it did backfire a little bit, but C9, they just locked in the next 2 maps. They absolutely slammed and they blew it out of the water in 1.
Yeah, no, for sure. It has been really great to see C9 have this turnaround. And of course, a big part of that is the leader out there on the field. It's the team's local uncle. Here's Zelsis.
Standing by with IGL Zellers, and I want to do a little IGL check-in for you because I feel like in-game everyone's always asking, what are we doing, IGL? But no one's ever asking how you're doing.
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. We finally got some wins. There's light at the end of the tunnel, and yeah, we're great. I'm great.
Big positive vibes. Glad to hear it, especially coming in from our leader. Thank you so much, and good luck today.
I don't know how many times Zelsis could have said, I'm great. I'm great. I'm great. I'm great. I'm great. Yeah, no, of course, Zelsis, he's going to be a big factor out there, keeping that team going. But let's see what the Preds are calling for here. And we all got that, a lot of us got that first game right, except for Bren and Athena. Okay. And then, okay, so we got some EG believers.
I'm a genius. Holy.
That's crazy. Vora, you went for EG. Why?
I don't know. The way EG been playing lately, I think I think their direction of the game, I think, is going to give C9 a bit of trouble. Like, they really like spreading around, playing slow, and understanding, you know, finding out clues. I think that type of playstyle is really annoying to go against, personally. And I think C9 might fall into some trouble with that.
Should C9 fans, Alexis, feel somewhat comfortable in this match going into it, or does EG potentially cause another problem?
As a C9 fan, I feel quite comfortable myself. I think that they're gonna take it, I'm gonna be honest.
So pink hat is for...
It's just for me, because it's cute.
Okay, that's
Yeah, it has nothing to do with C9, sorry about that. Yeah, I think they're gonna take it. They've been looking really clean. I'm really confident in Oxy's ability to just run it down an ace.
Yeah,
that's very valid.
What about you, Athena? Because
yeah, Oxy go kill. That's
Oxy
a
go
pretty
kill.
valid point. No, I think C9, they found a pretty good identity for themselves. It feels like they've been on that up, like you said, almost in that honeymoon phase. Maybe they're in it right now, but I feel like they're just in such a good spot, and I feel like a lot of the mid rounds have been looking a lot cleaner, and we heard it in their comms too. The comms are not as chaotic as they used to be.
Yeah, I'm actually quite, like, I was really pumped for this game when I saw it on the schedule, because it feels like these are two teams, Vora, that are like, they're like kind of evenly paired up, so to speak. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, you can't pick one over the other and think it's going to be like a blowout on one side. There's no underdog and there's no overachieving team here. I think it's going to be like a brawl. I'm going to think maybe a map 3 banger, but we'll find out and see. I can't really discern who's going to win so easily here.
Yeah, no, for sure. And trust me, that's just the job of an analyst. We're always going to struggle with it, buddy. It's going to be a toughie. But folks, this is going to be a good one. So let's go ahead and send it down to the stage because our teams are ready to go. So let's go ahead and get this one started and bring out your two teams, because Evil Geniuses and Cloud9 are going to be making their way out to the stage, and let's see how this whole thing plays out.
Yeah, looking at a team like EG, they have so much to prove because they've done so much. Adopting these two rookies in Pancakes and Zerona, they've added a lot to the team. They've been able to bring a new attribute, a new IGL, and a new identity to fix a lot of the issues that they were having. Firepower, understanding, gameplay, they have it all, and they have Potter behind them.
For the Cloud9 side, I feel like they were looking like a completely new team on Friday in their match against Fluke Show. They're finally meshing in a way that we haven't seen in a while from this roster. And one thing I really like about Cloud9, just as an org, is how they dive deep into that tier 2 talent pool and find these incredible gems of players to fit into their system. And from the looks of it, their rookies, Fireball and Jack, are going to be sticking around for a while if they keep up the way they've been playing in these last few matches.
I couldn't agree more on Fireball Ops. That kid is insane. What a game changer he has been for this team, and certainly on the lurk, EG is going to need to be careful, because it's clear, Vora, that if Fireball Ops senses he has an opportunity to go for one, he'll more than likely get two. The dude's insane with it.
Yeah, his mechanics are next level, and if he's feeling it, if he feels the flow of the game, I'm pretty sure he's going to be a big problem for EG, so I hope if that does happen, they have a solution for him, or otherwise he might take over the game.
Yeah, and we've seen him take over the game in the past as well, Athena. So that's going to be the thing that, as Vora pointed out, EG needs to lock down.
Yeah, they need to rely on making sure that they're punishing a lot of that freedom that Fireball gets to have. And I'm looking at both rookies from either side of this stage, because every single time they've put up a really good show. And Vora, we talked about a little bit earlier, playing on stage is not easy. It's definitely different than playing from at home, but they're still able to put up with it.
Yeah, for sure. As a rookie, when you come in and play on the stage for the first time, there's a bunch of random things that kind of aren't like home. Like you're playing with different in-ears, tighter headset, white noise, crowd. There's so many random things that really like kind of knock you out of flow state at first, and it's been kind of nice to see that these guys are unfazed, are still putting up numbers the way they have, and it brings a tear to my eye, honestly.
Yeah, man, it definitely does. It's great because, you know, it just goes to show the stacked talent that exists out here in the Americas region. Now your series layout, you got Breeze, Haven, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip to the sunny world of Sunset. Alexis, Athena, what do we think about this?
I mean, Breeze, we just talked about how this is one of C9's best maps, and we did mention Oxy running it down, but it feels like as a team effort, this has been really good for them. I mean, their stats recently, it's 3 wins against Crew, against 100 Thieves, sorry, Vora, and against Fluke Show. It feels like they've really found themselves and cemented how they want to play this map. So I'm really looking to EG to try to bring something new to the table to maybe counter that.
Yeah, I'm actually interested to hear from you, Vora. How did it feel going up against the C9 Breeze?
Crazy.
You know, they came out with a game plan that, you know, was hard for us to adapt to. I don't want to say they played amazing versus us having a bad day. You know, we can be on the other side. But
It's okay, Pa. You got the mic. You can say whatever you want now. You know, they can't do anything to stop you.
I'm sure they're feeling great and they're ready to go into this game. If they're as ready for us, they're ready for EG as well.
Oh, 100%. There you see no real big surprises there on the Agent Select, and we shouldn't really be expecting anything. But on the opposite side for Evil Geniuses, let's see what they decide to bust out. Oh, double duelist, standard business here.
Yeah, same standard. Digi is in, trying to get that op, trying to snowball it, making sure they're getting as many rounds as possible and getting the op as many times in his hand.
All right, folks, it's now time to dive into map 1. So let's go ahead and send it over to your two casters. One who actually owes me some money, and the other who walked out on dinner last night. I'll let you guys decide.
Now listen,
he's out.
Listen,
that's crazy.
I'm paid up. That's all I'm saying. I'm paid up. I was just being antisocial. But I tell you what, EG, Cloud9, 2 teams, and it's really feeling like a bit of a last hurrah as well. It's the end of the partnership model. We're going to be going into a new system next year, and this is the preview here for the play-ins. And you have 2 squads that are looking to reach that height that they have never really been able to get before. EG trying to yearn for that 2023 finish. Cloud9 never really have a history of that at all.
Haven't even made it to a global tournament that they've qualified for throughout this entire partnership model system. Wouldn't it be utterly insane if they did it on a run?
That'd be crazy.
That's what you're looking at with these teams. Do they have the potential to be able to blast through the upper bracket here, to be able to keep that extra life alive, go into playoffs, make something happen? I love the number 18. I'm so glad we've stayed on that.
Gives us more time.
Yeah, more time to look at the Seagulls.
Yeah.
One of the storylines I did want to talk about, though, let's follow on from what the desk was discussing in terms of the maps. Because to me, there is a big story here that is related to what they were talking about on the desk. They're saying that Cloud9 have found a map that works for them, which is Breeze. I completely agree. But I think there's more to it as well. They've only won this stage on 3 maps. Breeze, Split, those are the 2 maps that they beat Crew and 100 Thieves on. Vora will know a lot about those. But also Haven. And somehow they've managed to go through this stage, only winning those 3 maps, and they're in the pool again. Breeze and Haven are the 2 maps that these teams have selected early on. So it might be a bit insane to say this, but I would feel better about C9 if they won a 2-1 game than a 2-0 today.
Just to show that they've got it on Sunset, right?
Exactly.
At the end.
To show that they can actually win on other maps, and they have a deeper map pool than they've so far demonstrated. Because at the moment, it looks like they have 4 bad maps in the pool, and that is going to be a limiting factor no matter how good you are on the other 3.
Yeah, it definitely is. There it is. Slap of the hands, and we're ready to go to Jazine. Thank God for him. He was helping them out, Zerona, I believe, with the monitor issues.
Got our IT expert on.
Yeah, appreciate that a lot. Time ticking down, though. And let's get started here with a pistol round. Raring to go. We know Cloud9 have been looking very good on Breeze. A lot of wins powered by heroics from Oxy.
That's cute. A little falling one way for Dejazine to potentially catch Oxy, but I don't think he spotted the toes.
Big fight towards mid. Cloud9 are hoping that somebody will just wade right into them. Not the case. EG are playing this one cautiously. 3-1-1.
This is the kind of thing that Vora said is very annoying to play against. Trying to find out where they are on the map. It's pretty easy when the attackers give you all of the indications about where they're heading and what timings you can take against them. Simplifies things when people run it down.
A minute left.
Dejazine spotted over towards A. That would imply that they are going to end A, because why would your jet be on the opposite side of the hit? But this is a Potter-crafted, unusual fake pistol round setup. Here they come.
C9 are not shifting bodies. It is going to put a lot of pressure, though, onto Fibelops. That's the backpedal here. Step away from that molly, and he just can't quite land the shots in time. Zerona taking him out and taking control of the side, but no one following up through and beyond. There's a lot of nuance to this one, but honestly, with Zerona going down, you have 30 seconds left.
Well, they're going back to Dejazine. Dejazine's just calling that, listen, the A side's completely open. One person, though, has failed to extract himself. Superman would have to be a superhero or catch the most devious of timing.
Oh, it's all gone a little bit too wrong there.
He heard so many footsteps, he couldn't resist.
And the plan's going to be going down. There is no pushback here, but it is going to mean that Cloud9 have that player advantage into the retake.
Dejazine should be looking to try to take a fight, I think. They still have Flash Recon that they could work with, but it's a big map.
Yeah, Pancake's very much alone now. Double doors taken up. There's a paranoia being held, and the players are starting to swarm all the way out. It's a dart held. Looking to see if the paranoia does miss. It's a big sweep. All being sidestepped for now by Cloud9. It just comes down to the trades now, whether it's intact or not from these long-range angles. And Pancakes now, last one left, 23 health remaining. Quick and easy cleanup here for young Oxy, 3-0.
Great kills in the round. He dominates on Breeze. He is spectacular on this map. He's averaging well over a kill per round. He just takes over. It's ridiculous. And he's showing no signs of stopping, obviously. Spots Zerona's haircut over here. Manages to get the trade kill onto Justine, who's the big menace on the other side of things. And then finishes the round off with Pancakes. Doesn't matter how nice your game plan is. If Oxy is able to just run around and kill everyone, it is a shooting game at the end of the day.
Yep.
And he loves this map. It offers him so many opportunities to take those long-range duels and rely on his mechanics, and his mechanics have always been excellent. Even when he was a, rough around the edges rookie player, you could tell that his mechanics were superb. And he's just refined that over the years. Mechanics are still great, but now he doesn't overheat as much and throw his life away.
Yeah, he's matured a lot.
Here. He's one of the vets on this team now.
Right, which is kind of crazy to think about, but that's another interesting point, really. There's the whole play-ins. For EMEA, theirs has been defined by the upsets of Tier 2 teams, actually. Coming up on top, but
3 Tier 2 teams making it through in EMEA.
Making it through into the playoffs, which is just unheard of, really. And in Americas, it's really been defined by the bottom of the partnership teams starting to find success. Teams like Cloud9, Oxy. Okay.
Go on, give it to him.
One more.
What?
It's an eco ace.
He's cheating.
Ace. He'll be able to take it. He's hunting, rooting, and finally gets the prize.
Well, he is mopping up eco kills, but I don't think that's where he's going to stop. And it's not going to hurt the stats, is it? An 8-0 beginning. Sublime stuff. And really nice as well. I mean, the usage of the Outlaw and then swapping over to the Sheriff in the back pocket.
Let's go. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on.
If EG's game plan at all was about trying to put a lid on this guy, they've given him the world's confidence early on.
Yep, 8-0. Can't argue with that.
That's going to be tough.
Can't argue with that at all, EG.
Deep recon, deep A main control here. They might leave Oxy to go on an Outlaw post, but if you know that the attackers are going to be playing slow defaults like this, getting early control of an area of the map like this and getting your Opper, or the Outlaw player, on a deep line just gives you so much information to work with in the round, despite the fact that you've lost mid to EG's default.
The ult earned up as well. He's happy to play an aggressive line, just in case he'll be able to get himself out of danger.
I think it would be nice, though, for Vic to leave Oxy here, just so that they could fill some of these gaps. Top mid nest is looking open.
Yeah, slight pixel angle. The Bulldog's not going to be too good at that. And Celsius, after a second, I think this a little bit. EG are gearing up potentially for that B split, but also just tiptoeing around here.
Pushing out A, though, on the other side of things. C9
Yeah.
getting much more aggressive. Not just holding a deep angle now, but looking to flank retake.
It's going to be a lot more obvious, isn't it? Cloud9 trying to put a stop to it. Snake Bite was laid down a little bit earlier. Lisa Jones going to be broken. It's Fireball Ops again posted back up, but a concern about the amount of utils going to be flying forwards. Already Zona going to be collecting these kills. 2 players down and out for the count.
Zerona with the plant, gets the ult online.
Yeah, it's a big one here, but as that smoke fades, Oxy with opportunities, and there it is. Snaps to one side. Zerona's gone down now. No longer a playmaker for it, but this is all the Cloud9 players grouped up onto the one side of the map. EG have flipped it in good post-plan positions, but how do you weather the storm now? Because this is Oxy running you down and out. Still eventually shut down. Digitine gets a handle on it. They navigate against that bonus well.
That duelist duo for EG coming up big when required. Had to shut down Oxy and give him his first death. It's difficult when he has a Neon online. We'll see in the replay how Digitine managed it. But Zerona with the entry, really critical. This guy's been so good for them. Yeah, it was just holding that jump up. Abusing the Neon where they can't be active. Moving side to side. Digitine is fired up. Oxy's got enough money, got enough success to be able to buy the op.
Smoke, nothing at double doors here. At least the orb, that's going to be sailing down. They'll pass now until that orb's up, so EG have already crossed up into mid.
Bao TPing into the smoke as well meant that he could backwards peek into Oxy.
Sliders of angles now. It's going to be a drone as he can post him up on that deeper line, but as the peek comes through...
He's so aware.
Yeah, very aware.
Same kind of default every round here for EG, where they're not putting any pressure A main.
Running back going up though, Zerona. Sends it forwards again. He's had a lot of success just cleaning up these anchor players, this time trying to batter down the hatches. Play towards the back of the side. Oh! That's filthy. Fireball Ops now definitely being tested. Pressed into a corner. He's only getting one though before that trade is online. Superman still there, active. Throwing up an overhead. Get some critical information. 3v3. C9 in the right position for it. Pancake still has to get this plant down. There's only...
Yeah, it's actually really difficult to get the plant down in this spot, especially if you think that there might be somebody on the flank.
And waiting for the fuel timing. So with the wall up, they can cross safely.
Yeah, well, they're not worried about the flank here. They must have good info that everyone's in front.
The high tide working his way across here. Jack forwards, just spots out the players, and it's a runner being caught unaware towards the back of the site. Vic, bullet to the brain on Superman. Taking out Pancakes, close quarters, can't handle it.
That's big miscommunication there for EG. They must have assumed that Superman was jiggle peeking that angle a bit better because Jack walked up fully and they had no idea. They were mad out in the open there and Jack was just free pickings, plucking heads. Zerona just wanders into his sight line and the entire defensive setup in the post plant collapses.
There we go, baby. Woo. I mean, hey, we'll take it, Jordan.
That was EG's opportunity to get back into the game. Zerona's been great. 2 rounds in a row now, he's been able to get into B and get them at least one big entry. But they're not able to capitalize in the post plan there.
Let's go.
And now C9, not denied the op purchase. Starting to build up a bigger bank. Starting to build up in terms of rounds.
My ult's ready.
It's going to be tough.
Orb is going to be found here for Digizine, so we'll have that Blade Storm at least to make the eco a bit more potent, but you're right, it is an uphill struggle for EG.
It's one of the first times that EG have even gone over towards A main, right? C9 have pretty much controlled that area or not been worried about that area at least. They're not looking to re-clear it here.
Drone, not sure if he saw signs of life there.
Don't think so, really.
But there's no shifting regardless of Cloud9 setup. They've been pretty adamant about staying in place.
Fireball Ops is going further and further back, though, really respecting EG.
He's going to have to, I think, with this one. All of these players are going to be flooding and swarming in. Don't want to be giving up your life too easily. But there is still danger here, as we were saying. Digizine with these Blade Storm. Sharp and ready to go. Shot darts are good, though. Look at that, a bit of damage. Superman going down as a result of it. Caught unaware. Drifting into the fight. Zerona trying to catch that timing once more. It's a quick peek, but Jack, Hunter's Fury, supplements the push. The rest of Cloud9 as well can slowly close that net. Around bow. Not much he can do from this spot. He's doing significant damage, but it's the rifles at the end of the day going to be winning it.
Digizine is the guy who's got to be the playmaker in this round for EG, and he gets killed by a Hunter's Fury. Pretty weird to see the Jet get caught by that. It's the least likely player on the team you'd think that Jack would be able to pick off, but DG not really a threat in this round.
Out of charges.
Double damage with that shock dart. And yeah, just catches 2 full blasts onto Digizine. Doesn't get to use the Blade Storm at all.
Beautiful, beautiful boy.
Okay, well.
Zelsis when he looks at his duelist.
Yep.
Dropping 12 and 2.
Like, thank you for carrying me. EG need to come up with some answers, though. This is getting a bit dire. We knew it was going to be tough. Cloud9. Breeze is a fantastic map for them. But we need to see what they've got in the tank. Quick fight to be taken, though. Digizine's going to be going down.
3 mid.
They're hard facing mid door. Hard facing mid door.
Fend it out.
2. Neon +1. Neon Sova, Viper. 3.
Through fire mid.
Yeah, I'm planning for spawn, Jay. They're going
Running away,
spawn.
running. Yep,
Spawn. Running to spawn? Yeah, they ran towards spawn.
Rewalk mid door, okay?
Yeah, do it.
They're going back to double door again.
One open among us, one bottom mid. Nice. I'm gonna hold the ramp walk out. Hopping mid.
Neon went towards mid. Sova yellow, Cypher unknown.
Guard 5.
Both. You have your ult too.
Scanning ahead.
Time.
Oh yeah. Caster stuck.
Meeting.
Off. Time.
That's an insane call. Reminding Pancakes that he has his ult to be able to play off. Time pressure like that, usually against 2 full HP targets, backing off and trying to play your ult in that spot would be a fool's errand.
Yeah.
But because they had to stick, it works perfectly. And I love his little movement. Did you see the a silent bunny hop to be able to get around the pyramid in the midst of this?
It's very nice.
Oh, Pancakes has played a blinder there.
Very nice indeed.
Oh, they needed one of those.
They definitely did. And these two teams, they are defined by these additions from Tier 2. Goes to show of rounds like that. Zerona's been opening up some of these rounds. Pancakes closing.
Yeah, we may not have the most success from the play-ins teams as yet, but rather the Tier 2, the Challengers teams, but the rookies are doing great.
Oxy still punishing though with his operator in his hand. It's fast played, it's going to be immediately stunted, pushed back. Still bow up onto that high ground angle and anticipated. Digizine also cleaning up Vic. He's no more. 3v4 here for Cloud9. A cut out the noise and the plan going to be committed. EG, they've got good post-plant positions here. Spread out across the board. Going to make it very difficult here for Cloud9. The smoke up. Very patient play. You can see Node and EG wants to give things up, but they have given a lot of space in the backside as a result. And they are slowly closing in. On the angle, swinging for it. They are completely unaware here. Digizine cleaned up Pancakes. Straight there on top of it, though. Oxy picking up that rifle, gliding towards it. Wins his 1v1 out, now left into it against Superman. Snake by Sails. Oxy knows he needs to get half, and he's earned it at least. Damage being done. Vulnerable up, time ticking against Superman. He's on the deeper line. Oxy, though.
You can't lose that.
He cannot be denied.
Oh, you just can't lose that if you're Superman. He's got to be gutted about that. It's not even like Oxy taps and immediately has his gun out. There is a window of time there where Oxy couldn't shoot back, and Superman just couldn't wrangle the rifle. It's another round that Oxy looks magnificent, though. He is a beast on this map.
17-3.
17-3 after 7 rounds.
It's ridiculous.
He's got over a 2 KPR now.
Nah, it's unreal.
What is the ceiling? What's the limit for this guy? He's ridiculous.
Breeze is just his playground, and it's causing so many difficulties for this EG team.
Yeah, and the weird thing is the last 2 rounds have been won by the team that went down early. You know, Cloud9 actually had a very nice proactive mid-crunch that they went for, and it caused a lot of trouble for EG. Doesn't matter, Pancakes clutches it out anyway. On the flip side, EG have quite a good immediate A-pop. Mixes up the timing, catches C9 off guard a little bit. Bao loves to play with the high ground on this map, and he even catches a kill onto Zelsis. Doesn't matter, Oxy cleans the round up.
Yeah.
So a lot of, at least these last couple of rounds, really have just been based on the individuals and trying to close out and stop people from clutching against you. How do you stop him?
I don't know. Oxy go kill, undefeated.
It's one of the greatest strats that Zelsis has ever come up with.
It really is.
Because he used to have Zek and the Tens go kill, and that was pretty good.
That was pretty good. It was hard to beat. They won a trophy off that.
Yeah, but Oxy go kill is working real well on Breeze.
Here it is. Again, it's up to EG to find answers. Probably not going to be in this round. Don't know we can buy, and they've caught on to the fact, I think.
Yeah, that's a really good awareness. They know that Bao has been looking to try to either TP or walk towards that smoke as part of the mid default. The Jags just got some nice spam through onto it. Zerona might look to try to punish. They have worked their way up elbow in the meantime.
Digizine, the one with a rifle. We'll try and make the most of this one here, but there was the angle being held. Camera's on top of it.
The cam tag there is quite good, actually. Pushes Digizine back when he might have wanted to work forwards.
Trying to take a timing pass to drone. It's missed there. Oh my goodness.
Oh, man. Jack hasn't even seen the people he's killing.
No, he's been pretty lights out, actually. Sharp as anything in terms of the aim, but he's going to get pushed off the line now, but it does play Vic in perfectly. Forwards again. Sidestep most of this. He's lost the player, though, that he was hunting for. Pings out, but let's see. Yep, Jack, it's just really crispy stuff, to be honest. Nobody feels rushed on Cloud9. They're taking their sweet time with all of these fights, but it looks nice.
Yeah. One of the things that I think C9 have done best at in the last couple of weeks is create better scenarios for Jack to flourish. His stats in Tier 2 were absurd, like incredibly good. But when he joined, I mean, that is mental. When he joined C9, they couldn't really figure out how to best use him. And I feel like his job now is long-range fights janitor work. Where
the cleanup.
Yeah, he comes in, he cleans up, he'll hold angles for you, he'll punish people that peek onto them. And I think they've just made him very comfortable. C9, these kind of aggressive, proactive defensive setups were ruining Flukeshot.
Well, looking to get a bit of a run on here. Oxy sprinted down the opposition. Superman wasn't even looking in the right place for it. This is complete map control now, dominated by Cloud9. They know exactly where this push is coming through. It's predictable.
That was the one with the
Fury. It's being used from cross map. This is Jack looking to punish. Not sure if it's even going to be stretching far enough here, but it's going to be cleaning up at least close quarters. Zerona, but out of the ult. He's going to have to retreat though, and it's a good reaction from EG. They're planning towards backside now, looking to see if they can at least bunker down and potentially survive all of this. Now, Paranoia forwards again, flash on top of it. Oxy finally down. A Raid boss defeated, but will it even matter? The rest of Cloud9 shortly behind him. Zerona, something to say about it. RFF now going to be popped off here, and the fight's still one out on either side, but it leaves it again down into Bao. Into his hands, 1v2. Cloud down, but VALORANT has got it contained.
Contained is the perfect word to use there. Everybody else on C9 is flanking, aggressive, active. VALORANT's job is just control the reaction from EG. EG are going to plant backside. They're going to try to push for more space. VALORANT, your job is to just stop them from achieving that goal. And he does it remarkably well. He's alone. He doesn't have teammates to play off. He just has to do this all on his own, picks up that freebie on Pancakes by playing slowly, and then just holds these angles, waiting for EG.
I almost had that shit too, fuck.
I mean, it wasn't that close.
I mean, listen, he got some nice kills.
Kind of.
He did. Zerona has been making a key difference for EG, but unfortunately, he's having to contest with an Oxy that is pushing record-breaking numbers.
I think Zerona has been a great addition to the team. But what's he going to do in a round like this when they have no weaponry? And you're going into Zelsis in a pit.
Trying to brute force into it. That is... Yeah, I mean, the reaction says it all there, I think.
Flawless. He's trying to catch up to Oxy at the top of the table. He's got some work to do.
I'm taking turns doing it. These are being some rapid-fire rounds, I can't lie. EG.
Yeah. I mean, since Oxy got that clutch against them, EG haven't been able to put a round together. I think the B execs were working quite nicely. I think Zerona was getting some really good kills onto the anchor players.
Oh!
But...
Come on, Jordan, please ace. No!
Just Zelsa starring in a Joker movie.
Now, I know this stat for some players, but I don't know it for Zelsis. How many aces does he have?
I don't know. Is that relevant?
Well...
Is he chasing that ace?
It could be. It could be.
Well, let's take a look at this.
We'll get our best people onto it.
Yeah, we will. Here is young Via stepping into that head coach role, swapping it around here, and you can see the record since that change. It's obviously worked wonders for them. Via has spoken about how they've simplified the game plan for the team, tried to make it quite easy to execute.
I think it's really interesting that they didn't cut Imi. Normally, when you make a coaching change, you actually get rid of the head coach. There aren't many coaching changes around the entire VALORANT scene that we've seen, where a head coach that's been with the team for ages gets removed from the head coach position but stays on because they're valuable in some other way. And that, to me, is a really interesting part of this. They didn't bring in somebody new with a brand new vision. They promoted Via, who had already worked within the system but had a presumably different direction he wanted to go in. But they kept him because he's good at certain things that they still wanted to keep hold of.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is... I mean, you could call it the C9 Nepo system, but it's interesting.
Flash is a little bit too low there, just get caught on the stairs. So Oxy wasn't even blinded, but you're right. I mean, seen evidence of it. The players have also been singing the praises of Imi.
Yeah, Fireball was loving the little scouting reports it was giving him to help him play better.
More defined roles behind the scenes here for Cloud9. It's clearly working out.
I think this is going to be a tough round for EG, but they are set up to potentially execute an A-split here. Zerona was one of their big strengths in terms of entry in on the B site. Gets taken down real early. He'll be frustrated about that.
Oh, there it is. A bit of a drone and a peek. Digizine takes Zeus's head off. But Oxy still unaccounted for. Top of the bridge. Makes good usage of the time there. The stun. A bit of a team stun at that. What is that? Oxy peeking out from the box. Bit of overkill as well onto Bao, but it does for Superman now left in that 1v3. Hasn't really found close in most of these rounds. The pit though might just give a bit of a chance here for Superman. A bit of workarounds, a bit to play with.
Oxy's got a slide. You could play this aggressively and Recon slide in and just trade Oxy out. They'll take their time, maybe even spam into the pit a little bit, but they've got the tools to deal with this. It would be tough for Superman to win, even with the pit.
Dart up too. Jack's going to be waiting for the right time to use that one. Sends it flying forwards, and there it is. Push straight into the open arms of Fireball Ops. Hard going for EG to get anything at all, really.
Yeah, I'm just dazzled by Oxy, man. He's got 21 kills already.
Yeah.
In 11 rounds. He's kept up the 2 kill per round pace the whole time. His average is going to go up. And it was already like one of the most insane stats in terms of his kill production on Breeze to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, if every map in the game was Breeze, I think C9 are winning champs.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's
crazy.
It's the Oxy takeover every single time they're playing this map recently.
And it is the map pool that's my big question, thinking forwards towards Haven and Sunset. But for now, I mean, just witness the dominance.
Yeah. Witness it. Be happy that you're here to see it all. But Digizine has answers and questions of his own. He's going to be stepping up to the plate. Same with EG to contain that push. With Oxy down, definitely significant chances. Zelsis overwhelmed and swarmed in either direction, every extremity. For the final round here of this half, Fireball Ops given an impossibility.
No, surely an impossibility. It's illegal to lose this round.
It really should be. RFF spots out. Couple of outlines.
Joke's over.
Bit of a sound bait. On the back, but walking up. Should be an impossibility for EG to lose this one. And there it is. Serona will at least finish it out. Getting 3 rounds on the board for EG. Potentially something built up. Potentially a springboard if they can win a pistol.
C9 went for a really aggro push there. The push out through double doors, push out through main. Oxy, I guess you could argue, slightly overcommitting on it as well, just diving through 3 players. EG are ready for it, but man, C9 have put themselves in an amazing position.
Let's go!
To win this map again for the 3rd time in a row.
Well, EG still with all the energy in the world, though, and that self-belief that they can get it across the line, but what a hell of a task ahead of them to do it. Well, let's get to it then. Breeze waiting for the other side of things here. It's Cloud9 obviously dominating. It's Oxy dominating and taking over. I mean, how many more times can we say it? The guy is a phenom currently. He's dropping 21 kills in 12 rounds of Valorant, in a half of Valorant. So, hard to beat that.
Many people would love to drop 21 kills in an entire map of Valorant.
Yep.
I mean, that's a great performance. Doing it in a half is utterly ridiculous. He has dropped off slightly from his 2 kill per round though, so he'll have to work on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, step it up. Come on, we want a 4K here,
That's
Oxy.
not good enough. Well, here we are, EG, obviously. Looking towards them to see if they can earn themselves a pistol round win. The question of, is that 3 rounds going to be enough? Superman potentially trying to take a time and pass the drone, just spotting out what it clears, and he doesn't want to step into the smoke for now. To corner plate 4. They can't get out right now. They're actually going to be body blocked, but they're not even aware of it. Superman slams that door in their face. Tiny little 4-piece. And EG, a lot of energy. It's flowing now.
There was one route back into this game, and it was with EG doing stuff like that on the defense side. They're going to need the pistol. They're going to need so many more. But just being able to shut him down, shut the ideas down for C9, that is a major, major key. God, the energy is instantly back for them.
Yeah.
They believe.
EG are not downtrodden.
Here.
Not the same team here. Earned themselves a bit of a lifeline. Just about seeing if we can take it all the way now. We got it. Good to see him with that Marshall. A bit of spam will not go amiss. It's 3 kills for him. Sidearm now going to be whipped out, and that flash is the cherry on top. Flawless again. Cloud9 are just inserted straight into the maw, into the blender.
EG are going to be able to ride this momentum a little bit. Zine will be looking to bring out the operator as soon as he possibly can. Don't know that they budgeted for it necessarily to be able to bring it out now, though. But he'll be looking to do it as soon as possible. That is a massive win con every time.
Let's go!
And if they can catch Oxy on the entries, whoa, this game is going to get so much easier.
Yeah. Shut them down. Understatement to say it's a win con. And still, he's going to be here. Coverage in sight. Vic going to be watching for that deep push.
Zine, when he swings through that wall, is hoping that he does not meet 4 C9 players.
Yeah. There's a dart to supplement, but I'm too short off the back of it. Anti-flash being played. Seronado's going to be posted up a little bit of a deeper line. Molly forwards. That Molly also can be used to see if he can try and stop them. Flash once more. Deep TP up to the top. This is carnage here, but EG just throwing anything into the mix. See what sticks.
Bao loves playing on these high ground positions. He's all over the place.
Do respect it for a bonus idea.
Yeah, it's cool to see on a bonus where you can take more risks. In reality, though, C9 have dealt with the 2 set plays, little pieces of aggression that EG have thrown at them very nicely so far. And they're building up towards Vic's ultimate. 2 away. And Pancakes, Superman, they might look like nice targets for Vic to go and challenge.
Standing ahead.
A lovely way to generate up the ult. Big reveal. Down eventually getting filled to a degree. Vic's still the one challenging. Sidestepping. He will be going down regardless of it. Still the trade is there, but Superman right from the side eventually put down into the dust. So 10-5 being that scoreline. EG though back up. Ideally now to proper guns, potentially an operator for Digizine.
Got to imagine.
Yeah.
That's his modus operandi. I don't think we're going to see many rounds like this from EG, where they're just throwing aggression towards C9. I got to imagine it's going to be a little bit more slow.
We did it. It's that we did it, baby.
Exactly, baby. Good shit.
Relying on the Digizino. Digizine, in fact, playing quite a passive but high ground position over towards B.
It's going to be difficult to deal with that one, Pancakes. There's a lot of that util. The orb going to be thrown for nest.
Yeah, you can actually body block that orb.
Chooses just to use the drone though. Pretty early on, but trying to get some mid-round information. Doesn't clear a whole lot.
Enemy mark.
Use on either side here. It's Cloud9 though, gearing up straight into Digizine to see if what they've got. The fast line going to be already propped up, orb on top of it, and this is awkward in terms of the amount of targets he can potentially find. He's had to drop off early. Superman still trying to weave in and out, and he's still alive here. Active. Thorn in their sides, yet to be removed. Oxy though, trying to make the most of it now. Sets up fireball ops for the swing. Distracting enough here, but the spike still needs to go down.
Optimizing to go even for that.
Yeah, calling for a pause.
Bouncer runner close by.
EG though, just got to win these fights out still. Drop now, and Zerona's left in that 1v3. Plant still not down. Potential chances, as long as he can win out these fights. Tap. Dart sailing overhead. That swing onto the wall, Oxy. They want to remove him himself. So, 11 rounds now for Cloud9, feeling inevitable.
C9 actually dealt with this really nicely. There wasn't too much like Sova pressure necessarily in here. They weren't able to find Superman and root him out. But Dejazine was not given very many opportunities to hit an op shot. There was a tiny sliver where he might have been able to catch Zelsis just outside of the neon wall, but otherwise the pathing is the thing that shut down Dejazine. He just never had a chance to be able to get the op online until Oxy ran him down.
Welcome to my world.
It's a judge inside this pit over at B.
Zerona forward posted in case there was a fast play into the pit to punish.
He might have even been thinking about greeding for the orb, but as soon as Fireball Ops started blasting Vandal shots into there, he's less inclined.
Yeah, not a smart idea.
And Cloud9 put a big focus on getting Vic's ult online early. That's now their big tool here.
It's a big one to use.
Cover going out.
Smoke's going to be pre-placed here. Here's the drone. Does need to be broken. Bow. Even back. Digizine's a little bit further forwards. Cove can be used early. Digizine is aggro as anything. Wants to try and get ahead, I believe. A lot of this util might be flowing forwards.
Jack just got his recon back. This will be the timing on the hit.
There it is. Reckoning onto the one side here. Dart on the other. Digizine forwards, but again holding down double doors. And main! Shut them out entirely. EG get ahead of that split. Well aware of exactly what was going on here. Vic now. It's going to be a difficult one with the deep dash towards the side. Not set up for success there. So it's all EG once more.
It'll be a difficult road back, but this buy that EG were working with was scraps, odds and ends forced up to try to make a comeback happen. It will, in theory, get easier from here as they start winning more, if they're able to make the comeback occur. Fireball Ops just looking to keep the money good so that C9 have as many opportunities to be able to push them forwards as possible. That was the round, though, that C9 were hoping would get them up.
That's how that
happened. That's a nasty 2K.
Yo! Okay.
There is skill on the other side of the field. There really is.
You know, we were talking about it with EG, the injection of Tier 2 talent. Felt like finally Digizine getting some help. That extra firepower that could see this EG team doing some damage. Stage 2 for them defined by them being this gatekeeper team. They get the wins against the teams that they should be winning against and losing against the better ones. But yeah, listen, might have something to say about it. Still, it's traded out. Fireball Ops straight in there and through. The A side also completely open. They're going to be seeing that one. Digizine still going to be beamed down. Nevertheless, does get the kill before he goes down to the grave. Oxy still forwards though, and if you haven't dealt with him, how do you get out in the way of the round? 26 kills.
Yeah, Oxy came into the round with a classic, and he was one away from having his ult online. Had to grab the orb. Now he has a rifle. Just gets more and more difficult to deal with him.
Serrano and Superman slowly making their way forward. Signs of life spotted. That molly overhead is going to be helping out. Flash forwards. Side steps here with a Storm Surge. Jack pressed into a corner. The rest of Cloud9 perfectly happy to step up, aren't they? Swings through into main to help him out.
6 opportunities now for C9 to be able to close things. Digizine's monster 2K that saved EG just for a round. Bao might have had a chance if he could have taken down Fireball Ops, but it does feel a little bit like EG are playing for heroics. This was never really their map. You heard the devs talk about it, how good C9 are. I think I said earlier on that they were looking for their 3rd win in a row. Corrected myself. This is looking for their 4th win in a row on Breeze. They already have 3. Against good opposition as well.
Digizine, pot shots fired on either side here. Weakened up, and it is desperation. You're right, Cloud9. Hoping to keep the streak going.
Digizine is the guy for them. You saw the 2K that he was able to put out defending A earlier. They've got to get him in a Bladestorm position to win a round.
Very aggressive here. Celsius could swing for the punish. It's been covered ever so slightly, but with double players up, Superman makes the most of it.
Oh, he's hitting dinks all over the place. You saw Fireball Lob's head snap back and then gets finished off.
It's beautiful stuff. EG, they can stay alive. Stay alive in this map. Just got to keep it going.
They know he's here. You've got to fight Vic, surely. Wait, they've given him a smoke to escape.
Oh, don't like that.
Rather than just swinging him?
Yeah. Vic now is going to be able to at least creep out silently at that with the prize, the spike in his laps. Bow. The only recipient over towards A. Oxy slow going here, but see if the timing works out. No level of awareness. Backside control now being taken up with Residency.
30 seconds left.
Even a plan towards it. Cloud9 are making all the right moves here. Despite the player disadvantage. Plant now down. His players are quite away, and you're going to see EG have to scramble a little bit.
EG also have to be cautious as they go through A main because Bao doesn't quite realize that all of the players are out there. The time is going to be a problem, I think, in this round.
Yeah, definitely is. For Cloud9, could be the moment they've been looking for. Closing out the map. It's Vic. He's weaving in and out past this one. Oxy finally reveals his hand, but he's already earned himself that kill. Ults now potentially expended. We see it now. Time ticking and already running short and dry. The mark. Vic! It's already doing it to them. And Zerona can only do so much. That's a 13-6 finish on Breeze. Felt inevitable. We said it. We can look forward to Haven up next.
More of the same for C9. This map, their home map, absolutely destroying people. Top of the map pool. They look amazing. Oxy always takes over. You would call it a live game, but he's doing it on the regular. It's every single time. Truly ludicrous.
It is truly, truly insane stuff. But Cloud9, can they keep that energy going? Or will EG put up that resistance as we move towards Haven? Their map pick. Do they have it in the tank? Will we see Cloud9's map pool get questioned a little bit deeper? That is what to be played for and more. Do not go anywhere.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
also spotted the drone from Pancakes on the top of mid.
Okay.
Nice to Jazeen.
Okay, warming up.
Bait players into spawn! What is that?
Standing by with Coach Veer. Listen, how do you feel about this map, Vito? Because when you look at Breeze, that is Oxy's map. You guys are 3-0 on it with this new comp that you guys have been running. And also Haven, that's a map that you guys are 2-0 on. So did you feel a little bit happy coming out of that?
Yeah, very happy with the veto. It's kind of how the teams worked out, where kind of our top maps were their top maps as well. So we kind of knew what the maps coming out would be, so we're happy with it overall.
Are you worried at all in case like EG pulls out some weird comps on Haven? They like to be creative.
Yeah, we're pretty much ready for everything. We've watched their Viper comp, watched their Phoenix comp, so whatever they try and pull on us, we should be prepared for, and we might have a surprise for them if it gets a third map.
Wow, I look forward to see it. I hope we get there, or maybe I hope we don't.
Well, I think if you're C9, you definitely don't want to get to that third map. But if you're C9, you're happy about the situation right now. You're up 1-0 in this series. You heard Coach Veer there talking about what we should be expecting in this. Yeah. Very interesting, I thought that was. But yeah, I mean, you can hear the confidence in his voice there, Athena. And he should be confident. The team played absolutely brilliantly on this map.
I mean, they played phenomenal. 9-3 half to start the game off. I think Oxy had a crazy stat of like being 17-3 at some point. It's just, it goes crazy because you see the first kills, 12 first kills. There was so much going on in that map, making sure they're super proactive for C9, taking a lot of those early round fights, and it really set them up for success. They had the right idea of falling off, playing on site when they needed to. They always made sure they had that numbers advantage.
It felt like that first hack from Potter was genuinely just to take Oxy out of his momentum, and it didn't even work. Yeah. Like, I don't know what you say in that situation as a macro game plan when you're going up against someone who's 17-3 in 6 rounds. Like, what is the call there?
Just said, be like, win one for the skipper, guys. do it. Figure something out. Let me tell you, Oxy was winning for the skipper. That much is for certain. He was dominating out there. And you know, Coach Veer had to be very pleased about what he saw out of him. Vora, Oxy is really finding his footing on this Breeze map. But more importantly, where do you see kind of that success coming from? What's that stemming from for C9?
I think it's them understanding how they want to play. Like, you get your identity, you can fix the mistakes and all that. I think Oxy's already quite an insane player. We already know he can take over games and stuff. And especially when you can feel his presence in the server. Like, if he's playing good, you know he's there. You have to make a whole solution. You have to play around him. He's like a walking operator when he's feeling good. Yeah. And you have to adapt, or he's just gonna, the game's gonna end in no time. So.
Yeah, speaking of operator, he was the reason why they got majority of those first kills. And on top of that, I don't know if you guys know this, but we talked about this a little bit the other day. Breeze is Oxy's best performing map by a mile. I think his average, oh yeah, there it is. His stats on Breeze in stage 2. His average ACS is 331. He actually overperformed his usual self in this matchup versus EG, but he's so good at this map. It feels like every time he's on this map, he rolls.
Do you know how insane it is to have an average ACS of 300?
Yeah, that's
how hard
crazy.
that is? I think I've
done like
that.
Average.
Yes, I think I've done that maybe one time in my career in a match. Like, that's the most impressive stat I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, like, again, in case you guys don't know how math works, you know, average is pretty crazy. So it goes to show just the impact that this guy is having out there. But now we're going to shift focus over toward Haven. And we heard Emily earlier talk about Vora, like, hey, you think EG's going to bust out any crazy comps? But it seemed like the confidence in C9 is very present, and they have good reason to feel confident given what we saw in Breeze.
Yeah, I think within their coach interview, it sounds like they're very prepared. You know, I brought out that EG are going to play slow, spread, walk around type of gameplay. And I mean, C9 immediately responded with an outlaw as soon as possible, and then just take over from there and just get EG uncomfortable, get them on the back foot, and make them have to adapt towards you rather than letting them play the game, which is something I really enjoyed watching C9 do that.
Yeah, I think on the other hand too, like C9, they're going in confident because, like Emily said as well, they're 2-0 on this map so far at this stage. When you're looking at EG on the other side, they've lost this twice. They've lost this to MIBR, they've lost this to Sentinels, so you know they're scrambling to figure something out. They are really creative, but I mean, at some point you need to figure out what's going wrong with Haven, because against a team like Cloud9 that isn't as exciting to play against as MIBR, you're really getting tested.
Yeah.
You need to pull out some stops for that.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you asked, because let's see what's going on over at the EG camp. We have Coach Potter standing by with Emily.
Potter, oh baby, let's go. Okay, so some maps, no, you're good. Some maps you guys play meta, some maps you get a little creative with it. Is that just because you want to play off meta, maybe it fits your style a bit more, or is it because like your guys are having problems and those are the solutions for it?
It's definitely a little bit of a mixture of both. It's a fine line of balancing player comfort between what just makes sense on paper, and so sometimes depending on how confident the player is on the agent, it changes things. So yeah, it's a fine line. It's a balance between both.
Yeah, of course. Should we be expecting anything new on Haven or the same thing you ran last time?
Definitely the same thing we ran last time. Definitely the same thing we ran last time, but I am a fan of Cloud9's comp and the old Genji comp still, so we've been tinkering around with that, but it's going to be the same comp.
Okay, well, I still look forward to seeing it. Good luck as always. Thank you so much.
Coach Potter, which of course we appreciate you, Christy, for just being so, Christine's just so straightforward. It tells us exactly what's going on. Yeah, we should be expecting no real surprises there on Haven, but of course not all that shocked because we talked about this, Athena, in the pre-show. EG is in a position where they're trying to refine the ideas that they are coming up with.
Yeah.
However that may manifest itself, that is what their game plan is here, and they don't want to mess with that in plans.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for them to not change their comp too much. They're still playing that Cypher. They switched over from the KG, and they have the double duelists going into it, the Neon and the Phoenix. I think it makes sense because against MIBR, they actually took it to overtime, and it feels like they should have won that map the time that they did play it. So I'm really looking at them to fix a lot of their small mistakes, and when you're looking at a team like EG with a coach like Potter, that's the thing they do best, is going over VODs, making sure they're fixing a lot of those fundamental issues and introducing a really deep playbook into it.
Well, folks, we're going to take a quick break, a pause for the cause, and then when we return, we're going to continue with Map 2. It's going to be Haven. Can Cloud9 close it out 2-0, or does Evil Geniuses find a way to go into that playbook, pull a rabbit out of their hat, and force us to Map 3? We'll be right back.
We're trying to see if EG have something up their sleeve here. It's their map pick of Haven. They would have picked it for a reason, and for Cloud9 as well. It's still going to be Yoxi on the Neon, but if we're assuming it's the same old stuff, then that Viper double controller composition on Haven that by these days seems a bit dated, really, but maybe Cloud9 can make the most out of it. It's definitely got a lot of stuff you got to chew through, to be honest, the double smokes and the Vice util.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things that I'm going to be focusing on here on Haven. One is that Cloud9, while they like this map and they've been winning on this map, it hasn't been as dominant as their Breeze and their Split. So this to me feels like Cloud9's third best map, and I want to see how clean it is. When your opponent picks it and your opponent wants to play it, can C9 still get wins on it? And the other thing to be paying attention to as well, I think, is how these compositions interact. You know, what is C9's answer to the meta comp of the Neon and the Phoenix together? How clean does it look? The addition of the Vice into this idea as well. C9 have actually run they're 2-0 on Haven, but they've run two very different compositions. And this one is more what they've been running in the past. You heard Potter call it the Gen G comp.
Yeah.
But with a slight twist. No Killjoy for the Vice.
See the fist pumps exchanged as we jump into Haven. EG. Energy was still up despite the fact that they were getting battered around by Oxy. Still felt like they had that self-belief in themselves that they could get it done. And now, fresh start as we look on Haven. Plan on the attack though. It's Jack just looking to condition. He's alone. Firing off the shockies just in case there was that. Util on the other side.
C9's comp is going to revolve around getting people into deeper lurk positions with Zelsis' wall down A short. It's a style that they run on Split as well, although on that map they have two dedicated lurkers.
And they hear it now, the footsteps. That's going to be an indication of things to come. Jump spot, Oxy Getting burned to a crisp. 26 health, still alive though, but he's going to be weakened now for the entry. And guess what? Reinforcements. They've arrived. EG slowly bolstering the defense. And also looking to see if they can take a 5 forwards onto A long. They've got a right read about this.
Do they? I mean, they might lose the whole site for it as well.
Still dominating the right areas for it, and still looking from the Wiser. What a shot! Didazine gliding to the side here. Zerona also with the cleanup, quick on top of it. Celsius. Yeah, not much you can do from this spot, is there?
Really nice doubling back from EG. They were about to go for that A-long re-clear. Realized that C9 were committing, came in, cleaned it up, kept the stack here. Can be really dangerous to go for that info re-peek. Something that C9 will be looking to punish. But that first wave of the exec, Edge took so much damage. And Didazine gets one over. Oxy early. Now they're on even footing as well. You know, the Neon versus Neon. Didazine's watching what Oxy did in map 1 thinking, I wish I had a slide. And now he gets to fight on even footing.
He's always been given that. Shouts in the energy for EG. I'll take this one a little bit slower. Superman will show respect as soon as he sees all those players. Almost going down though. The smoke layer down on top of the paranoia, shifting the attention here for Cloud9, pushing them over towards C. That's where Bao is lying in wait. He's going to be looking to make the most of it though, trying to fight forwards. A bit of spam into the back, but the stun is good, and this is getting very dicey very quickly. Cloud9, hold on. Swarm down, access to the site now handed over, including a couple of weapons while they're at it.
Yeah, give it to the high HP people as well of Jack and Fireball Ops. Instant drone in.
Yeah.
Before the plant goes down.
Time taken though. Superman is going to be head clean off. Cleaves Oxy out of the picture. Fight's taken forwards again though. Called for Cloud9 trying to play actives way ahead of the curve. The expected elements and results here. Jack still alongside Fireball Ops. They've got the weapons for the job now. Had it for a long while, but Didazine is a menace in his own right, looking for it now in a 1v1. Jack, low HP, and still manages to find it straight through the box. It's a thrifty win for Jack. 3-piece in the round.
It's a great cleanup, but it's also a great overwhelm from C9 early on. Didazine was there with his slide back online. He had what he needed to do to be able to win that. But look at this. Look at the recon, pressure, timing. The recon from Jack flies into backside at the same time as Oxy is tying up all of their crosshairs. He's instrumental with his utility in opening things up, and then he closes it out with the gun. Well played to Jack. And EG are on the back foot instantly again.
Can't catch a break.
No, it's got to feel bruised.
Shots like that as well gets a little bit harder.
Again, Oxy getting the scoped weaponry online. ASAP.
Yeah, he's always going to be tracking where the money's at.
I think it's particularly good on the defense side, but he's also going to be able to find opportunities everywhere. He's so sharp.
Cloud9, though, they might be going straight into where the danger lies here. EG, stack of bodies in the right place.
I think this is a round where you can walk Oxy up a little bit and just see if he spots a stack.
Keep the smoke layer down. It's going to be broken straight from Garage. It is a great stun. It's going to be collecting onto 2 of the players, but a flash goes on both ways, and that has blinded up Oxy. Forwards now. This is it. The trap sprung, and EG making the most of it. Get up a gun or 2. Superman forwards now with that rifle, shredding them to pieces. Cloud9 barely able to stay alive. It's just Jack now. Does have the spike, is able to retreat in time. 30 seconds to play with.
He was instrumental in the clutch in the previous round with that Bulldog. C9 really overcommitted to that site. They wanted to pump it and see if it was stacked, but Oxy went in quickly and Vic followed. They couldn't cancel. There was a call to cancel, but they couldn't follow through on it. And they've left it in the hands of Jack again. He is going to be able to get the plant. He'll be able to reposition if he wants to. Recon online as well. But his advantage right now is that EG don't know where he's moving to. So you don't want to lead with the recon. You want to see if you can grab a kill first.
Yeah. He's not going to have the advantage in terms of health.
No.
EG, they are choosing to split up here.
At the same time, though, there's no armor on those other players, so they will drop quickly to a Bulldog.
That's true. Bao clearing up towards heaven now. Time ticking. That adds pressure now. Towards the play, but it's a deep cage. Zerona with a tap, looking to see if he can pull up that first signs of life and where Jack could be, and there it is. Blind fire, forcing the issue. Time.
Oh, that's actually really close.
Was tight, wasn't it?
Oh, that is really close. He's got it. He's got it.
Oh, yeah.
But it's, you know.
Okay.
There wasn't much meat on the bone there.
Still, thrifty win.
The cages from Bao ended up being instrumental. I mean, I said he shouldn't have led with the recon, but, you know, with the benefit of hindsight, he probably needed that to scan into the cage. Jack, though, always put into a difficult scenario. EG's stack works perfectly. Anticipating this C finish. And Cloud9 misplaying their anti-eco protocols, Via with a shake of the head.
Yeah. That's what EG needed, though.
Absolutely.
Thrifty of their own.
Normally, though, that would push the opposition onto their light buy, but Zelsis and Vic with stingers are making do.
It's an off game so far. Going to take one for the team, I think, so that they can get the buy online.
Another trap setup over here. EG hoping that somebody falls into the lair on A.
Zerona grabbed the orb, didn't he? Not sure if he was one away. Doesn't look like the orb's there, yeah. Took that one up, so he's got that one, but it's still another trap setup, as you were saying. Cloud9 trying to take this one slowly. The wall, as it drops on their terms and their timing. Happy to take the fight. Squaring straight up down A long. With the rifle still one step further forward here. Zerona almost a peak. Umming and ahhing about it. Wants the mid-round information. Wants to see if he can clean up the picture here for his team. Right now he's in an uncomfortable spot and it's defended. Yeah, over the shoulder. Glide to the side. Dejazine also shut down. Just the one for his trouble and his life. But now Bao left in a 1v4. I think that's going to be an easy decision made for him.
Don't really understand what EG were even going for in this round. They had 4 players stacked over towards A, and I was calling it a trap, but where was the contact? How were they going to spring forwards? In the end, they just ended up facing A lobby.
Yeah.
As a group. It's a bit strange. I mean, obviously we didn't see C9 go for early A long pressure or, you know, a fast A hit where EG's stack would have actually been perfectly placed. But there didn't seem to be a plan B. If it's a slow round, if we don't take a lot of contact and pressure down A long, what do we do then? That extra layer didn't really seem to be there for EG. And now they're going to realize that Bao's setup was over here.
Cage trigger.
A long time to think about it though. Bao. The rest of the players going to be far out of reach here, so we'll be able to keep that rifle going into the next.
Annoyingly though, he ends up with 39 armor, which does not save you from a 140 headshot. So it is a little bit more economic damage. He might just keep it. Anything over 125 is pretty good.
Prince, they can't stop him! They can't stop him!
This goes here.
2-2. Back and forth. Ult's starting to come online here.
That goes there.
Have a fast fight as well. This is EG looking to see if they can really gain control. Residency up towards that A lobby, but Cloud9 happy to just sit back, wait for the fight to come to them.
It's another big group up for EG. Their idea seems to be Zelsis is going to want to lurk behind this Viper wall, so we've got to deny it. We have to fight A.
Yeah, using absolutely everything, aren't they? It's a drone for a drone. Forwards again. Jack's not going to be able to get a clear close into the corner, but it does spell it out pretty much. You know, there's probably going to be a player there. Paranoid forwards along with the dart. It's not broken. And Oxy, oh my! Tiger enriches the environment. Dejazine looking to answer back, but that is too much to overcome. High-low setup. All the fundamentals are going wrong right now.
EG don't know what they're doing on these setups. Well, why is there nobody ready to break the recon? Who's holding the contact? These setups don't look like they've been drilled and disciplined. Played a bunch of times. Are they calling these as audibles? Have they not ran ideas like this where they look to lock down A lobby? They're just making it too easy for C9 currently. And this is their map pick. You knew the way that C9 were going to play. You had the time to prep. The execution's got to be better than this.
Right now, just missing. And again, it's going to be Zerona and Bao with a lot of time on our hands.
Bro, it must feel terrible to be Bao.
Yeah,
I mean, your job is
playing the game.
Yeah, your job is to hold the other side of the map, and you're like, oh, well, we lost another round, did we?
Yep. Okay. Great. Yeah, I'll just play this 1v4, shall I?
Get in touch with me and cash my check at the end of the week. And yeah, hopefully we make it to playoffs.
Yeah, a lot of time to stew though and think about their mistakes because they really it's feeling like they're overcooking it, really. I mean, they know how important it is to try and get information past the look in a Viper
They've
wall.
got a strategy. Their strategy is we lock off A and we stop them from being able to create this lurk pressure down short. But the execution of that strategy, the actual way in which you're putting it together, is underbaked.
There we go, barely surviving. Got to see it a little bit better, I think, from EG.
It's round 5, and 3 of these players don't have any kills because they've just been mopped up. The rounds have ended so quickly with, you know, these skirmishes and then just saves. And that one's particularly egregious. Digizine's going backwards while Superman and Pancake stay forward. No one breaks recon. And it's all smiles on this side of the camp. They can't believe it.
Cloud9. Not really being pressured too much now. We're going to see them fast play over towards A again. Off angle though. We'll see if this comes up with the goods. Glide into the side and set up with the rest of the team now. I see a Hunter's Fury also going to be used. Supplements and augments as the push comes through, and this is disjointed. Zerona trying to help out the pack, but listen, everybody else really just late to the party. Clean up called for. Pancake's also going to be mopped up in that A short angle, and it's again the same story for Bat. This is tragic.
Yeah, I mean, it's also tragic. This round, though, is a really nice call from Zelsis, too, because he knows that EG have failed with that A lockdown lobby pressure, so he knows they're going to mix it up. There's going to be something different happening, and he's like, boys, let's just run at them on A. Yeah. Let's just run at them. We'll do the thing that they've been prepped for the last couple of rounds. They wanted a big teamfight brawl in the previous EG. Now let's give it to them, and we'll run them over when they've got bad weaponry. And I say bad weaponry. Bao, by the way, absolutely tragic over here. I say bad weaponry, but look at this. Dijazine did actually force. He's only got 100 credits on the left side of your screen here. I don't know if that's a tilt force or what, because he does not have Neon ult to back that one up. So, is he just hoping that Bao is always going to stay alive?
Yeah, not too sure.
You know, the bank of Bao stays open, just dropping guns to Dijazine.
Bro's not even playing the game. It's the most frustrating thing in the world when you are constantly being put into unwinnable scenarios.
He has 1 death and his team has lost 4 rounds.
Yeah. He's just having to just constantly just sit there while his team takes pseudo timeouts.
Yeah. And that was the player with the forced rifle, Dijazine, playing in a solo committed position at long. This does not look like EG's map play. They need a timeout desperately. They need help.
Oh my god.
Yeah, necessary. It's going to be Potter calling a timeout here. Needs to be the adjustment, EG. It does feel half-baked, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm definitely concerned. Both of these teams have talked about the fact that the map veto was pretty predictable. They both know that they have maps that they're good at, and actually the maps overlap as well. This guy caused massive problems on Breeze. You can't necessarily prep for that.
No.
He ran people over. This was the win previously against Fluxo, where he did the exact same thing as well. You know, he's just been absolutely dominant. But here, this is not an Oxy takeover game. Fireball Ops is the one at the top of the scoreboard, but it's not like it's been a Fireball Ops takeover game either.
No.
It's just been EG not having defensive setups.
Yeah, it hasn't been robust. Well, again, because of the money situation, you called it out earlier. Dijazine with the 4, so he's going to be... He does get a gun ball for him.
Yeah.
Dropped away. Superman goes down to the Guardian as well, so he should have full util. Taking one for the team, but... Needs to be a bit tighter from EG.
Well, they have changed the defensive setup considerably. Instead of having Bao control the left side of the map, Stack on the right, they've got the Cypher with the Odin playing A, and then the Duelists, the bodies on C.
C looking to see if he can fly forwards, and Superman being caught with a util out in his hands. Stun forwards, so running back going to be removed. Dijazine at least will trade it out, so 1 for 0 essentially is how that works out. Pancake stop. Looking to see if he can batter down the hatches. Weather the storm now with that Odin in hand. And yeah, Zelt's is going to be caught completely unaware. Twisting and turning. Didn't know where the action was. Steel Garden has to be unleashed. Flying forwards now, but it is a trade intact. Vic forwards.
You can't get the plant down on B here, surely. They're going to walk in and try it anyway.
These players just sitting towards the back of the site. It's all locked down. Bao finally getting involved. A round has closed out as a result of him.
Let's go, Bao.
Yeah.
Smiles. He's finally allowed to play the game. Yeah, this new defensive setup just worked so much better than the previous one. Now, having said that, there was still a massive flub at the beginning where Superman's caught with the paranoia. He just doesn't anticipate the pace. But let's focus on the positives.
Give me that shit.
They stopped the C hit coming through, and then they stopped the B hit.
I'll find them.
Denial was good on the plant. We've gone back a little bit, though, to the same old here. They're in spawn waiting for Vic's ultimate, but he's thinking nothing of the sort.
Now to TP down mid for him. Well, the orb is blooming up there through mid, taking a hefty amount of shots. Vic dropped down to 50 health. It's a slower round, core 4 by Cloud9.
But this kind of pressure through mid right now is allowing that lurk timing on A-Long. Oxy Fireball Ops taking a bit of space over here, and it's gonna put a lot of pressure on Pancakes. He's got the drone to re-clear.
Not to re-clear for him, though. Zelsis is going to be walking all the way up into garage. He's tagged up. Wants to respect this one. Zelsis trying to take space. That's a deep trip, though. And to punish that exact play and a bit of spam. Yep, that will do it.
Very
He's
nice.
Being caught out. The A side, though, potentially open for business, but there is still Pancakes waiting nearby.
He's in heaven, though.
Yeah, he's got an Odin. One shot down. Vic is low. That rebounds nicely. There it is. Not even necessary. Just straight down to the ground. And this is chipping away the Cloud9 play. And we're going to see Oxy see if he can make the most of a spot like this. See if he can take the fight. It's a stun for a stun. Or off as well, revealing out these positions. It has to be risky business. You know Cloud9 are looking and wanting to fight. Paranoia forwards, fast lane up to see if you can block all of this coming through. Players flooding out, though, down onto the ground. EG have got all the space in the world now. And with it facing towards the end, it's Pancakes with 4. Wonderful stuff now. And EG, they just slow it down a little bit on the defense. They stop doing too much, and it's all working out.
Yeah, the Potter timeout has been perfect here. Exactly what EG needed. The defensive setups have made a lot more sense. Also, C9 have tried doing some different stuff and got caught by the same setup. I mean, that was the same trip that Bao's been running in the majority of the rounds, but this time it found value. Pancakes finally got that gun.
Stay controlled like that. Fnatic, if they have a...
Wouldn't be trying to replicate them.
I see the vision, though.
Standing ahead.
Oh, big set
deep.
play.
Yeah, this is the Hunter's Fury that's going to be sent off the dart. Let's see how Cloud9 are going to be able to deal with this one, but they're already going to be battered and bruised.
Spike drop.
I'm doing garage right now early. I'll pick up flank.
I got tagged.
I'm ulting garage. I think you guys just sacked me, honestly.
Garage. Okay.
I'm
not spawn, maybe
outside.
I'm backside. Jump up.
He's in. Down.
Wait, we might have a fight safe, bro.
One garage.
Last player standing.
It was an attempt.
Fuck!
Jesus.
Yeah,
wasn't an attempt, wasn't it?
EG take the lead on this map. Part of that is due to winning the pistol at the very beginning. But man, the turnaround coming out of that tag timeout is night and day. Absolute night and day.
Cloud9 just not ready for this flood in, are they?
No.
EG straight into backside. Pit almost helping EG get into players' positions.
Come on, boys.
Like you said, they take the lead. It is nice to see.
Pancakes Odin's been a game changer. Oh, we're back to the setup that didn't work.
Hold on.
But do they have more aggressive ideas, perhaps? What does the execution of it look like?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a fight forwards. It's a Molly lineup, I think, for the corner. Players like to play, so it's a bit slower.
Looks pretty similar to what wasn't working earlier on. So far. Potter, they're regressing.
Cloud9 will walk their way up through mid.
Okay, they're actively getting Digicine pushed up short, though, and starting to rotate off. So this is a bit different from EG.
Fast lane, orb, smoke's thrown out. Big tag, though. Vic forced to respect it. Plant will go down here. Oxy's going to be sitting tight towards back of the wall. Spotted out, though, with the players. That's a paranoia and a swing forwards. It's a good stun to reciprocate. EG doing a lot now to push them back and away, and they've got to get themselves all the way in. Zerona, run it back. Why not? Just running through them all. Oxy still alive, though, and this guy's always a problematic player now. Side by side, the rest of the squad already trying to lay it down the bullet. Zerona, though, back in action once more. Other side of that run it back. He's taking out the star player. Not just the tap, there's a full committal potentially. And that swing through, Bao perfectly off the pressure. Played nicely done by EG.
That round powered by individuals, I think. They didn't put themselves in the best position to be doing a full B retake like that, But Zerona comes around the corner like a truck against Oxy. Out of his ultimate, whips it around in AB Link, knocks Oxy's head off, and then he's good for another at the end of the round. It's this kill here. Makes all the difference. I also love the way that Val peeks after the post-plant player starts spamming the spike. Yeah. So he knows that he's going to be able to catch them.
Go! Let's go!
Potter is all smiles there in the coaching booth. What a roller coaster of emotions this map has been for EG. Misery at the beginning. They looked lost, and now they've found themselves in a beautiful way.
It's a 2-round lead. Cloud9 are ones forced it out with the timeout. They're going to see if they can find more options, ways to deal with it. But it's a struggle, to be honest, because we've been talking about the injection of Tier 2 talent. It has revitalized both of these teams. Zerona is no exception to the rule. He has been lighting them up, even on the Phoenix. One of the only players putting a stop to Oxy in the barest of moments on that Breeze map. But here, currently, no one is really his match. He's sitting at 10-4.
Yeah. The stats may not look too impressive overall for Stage 2, but you've got to put that in the context of EG have not really been a dominant team.
No, it's like 2-3, right? So
yeah. I think when you watch the games, the difference that Zerona's added to the team to be able to be that 1-2 punch up there with Dejazine and make sure that he always has backup, it's been the engine that's powered EG's recent success. And one of the big reasons why other pros are looking at EG and thinking, yeah, I quite like their game at the moment. You heard that from Vora. He couldn't pick a team to necessarily be miles ahead of the other in this match.
Yeah.
EG.
Yeah. Okay, with the operator. It's a rare miss from him. Yensil sidesteps the bullets, and Oxy is down by the count. Oh, Dejazine skewering them all. He will eventually fall, but listen, the damage more than done. Major pain point. And Vic, yeah. Not long for the world there, are you? Not in a spot like that. EG. Out of your seats. You deserve to be so, Dejazine. That is star-studded performances from you.
Well, if Zerona's the addition to the team that's made the difference, it's because he's complemented Dejazine. And Dejazine has always been the guy. It's incredible that he ever took a break from being a Tier 1 player. Op on defense, Dejazine will work magic. And a rare whiff there from Oxy, actually, who had a chance to stop that round from ever going in that direction. C9 need him now more than ever, and he's only got a judge in his hand.
The money is tumultuous.
They've been racking their heads against this brick wall on C.
EG ready to spam, really. Fastlane will be able to get you all the way in. Dart into the back, you know it's clear for now, but EG, yeah, they're going to be spamming away here, making it uncomfortable. Turn up the heat with that. It's going to be Dart as well. It's going to be that tag into Oxy along with a flash in his face. Overdrive now. Dejazine forwards. Jack. It's a Hunter's Fury unleashed, but EG already just sidestepping to get all over it. Vic forced to see if he can answer back, but he's caught into the walls, and it is just up to Jack now. But EG dominating, not slowing down. 8-4 at the half.
What a recovery from Evil Geniuses. And plenty of these rounds being retakes, or like in this situation, a pre-take before the spike had even been planted. The power of the Viper comp is supposed to be in the post plants. You lock them out. The snake bite is supposed to be done. And yet EG are running back in here, somehow navigating the pressure, weaving between the Hunter's Fury and the snake bite on the floor, and wrecking Cloud9.
Let's go! Come on! It's me and you, baby! Let's go!
Couldn't have said it better myself. Dejazine and Zerona, dynamic duo, and they are leading EG to a map win.
Whenever I use Zowie models, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good!
Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular!
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
Bao, I did a little phone in a friend type question for you. So Sato actually has a question for you. He said, Ask him what he misses more, me or his old hair.
Oh, Sato. That hits a nerve, I can't lie. I mean, the new hair is growing on me. I mean, it is growing out a lot too, but you know my love for you is undying, Sato. You know I love you. I'll always miss you more. And if either of us win champs, we're both going bald. So let that be known to all the fans.
Love that. He also said, tell him he doesn't need luck because he's a big boy now. Fire emoji, fire emoji.
Okay, I don't know what that means. I'm actually very young, bright future ahead of me. I think I only have like, what, 3 months on you, Sato? So you got to watch your mouth. Watch how you speak to your elders.
That is crazy. Thank you so much.
Nah, that's good. That's good stuff.
I like it.
It's good stuff, man.
It's also a guy who's been, you know, he's experienced the roller coaster of this half more than anybody else has.
Yeah, and of course, remember to lock in with the #1 VPN, ExpressVPN. You can scan that QR code on your screens as we see EG taking over here. It's an 8-4 half for them. They're going to be happy with it. Pistol round basically is going to be locking this one up.
And let's zoom out a little bit. This was their map pick. They came in looking a bit rough. On the other side, though, C9. This is probably their 3rd best map in the pool, and at the moment, they are really struggling to put rounds on the board. It's all been defined by how well EG have been playing. C9, they really could not find an answer once EG improved their defense.
Set up though, off the contact. That's going to be a paranoia let loose along with a stun. Good movement from Bao. He's able to escape around a corner. He's immediately taken up residency once more. Here's it with the footsteps. Might be calling the pack back to him as well. We'll see if EG calls for the cancel. Here in the big rotation.
I think he definitely could here.
And EG love to do it.
A good call. That's one of the calls that Cloud9 actually missed on their attack half. That anti-eco would have loved to have called a cancel. And they messed it up. This is EG being able to take up all of that space. Great lurk from Bao.
That should get him into a post plan. It was Bao lurked up through short, so they just need to make sure that A-Long is all clear, and it is.
Did you see it still has a stun? Pancakes with a recon. They've got ways of being able to stop the retake. And on the other side of things, the problem now is, though, that they're in a 3v5.
Yeah.
Superman dying has really hurt there.
It's going to force the issue for EG. They have to preempt this, make a play themselves. Already moving all the way forwards. Jack trying to lock it down here up towards heaven, though. Vic has not been removed. Rest of the pack going to be joining him soon enough. But Bao down into hell. Bao and Pancakes potentially doing enough. A lot of damage done. Trying to weave your way out of heaven. Oxy is not going to be a match for that one. Bao gets his revenge for having to be AFK for the majority of this map.
It's a ghost headshot sniped through a smoke. And EG take the pistol. That's double pistol, but remember the previous one, it was not simple. Things went back and forth a ton early on, the beginning of Haven. And this one was chaotic. Nice adaptation though from EG. Realizing what their win condition was in all of these moments.
Cage triggered.
There's passion on that side.
Yeah, you're always going to get that from Digitine. Going to be deaf by 30 if you're playing on EG.
And of course, if EG win this map, they're pushing C9 to a map that they haven't got to win on at all this stage.
That's the one we had questions on, Sunset.
EG will feel great if they land there. Though Via did say that he's got a surprise ready.
Let's see. Flash and a peek. Cloud9 trying anything at all here on the eco. Going down though with the Sheriff in the hands of Oxy.
Drone didn't see anything on C, and so now they're trying to secure this space EG. The problem is, there's only 2 of them.
They might donate guns. Could be disastrous for them. Ronaldo is going to be at least trying to make it happen with the flash. Oxy! God, he's not having a day off, is he? The guns will be able to reclaim, but they've lost control over towards the front side of the site. This is unbelievable.
He's on for the ace for the Sheriff.
Just ridiculous. And why not Bao stepping up to it? He will shut that pesky target down. Oxy, we're able to get the ace, but he might have just put in the hard work. The graft.
Oh,
the movement, a bit of a dink through the box. Bao, he is healthy as anything, but he's only got that Spectre now. Cloud9, 3, 2, 1, they swing! And just like that, it's a thrifty back once more. It has been tumultuous.
It's the same thing again happening out here. EG win both pistols, but they can't hold on. This is one hell of a round from Oxy.
God almighty.
First half was all just Zine and Zerona. Oxy's had a response back.
I know.
Yeah, I agree with Zelsis. Didn't even feel like he needed to use the Neon ultimate, too.
Ichi going to be running this one down. That was a fast play over towards A. Trying to make the most of all of this. Pancake's the one leading the charge, and will push the players back and away off of it. But Jax holding is going to be whittled down to about 20 HP. The rest of Cloud9 are going to be joining and happy with the outcome of that one. Flawless. Nobody going down.
Easier to convert an anti-eco like that for C9 when you just have EG pushing into you with light weaponry. It is harder when you're on the attack side to create these easy openings and avoid giving away the guns. Seeing that'll be a real problem here. But guns are back, and EG still have the lead by 3.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Zerona looking to default over towards C, maybe look to pick up an orb. A smoke to block off Oxy's Outlaw.
Generation of the ult. I mean, it's actually Pancakes closer.
Yeah, it would make more sense for Pancakes to be grabbing it, even though normally you want the ult orbs onto the Phoenix.
Taffy seeing what the reaction is. That smoke barely fading. Gets the orb though and gets the prize. So, Hunter's Fury to mess around with.
What a reaction from Zelsis. He's going for a walk. Fireball Ops has been caught there.
That's a big one.
On a jiggle.
Zelsis though walking down. He's going to be punished. Taken out because of it now, and you can potentially just scale straight into the C split. EG, you've got to sync this one up, make sure that they don't make too many mistakes.
Well, those are your big 2 defensive players for C9, and they've fallen instantly.
Oxy can't really play into that one, not unless he wanted to be toast.
You can poke, you can prod here, but
that's going to seal it, surely.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult. I think with Oxy having no HP, this might just be a straight-up save.
All right.
Jack, though, had a Bulldog. I don't know if he's going to... Yeah, I mean, you might want to prod forwards. You don't really want to be saving a Bulldog. He's got 5,200 in the bank as well. So Jack will see what damage he can get done. But otherwise, the downside is you don't want to feed Zerona.
He's going to be able to retreat back to the team. Like you said, looking to see if he can just do a bit of damage. And like you said, you don't want to feed Zerona, but that might be exactly what you do. Superman.
Superman?
That was not yours to take, buddy. That was not the goal.
That is not optimal. All good, though. Secured the round.
Yep.
made sure there was no chance that Jack could clutch that 1v5 on the C side. EG take another. And this one pretty simple. We'll take a look at the replay of how Fireball Ops died. I think that's a bad angle to hold, personally. I think that's the one that the attackers are always hard clearing as they move up. And you're the Vice that wants to stay alive. I think you want to be jiggling on angles like that. Oh, what was that?
Something about baby girl, mate. I don't know.
Excuse me? What'd you call me?
Okay. It's nice to see, though, EG still in the lead. 4-round difference between them. Well on their way to potentially that map win, but they do still have to navigate this. Oxy feeling brave enough. He'll go walkabouts.
I might have expected Zerona to be playing for this orb over by C, but Pancakes is droning early, and there's nobody to go and acquire the orb. So not looking to focus on getting the Phoenix ult up in a really crucial round. We'll see what their plan is to actually entry into the site then. Are they going to lead with this overall?
Yeah, maybe. Deep down over the back. Doesn't get the tag, though. A little bit of geometry just in the way. Fireball Ops still is going to be double deadening now with the Thorns ready. He's calling for a bit of help and support, but the spam goes both ways here. EG pepper him with lead. Ox is going to be leading it all the way in. Could glide to the side to Jazine. Meeting his match there against the adversary.
That gets lost in the walls.
Zelsis is going to be rapid up onto the flank here, trying to make it difficult and awkward, but Jazine is still here, alive and kicking. As long as that's the case, though, he is going to be traded out. Still, it's just left up to Jack. 1v3. Shockdart's hailing down. And a lot of tools to work with and just 75 HP. Looking to see if he can scope out where these remaining players are. That's all it takes. Cracking shot by Zerona, now just one away from the ult. 11 rounds for EG.
EG running away with it. They're finding it too easy to be able to get in onto these sites. The flood didn't come through. Fireball Ops got caught trying to get into a better position. And as soon as Fireball Ops goes down, it's almost impossible for more bodies to get in and help him. C9 are going to take a tactical timeout.
Bro, I swear. Bro, just, okay, think about the strategy and they put me on for fight, bro. I just want to fight.
Create the strategies to give me fights. Yeah, it makes sense. He's playing Neon. He's 17 and 12. He's feeling it.
Yeah.
He was talking at the end of the first half about how he said to Zerona, it's me and you. It's me and you. Between them, they've got 30 kills. And Via's job is to try to figure out how to stop what's going on right now. Fireball Ops has fallen, holding a hard angle and then getting spammed through a smoke as they contest his sight. He's getting overwhelmed.
I don't want to disrespect Cloud9, but the rounds they've been able to get have been off of heroics, right? Players, individuals popping off.
Yeah. It was the Op and the Odin that were absolutely critical to C9 stopping people on Breeze. I mean, on Breeze, Oxy was going nuts as well, but it does tend to work quite well against EG. My worry, though, is that their defensive rotations have been too slow to actually help people. EG have had their run of the map. And the way that EG move around is quite quiet at the beginning before they pop onto you, so C9 might struggle to find those timings.
Not giving away too much. Shockdown is going to be up overhead. This should be breaking some of the thorns. One layer of it down. Clearly done their homework, but that one is a good lineup for basically any occasion.
Yeah, definitely. We were critical of the prep from EG early on. If they knew that they were going to play this map, but on their attack side, they're actually looking real nice with it.
Hold on for now. Slow, steady. Not looking for a misstep. They do at least scope out where Oxy is with the operator in his hands. Dejazine has already posted deep.
Remember, Dejazine was calling, create strats to give me fights. He wants to take these raw gunfights.
Yeah, if he can pull the action into him.
If they go for a tap of the plant, I've got to imagine he's going to burst through onto Vic.
I'm out of here.
Feigning like they're playing over towards C, trying to get Zerana the orb, but now it's going to be popping out onto the B site. Hunter's Fury on top of it, and yeah, there it is. Set up nicely. Stun forwards into the smoke. You have to sidestep the Hunter's Fury. That's easily enough done. EG just got to get themselves onto the site. 30 seconds left. Plant's going to be able to go down. That means Zerana has the ult. Into that default spot. He's going to let it loose nice and early here. See if he can buy away forwards, but he's walking up. Trying to not give anything away as the timer's just sneaking down. How's he getting that? Two players watching, but still he gets the value. Fast lane forwards now. Overdrive popped off, and Dejazine. More than a man for the match, and this is 3 kills now. Potentially trying to gear up for that 4th. Weakened though. Still, it's going to be a round win. There's not much Jack can do in a spot like this.
No, it's a well put together round from EG. Exactly what Dejazine wanted. Create a strat where I can push forwards, create the space for you, take the fights for you, and win the 1v1 against Oxy. I said at the beginning of this that I think Dejazine would have been looking at Oxy's success on map 1 and thinking, dude, I am good enough to do that as well.
Yeah.
Let me go crazy like Oxy just went crazy. Give me the Neon. Let me outplay people. And that's exactly what he's done here. He's 20 and 12.
One enemy remaining.
Wins the duel against Oxy, flicks over to Celsius.
My Sheila. Holy shit.
Oh, my Sheila.
Excuse me.
Listen. Not repeating it, but not even explaining it, actually. I'm going to leave you in the dark.
Good. Good.
EG, they're up to 12. Goes without saying, they just need the one. Single round will bring them to sunset, and that's where we've got all the questions about how Cloud9 are looking with the map pool. Just how deep does it go? Zelsis, risky business here. He's posted very deep, and that's fight potentially you don't want to take, but Oxy having to play off of all that space. In through window. Gonna be diligent here, at least with the shots. Got that Guardian in hand, and he's still stepping forwards. Ridiculous business, but still, the corner of the wall. Dejazine unleashes that destructive element, tearing Cloud9 to pieces, and leaves it into Jack's hands now in a 1v3. How many times have I said that?
Jack's been put in some difficult positions. EG look primed to be able to push us to sunset.
That should be it.
Djazine's done enough. He just gets to sit back and watch Zerona, Pancakes, and Superman take it home.
Got all the angles covered here. As soon as one player catches that contact, there will be that swing, most likely. Jack forwards, got that Odin, but yeah, there it is. Pancakes puts the finish on that round, and the map sends it all the way to sunset. And now we've got a real game on our hands.
Now the questions will be answered. C9 couldn't close out on Haven. They're 2-1 on this map now. Definitely looks a little bit weaker than their Breeze in their split. What does Sunset look like? The decider map in this series. A map that C9 haven't won on yet. A map that Via said they have something unusual prepped for as well, a surprise in the back pocket. Who the hell knows what that could be? But this was a turnaround of a map for EG. Huge kudos to them.
Yeah, massive credit needs to be laid down onto their shoulders because they have brought it all the way to the distance now. Sunset, gonna have our questions answered and more. Do not go anywhere, you don't want to miss it.
Fireball, your recent performances have genuinely been unreal. I feel like I'm watching you play in Tier 2 on NBG all over again. What would you attribute this success to?
Honestly, just knowing my team believes in me and has the trust in me to do what I do, and I'm just going to give it my all for them and just continue to do it.
Yeah, do you feel like you don't have any little stage fighter nerves going into it now?
No, after like the first game, I got on stage and I was like, no, this ain't so bad. I was like, sure.
Yeah, it's not too bad just performing in possibly hundreds and in front of hundreds of people. Yeah. Thank you so much and good luck today.
Also spotted the drone from Pancakes on the top of it.
Okay.
Nice to Jazine.
Okay, warming up.
Bait players into spawn. What is that?
Okay, right now the only thing I wanna fix so bad is about my individuality. So I wanna be better, and when I feel the pressure and then I need to make one decision, I need like more conviction in this moment because it's more important for me because I'm duelist right now, and so I need to make that type of decision. So I'm just thinking about that right now, and then step by step. I don't want to think like too big, But I hope we got this spot for playoffs in Brazil. I want to go to Brazil, eating like rice, black beans, beef, you know, feel my family close to me, see my wife, everything. So that's the only thing is my head right now and make me feel like more motivated for play the game. So yeah, that's my goal.
And with that win, puts him one step closer to achieving that goal. Evil Geniuses managed to tie up this series after C9 managed to pick up Breeze, a map that they've been very good at. We were curious what was going to happen on that Haven, how things were going to play out. EG had the reads, and they were able to not just win, but dominate and win. A 13-6 scoreline there to wrap things up here, of course. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy alongside with Athena and Alexis. Let's go ahead and break it all down. Because, yeah, I mean, look, this game was kind of like cut and dry. Yeah. Like, I mean, there's no other really way to put it, folks. It's like you got 4 rounds from EG in the beginning, and then after that, it was, C9, and then after that, it was just EG the entire time, Athena.
Oh, yeah, it was pretty dominant, and I think it's kind of cool seeing the Map 2 MVPs that chat has voted for, because it actually goes to show that it feels like everyone did some of the work when it came to EG. It felt like it wasn't really down on one person up until pretty much the end of the game, but it was just so good, and I think one of the biggest things that really played a role on their defensive side to come back after that timeout with Potter were these retakes. It felt like they just understood the concept. They started using their util really good. A lot of the times too, they had these really nice set plays, which is something that EG does so well. In-depth playbook, in-depth strats, and a lot of those really well thought out protocols.
Yeah, and to your point about them all being kind of on similar footing on the scoreboard, I feel like that's a big comparison between C9 and EG. C9 had Oxy frying, almost dropping 30 to win that first map. Meanwhile, EG, it's a team game. Everyone is stepping up where they have to. Everyone's having the necessary kills and clutches they need to get. There's not one superstar who's carrying them to victory. Not to say that C9 is getting, boosted or anything by Oxy, but it is very different coming in and winning as a team, like how EG is.
Well, and also you got to think about just what those win cons are, and also what these individuals are on these teams for, right? Like, let's be honest, like Oxy is Oxy. He's on the team because he's an ace player, and you're putting a lot of resources into him. But for this EG team, you had a hodgepodge of individuals needing to come together to make this thing work. No one person stood out above the rest, and that is really rang true to their progress, their success. It's really fascinating, Athena.
Yeah, it is. And when you're looking at all those individuals as well, you can see that C9 actually had 9 of those first kills. That was actually way more than EG had up until the last few rounds of this matchup. So EG actually always were down numbers. They were constantly converting those 4vx situations and winning out the rounds even though they didn't have numbers. And again, that goes to show that it's every single person doing a really good job in their role, making sure they're getting all that util out on the Sova, making sure they're retaking together on a timing, and it just goes to see how they're playing so well together.
Yeah, and you're getting that vibe, Alexis, on stage as well. They're getting up, they're talking trash, they're smiling, they're laughing. It's imperative. We always talk about it, but it is so imperative. Talk to me as a pro player, like that kind of mentality you have to have in those moments, especially in moments like this.
Yeah, when you're down numbers and C9 is getting a first opening, you have to stay hyped, you have to stay planning, because there is a part of you that's like, okay, we lost, our IGL died, our entry player died. We have to now plan the round. We can't just give up. We have to keep up the energy. We have to keep this momentum throughout the round. We have to make new plans. And obviously, when someone dies in the round and you're in a 4v5, there's way more planning. Okay, we lost our smokes. How do we take a site now? What pathing do we have to do? Everything is different. You have to keep talking, and keeping the energy up and the hype is really important for them to be able to do that planning.
And one of the main people keeping that hype up was Digizin, which is wild because he was also going crazy in the server. I think in the last 5 rounds of the game, he had 3Ks, some crazy stat like that.
Yeah, kind of took the game in his hands and ran with it.
Took the game in his hands as that Neon was fully confident, and it's really nice to see that change up, especially considering in that interview we just saw, he was talking about how he wanted to be more confident in the server, and it feels like he hit that stride.
Yeah, of course, we reflected a lot on that map too, but I don't know if you guys remember, but we heard from Coach Veer that first sunset, there could be some interesting strategies. We'll see, we'll see. Good news is Brennan Sideshow are gonna have your back when we come back from commercial break. Map 3, who moves on in this competition? We'll find out. Don't go anywhere.
All right, here we go. Straight into the action and ready to go almost here on Sunset. A lot of questions that we're going to have about this here map and specifically around Cloud9, to be honest. I mean, Via's been teasing that he has some semblance of an idea or some at least surprise, and there it is, surprise revealed. It's a double Senticon with a deadlock. We've seen some success from this, Furia, most notably recently.
Yes, they run it with the Raze though, so that you have that nade with the net combo. I think it comes down to how many ideas they've got, right? Like, do you have good ideas on the defense of how you're going to rotate away from these walls so that they're getting good value as part of the macro? Do you have good ideas for how you're going to use the net? I think there's a range of opinions about Deadlock. The one that I hear the most, though, is that it's just worse than Sage right now.
That's what a lot of people are saying.
The double Senticons on this map look the best, I think, when they have a Sage. The wall is really good on your attack side to be able to do splits through top mid. It's great at slowing down the neons with the slow orbs. So I think there's a lot of pressure here, actually, for C9 to show that they do have a good map that isn't Breeze and Split, that they do have ideas for this Deadlock that justify it being here. And at the end of the day, whoever ends up coming out on top is going to have earned their place moving forwards. This is quite an even matchup. It's gone back and forth. 13-6s on either side.
Now to see who can take it. It is a battle between the wills of these two teams. EG trying to prove that they're not just that gatekeeper team. Beating a Cloud9 team that are finding a lot of success recently. And maintaining their position in the upper bracket is essential here. Cloud9 are going to be drawing first blood. It's Jack fighting that through mid, and the Deadlock util already getting a bit of that value, but it's about how you confirm the kills, and guess what? It's slow going, and it is whiffy in nature. EG, weather most of it. They're battered and bruised, and Oxy looking to see if it can clean up, but it's not going too well. Pancakes down to 10 HP. Jack might have a chance now in a 1v1.
Oh, wow. Making it feel like he's gone on the sprint to A. Ooh. And Jack's thinking about it. Jack repositioning himself right now so that he would be in a good spot if it did end on B. Now, the plant should have gone down. If Pancakes had run all the way to A, the plant would have hit the ground. So Jack knows there's something funky going on. That's why he's lingering in B main. And Pancakes is just trying to pick up any reaction and will now slink his way into the A side. These two players could not be further apart from each other on the map. It gives Pancakes a ton of time to reposition, but he's going to be paranoid that Jack is around any corner.
It's a good dart. Close up the question over there. Tell you where that came from, but like you said, this is it. I mean, it's going to be a fight taken up, and it comes down to the angle. Pancakes! He's right on top of it! 3Ps, 10 HP. Did not matter.
Sloppy, I think, from Jack there to be hard sprinting through. He must have thought in his head that it wasn't possible for a player to have that timing. But when you give him that length of time... Superman, by the way, the reason that he's gone for such a silly-looking TP play is that he assumes it's only the sonic sensor holding top mid. He's not going to do that again.
Ah! Evo! 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 Oh my god.
Oh no.
It's good though. It's nice for EG. Just out early on.
They've got completely open B site here.
Yeah. Should be easy enough for them as well. Drone's going to get a lot of clearance. Util straight behind it, and you give it the luxury of really min-maxing too, Pancakes. Closer with the pistol round is going to get ever so closer now, especially with the plant to his next ult.
If EG are able to come out on top on this map, after C9 have beaten 100 Thieves, C9 have beaten Crew, they're on a streak. I think it's going to really start to put people on notice.
Yeah, and a massive boost of confidence.
Whoever wins this game is going to emerge as a contender from the middle of the pack. It has been those organizations and teams that were slumping in Stage 2 that have started to pick themselves back up, get a hold of themselves in play-ins. And these are two teams that epitomize that. Other squads like Envy, even Furia actually as well.
Yeah, recently.
It has been the story of Americas. It's the struggling Tier 1 teams finding themselves.
Pancakes try and mop things up there. You're right, that's been the tale in Americas. Hasn't been those Tier 2 teams coming in After the upset potential, it's been the rejuvenation at the bottom of the pack.
And when I think bottom of the pack, when I think of teams that have struggled to make it to global tournaments in the last years, C9 must have really thought that they had something going recently with all of that momentum.
Yeah.
And they've got to save it here on Sunset. They've got to save it in this round. You can't afford to lose a bonus, go down early, and have to dig yourself out of a ditch with this double Senti new theory that you've come up with.
There's a lot of potency though on EG side, especially with the way that the Jazeen Zerona have been playing.
And Pancakes has got that ult now.
Yeah, it's a big tool. Fantastic one to build a game plan around here for the bonus. Jazeen perfectly happy to square up in B main, remove bits and pieces of util. Didn't take out most of that though.
Yeah, cam broken on B will give them an indication that somebody's playing aggressive on the A line, because otherwise the cam would be covering A. So this smoke looks mighty suspicious as well, but I think it actually was just a missed one-way.
The Viper is really difficult as well to work around. You can see how aggressive Vic has to be on the line. Just to hold on to this space with the wall going up and down.
It makes the crosshair placement easier for Jazeen as he comes around the corner.
Yeah, with a peek. We'll see that one in motion, potentially. And Vic will respect it. Sees a lot of it now. Hunter's Fury is going to be used to try and catch him. Preempt him with a TP could be. Pancakes just chomping at a bit to get involved. Stray shots, though, bursting out. It's not going to be finding any sort of target. Still Vic sidesteps TP straight into the maw. It's Vic and Oxy stamping out any signs of rebellion. Out towards the back of that site. Zerona grab netted up as well. Doesn't want to give away the sound cue. He's just slowly trying to retreat back and away. The tap, he knows it's not on it, but listen, it's a 1v5.
This would be the world's greatest 1v5. It would be a world first 1v5 if Zerona had pulled that one out. Grav netted up. Well played by C9, getting in front of that one-way that was placed on the double box at the back of A site. To some degree, actually, the Jazeen's wall ended up hurting them. Him and Superman going forward, Super getting cleaned up instantly. Maybe thought the wall was going to be sticking around for a bit longer. Maybe thought the backside was going to be safe. Either way, C9 with an easy one to get themselves on the board. And well managed by Vic, because he could have easily been caught off by that pressure.
His job was just to hold it down towards A. As long as he could, stall them out. Cloud9 got a very heavy setup as well. Built up onto the B site.
The solo Viper pressure, though, I think is not actually that difficult to deal with if you don't use the orb.
Yeah.
Because you do just constantly have that elbow angle that you can peek through.
Shock darts. Pull that one back. Sensor straight back up.
Yeah, surviving. Persevering against the pressure of Pancakes. Vic's jiggling a slightly deeper angle right now. He doesn't want to play the exact same position he was in the previous round, but he's going to get tested again.
Yeah, a lot hinges on his ability to either get one or just get out, get the information, stall them out. To labor the wall to Jazeen. Not trapped. He's going to be able to at least escape, but
I think Vic took contact in the midst of that as well and decided to back up. But now essentially C9 are playing a retake A setup.
It's the weaker side of the map. We can see that in terms of setup that's available. No one is home here for Cloud9. They completely vacated. And EG don't want anything to do with it? I'm questioning it.
They definitely should just be taking A right now.
Yeah, they don't have any B space, so they are going to at least now commit.
Zerona can't afford to give his life up here.
This could be everything.
He backs up.
Bow in mid. That Celsa's taking him out. Jazeen, though. At least for the trade. On point on top of things here. Speaking of it, on top of the box, but at least forced to respect it. Backs himself up now. Vic. Prime with the paranoia. That's going to be sweeping. It's a good connection now in through Gen. Going to clean this one up. And there it is. Still, it goes both ways. Zerona still there with the wall going up and down on his own timings, but he smoked off here. And now here's the drop up. It's a lot of damage. No kill. No collection. Vic barely alive. Bit of a tap to see if he can pull these players out to the open. EG, though, are swarming, and Superman player to showcase and make his mark in a round like that.
Much improved post-plant play from EG. Compare that to the bonus. Way better. I said that the orb, you know, you might need it in order to create that load pressure on A. Zerona's got different ideas. Orb thrown down to help the post-plant play, using that first cycle of fuel just to delay C9 on the retake. And then backing over to elbow. Love to hear from the players. They've always got good things to say. Insightful comment there. Thank you, DG. And so aggression.
Yeah, this is a switch up in terms of the setup as well. It's a lot of deadlock util. Lay it over towards A early on.
And EG react. Go and take some mid control. All right. If we're going to lose A early, let's take another part of the map.
And EG, they're going to be playing slow. Press in with players. It's a lovely kill from Oxy, though. Immediately going to be disengaging off the back of it as well. It has pulled out decent chunk of util. Drone to get that extra information. Jack with the reposition.
Zerona shredded the deadlock wall on A as soon as it was put down by Celsius, and now Celsius might have to stick around a bit on the A side.
It's a dangerous angle to be jiggling. Not a lot of safety behind that box, but luckily for him, EG. All the deadlock pressure makes him think that perhaps the B side is a bit weaker, but...
Well, you know that it can't be the double senti setup here, because Celsius has been seen over on A. I think they'll take their chances trying to get through these trips. Yeah. Pancakes might think he's been more successful than he has at getting rid of them, though.
They're contacting.
Oh, what a call.
Yeah, perfect play around it all. They're going to be able to at least dodge most of this one, and they're not going to walk into it as I say that. Well, they are. Did he know? Still alive and active. It's Superman who TP'd into the back there, tripping us out, but he got the kills nevertheless.
What a play. DG acted as the perfect piece of bait walking into the trip.
Yeah, he really did.
Can Celsius and Vic recover it?
Whoa,
oh, can Vic recover it?
He has games like this, he has maps like this. Superman will just take over sometimes.
It's been a while.
Would be a prime time for it, wouldn't it? EG versus Cloud9 in map 3.
Yeah, couldn't pick a better spot. It's not elimination yet, but in my opinion, for teams like this that need to go all the way to the grand finals, essentially, it might as well be elimination.
Yeah, you got to maintain that upper bracket for as long as you can.
You got to stay in the uppers. You can't be getting down to the lowers and thinking that you can still make a run to champs. It would just be unheard of.
Yeah, it would be legendary. Let me tell you, it would be legendary.
It would be legendary.
We're talking about it for years in VALORANT, I think, if a team did manage it.
EG have had their old Cinderella run in 2023. Can you have a double Cinderella run?
It's not illegal. You know, you are allowed, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, did she have a twin or something? Ugly sisters?
They were the villains.
Yeah. Look at that play.
Yeah, it's nice.
It is lovely.
It's nice.
And the call to contact in, I think this has been a really nicely played map so far from Pancakes.
Yeah.
His calling has been a delight to watch. He's been navigating the pressure really well. You know, tells Zerona to go and play over towards A. He gets rid of the deadlock wall. He creates that question mark that could be lurking over on the A site. They react, they go up mid, they come back to B. They're really working the map in a way that C9 are struggling to hold on against. And Veer is drilling out instructions for how to adapt. And Potter's trying to stay one step ahead.
Right now, Cloud9, this composition as well. It's a lot to cook up, I think. Short notice. You've got to remember as well for this squad that, as we've been mentioning, a lot of their wins have been off the back of very few maps.
All of their wins in Stage 2 have been on Breeze, Split, and Haven.
Right.
All of them.
So that leaves the question about the rest of their map pool, and also a team that they've been trying to get it together in a very short amount of time.
Yeah. And they've done a great job with the maps that they're good at. But in a series like this, especially if you're losing on Haven for the first time, the depth is going to get tested.
Yeah, it truly is here. Eco ideas for Cloud9. This is not going to be what the timeout was for, but...
Cam contact and then 4-player swing to try to punish somebody.
Yeah, Oxy's got a rifle.
I don't mind the idea of it. I also love the idea of the Jazeen attack hopping now. Think about the way that Vic has to jiggle for information on A in these rifle rounds. And you post up with an outlaw or an op. It's a really good way to mix in a way of being able to generate a pick. It's another round where they just walk in as well.
Yep. Happy with just the drone not catching any presence, so they know that there's no stack.
Nobody's home.
They're not taking a fight to backside, though.
More of a Goldilocks round than a Cinderella round.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
They're eating the
Now
porridge.
they're going to be able to give and take a lot of space here. There's no backside control, as we were saying. It's all conceded. This could be dangerous. EG going to be relying on spam.
C9 relying on Oxy.
Yeah, let's see if they can send it flying forwards now. There's a big reveal there with a dart. That's not broken in time. Bow. It's down for the count. Him taken out now. We're going to see Jack is offloading. It was a Hunter's Fury in through main. EG going to try and stand their ground against this one. Whipping it around. They're getting the most out of it. It's definitely expensive. Same could be said for Cloud9 though, feeling like they could commit ults into a round like this.
Yeah. Honestly, I think EG will be fine. They've got the money in the bank to be able to withstand this kind of financial turmoil. For C9, every round, every ult, every opportunity matters. And now, you don't have a big defensive ult to be able to work with.
Zelsa's pop his too.
I mean, it's not there on the scoreboard.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think it didn't catch anyone, though, by the look of it.
No.
I don't know how, because it was just blasted into B main, but the movement from EG.
Going wide. Okay.
Run!
It goes about as well as you could hope.
She's reacted to the end of the round, presumably. Yeah. Oh, big
What?
fight.
Okay, Cloud9 trying to take it with aggression, but that is immediately slapped back down to earth, to reality.
Dejazine has been all over Oxy in these last couple of maps. Every time Oxy tries to do something, this time Dejazine stunned him. Previous times, he's thrown the wall up in his face. Every time they have a little 1v1, Digi actually comes out on top. It's been a different story since he swapped to Neon. And Celsius and Fireball Ops are pushing down mid as the double Senti. I mean, that's how you know that C9's game plan has gone awry.
Yeah. Hoping the game would come to you, but
Celsius is holding a crack angle here. I don't know that.
We'll see if he's good for it.
Is he got the reaction?
Against Dejazine? Nah. It's not happening.
It's also not the angle he was hoping for. He was hoping he'd just catch him in the side of the head walking into A. Too aware. Way too aware.
It could be flawless here for EG. Just like this map so far, really.
Yeah, and this has to be a save because Jack and Oxy got no money.
I was thinking of ways that you might be able to play against EG, because they've been playing slow. A lot of walking into the sites to try and not just run headfirst into all the Sentinel util. An operator could be good, but at this point, you don't have money.
Well, Vic.
Oh, Vic, yeah, sorry. Saving.
He's
me when I don't have eyes.
He's
all good.
But also, I think an op is a great point. I would also like to see them run some trap setups.
Yeah.
You have cam contact and you have gravnet. You have the tools that you need to be able to mix things up and run a trap somewhere. You know, try to punish them for taking the B orb. Try to make it feel like you can't just contact into B. Hold on, player coming around the back. Pancakes could spoil this party.
Big tool to be saved here, Pancakes. Swing it wide, Fireball Ops. Slaps it back down again. You don't want the op?
Hold on. You don't want the op?
You don't want the op?
You don't want the op against the team that contacts? Okay, hold on, Vic.
He's got it. We're chilling.
Whoa. Thought for a moment there that Cloud9 had lost their damn minds.
The elusive op that I could not see.
The invisible op. This was supposed to be a big set play, and they just got countered by the util.
Yeah.
What a stun. Great stun by Dejazine.
The snake bite as well, so good.
It is, yeah.
W.
Round of applause, please, for Bao.
He's had a tough time. Starter Haven was not kind to him.
His KD was great.
Yeah. Made up for it, though.
They've been contacting into B, and yet they're not opping B.
That's a different direction, isn't it? Cam's going to be broken. Foxy's still looking. Hiding for now against the drone's presence, but it does spot him out, actually. He has to respect that one. Tagged him out. Overdrive now. Here it is. Dejazine's hands. The pit layer down for that extra element. This is EG. Making it very difficult to get past all of this. Supermoney's going to be playing towards backside. Crossfire setup. Many layers to this one. Dejazine just tries to take the fight forwards. He gets the one. A bit of spam back and forth. Either way you slice it. Superman, how's he getting out of there? He was hard committed. Right time now, though, but this is very difficult for Cloud9 with the pit still up. Your pot shots have not worked out. You were hoping for the lucky connection. If the pit's not going down, you got no chance.
They're saving in a 4v4 when they're down 6-1.
Very tough.
Oh, that is a brutal call to have to make. But I really don't understand. EG have been going towards B, getting out into the site, getting post plants up. Why would you not make B main your priority to defend? If they have been contacting into that area, why is Oxy's priority not to be opping there? I just can't quite fathom it. They must have assumed that EG were going to mix things up. It's just Fireball Ops who goes and grabs info. I mean, the no-scope is all well and good, but that's the only kill they got in the round.
Retake, but they're 4 ults. We gotta play in. Yeah.
Well, EG, got to sing their praises. Now making the most of all of this one here. Zelsis, you are way ahead of most of this util. Okay, Hunter's Fury. That's going to be a tag. That's a connection. There it is. Kill found and claimed. And with it, the setup, a lot of the bite of it's going to be going down. No sensors to stall and snag up this EG team.
And a great read again from Pancakes. This time, Oxy does go towards B main with the op, which I think is the right idea. But it doesn't matter. Increase of the tempo, way faster hit. And EG are into a post plant again.
TP just to reposition. Superman's going to be joining to elbow. This time you have to make a play for it, surely.
You got to. You can't just keep losing rounds and saving.
Operator's still in Oxy's hands. Drone. Not accounting for it. Just trying to reposition, hide around the corner. Nobody playing on site here from EG. Wall up. Paranoia as well. Vic's a little bit further forwards here, but just still trying to win out this fight. There's another Viper wall's going to be up for them. Superman finds it. Oxy, though, cutting it close into the corner. It is Carnage. There's Chaos here onto the side. Fireball ops! And Jack! Do they have enough time? I didn't see it with the circle shrinking.
They've got it. They've got it with about a second left, I think.
There you go. Look at this guy.
Well, they're doing well here, but I think a key difference in that round was a very safe plant. Last time they got an A post plant EG, they planted in the open, and that allowed Superman to be able to play from short and clutch, or at least to help, along with a clutch effort. This time they plant in an area that's easier for Fireball Ops to create that diffuse pressure, and the players at short have to swing out into unfavorable angles. It's much easier for Fireball Ops this time.
Oh my god.
Come on!
The second round on the board for C9, but they got to keep this momentum going.
Got to keep it up.
Back to A, back to playing quickly for EG.
Oh, what a punish. Shut down here by Vic. Immediate TP backing away, but the space is still going to be claimed by EG.
Vic's been playing these spots well. He's got a tag in him at the moment, though.
Yep, having to walk off the back of it. Most of this is going to be that hail of bullets exchange on either side. EG again playing fast onto the A site. Get themselves in.
And because it's easy for them to be able to take the space, they're saving utility and using it for post plant. It's now a trip DPO where they had previously put the orb.
Yeah, still a player down. This time, though, EG playing this one. What more gusto? Big presence into Ruda. Back. Victor was holding for the peak, and there it is. Gliding to the side. Oxy, not to be outdone. Finally shining now. Already making the most of it. Down for that gen position. Not enough bullets for the job.
EG giving a lot of credit there to Cloud9's retake. Deciding they wouldn't be able to hold on if they played a standard post plant. And had to make a play down 4v5. Cloud9 are starting to get their feet under them here. They can play the A retake. This, at least, they've got. Which means almost certainly Pancakes is going to call a return back to either B or mid.
Yeah.
He's not going to go A again. They've just failed twice on A. Surely. So I think this is the round where Oxy would want to look over towards an op in B main. Maybe some kind of trap play.
Gameplay, but loosen ourselves, you know?
That might have been what Potter was giggling at as she was taking the timeout.
Yeah. She's like, I gotta interrupt him.
guys, we gotta lock in.
Yeah. They're up, but they're not up that heavy.
And Cloud9, they've shown the ability to get back into matches. 2 more rounds would make it a pretty nice half for them.
Yeah, it would. Although with double Sentinel, to be honest, I think they'd be hoping for something a bit better. But that is the best they could possibly get. And Potter is going to make an adjustment here. It's all about trying to stay one step ahead of what this adjustment is going to be. The most obvious thing for Potter to call is to go back to the B hits, because the B hits were working. They were winning all the post plants. You just take a bit of B control, pop into the site. As long as you aren't going into that double Sentinel comp, they'll have to have an idea of being able to get past Oxy's op as well. I think that's the most obvious call. But just because it's obvious doesn't mean it's the right one. Because it's also the thing that C9 are going to be thinking about.
Yeah. Getting ahead of it might be key.
Yeah, what do they go for? So it looks like at least some A defaulting early. They're not going to commit into an A fast hit, though. Spike's not with them. It's on Pancakes in mid.
Just a bit of util, posturing out through mid. Oxy, though. Door's going to be closed behind him. He's alone in mid.
Yeah, a little bait setup.
Yeah.
Hoping that someone disrespects him, walks in, sees Jack at top mid perhaps, and thinks it's open.
It's uncomfortable, though. The amount of angles he has to watch. As long as Jack holds tiles still. Seems he's having to adjust. Just left to right here, EG. Very content to play.
I think they're waiting for the deadlock wall. So here's the deadlock wall over towards B main, and that means that it's likely there's a double sentinel set up on B. So now what does Pancakes go for? Do they want to A finish?
Oxy is on an island here. Doesn't really know which way to play it, and you can tell it's uncomfortable. Stun forwards, along with the drone. EG, major advantage in this round. You've dealt with the operator, and you just got to get past the setup. You only have 40 seconds left to do it.
Yeah, they've also dealt with the deadlock wall, which was over there towards B main.
There's pings towards top mid. 30 seconds roughly to work with. Got to make a decision soon. NeuroFF might make it a little bit easier once you realize A is the weaker site. Up through mid. Seeing it now, it's a slow walk up. 20 seconds remaining. Vic now could be the linchpin of this. It's all going to be on his shoulders. If he can put a stop to it, Paranoid off forwards is going to have one of his own, sends it flying out, and that's going to be stalling and stunting EG in a moment. Smokes up, just needs to find these kills. Bow, it's critical. It's not a great plant, straight behind Gem, but it's a plant nevertheless. Ult of his own as well, points out the positionings here from Cloud9. At least onto EG. Shock darts, Bow's no more. Obliterated here. Deep dart overhead. Offside is the play, but as that wall goes down, it sets them up potentially for the fights. Pancakes and okay, Zerona, but a plant, as I pointed out earlier, it's not in the best place. Not at all. Still EG, crunch it in time. Crunch it together. Gets the job done.
Well played in a difficult scenario there for EG. Coming out of attack timeout, and both teams really tentative, trying to feel out what the setups were looking like on either side. I think Vic will be very disappointed that he wasn't able to do more in that position. He couldn't quite get the smoke down and play around it. Couldn't even get one. No! And there's 8 seconds on the clock. EG was so close to bottling it and giving C9 a way back in, but now the half is going to be so firmly in their favor.
Yeah, at worst, 8-4. Can't scoff at that. EG are going to be very happy. No reason to speed things up now.
The deadlock ult can be devastatingly good. Can they get any kind of punish on that? No. The deadlock ults are devastatingly good if you can get them up, if you can generate them. But Zels is not even up to his second.
It's a lot of faith to place in a trip, isn't it? EG have walked all the way up. Jack seemingly aware of the fact, but that's going to be a stun and a peek. It's perfect from EG. Still Zerona. Overzealous there. Punished as a result. The Zine going to be slowly backing out.
Broken the wall again that was over towards B main. Creating that pressure. But Bao's been doing it solo, so it doesn't necessarily indicate that they're going B.
Fiberlops, he's just looking in the wrong direction for it.
He thinks they've all rotated.
Yeah. Already there in time. Victor is, as that ult, is going to be able to at least reconvene.
Oh, C9 are scrambling.
They are. Lost in the source. Dark close. Still the sensors to play off, though. Cloud9 are not going to be out for the count just yet. Grab that is good. And Snappy from to the side. There it is. Annihilation wrapping up a pretty target. Bursting out of Cocoon, but that just makes it an even easier target. Zeltis is just mopping these players up. Pancake's having to put his body on the line. It is that 4th round online for Cloud9.
And it's a big one for Zeltis at the end. The team captain, team leader, being able to put those kills on the board, get the second ult online, grab somebody with it, and seal the deal. But still, that was only their 4th. EG are so heavily in control. The ideas in general did not work for Cloud9. And he's stressed.
You can tell, man. That's the question. Is 4 rounds going to be enough for Cloud9, or is it EG winning the day? It's all to play for on the other side of this.
So, I will say, Jordan is not controlling at all. But he is the IGL, and we need to listen to him. And if we're not following his plan, like I said, his way, people are taking it, like, I guess too far in one way, where like he's controlling everything we're doing. He is not at all. He is just has his way of playing, and we just need to follow it. But like, people are taking it as like, oh, you're not doing what I say? Get out. Like, people are taking it a little too far. He lets us do what we want, but obviously when we're up situations, he pulls us back. That's when he pulls us back. But yeah, John's a great leader.
EG are put in some hard graft here in this match. It's 8-4 currently up, leading. They had some fantastic ideas of how to navigate around Cloud9's double Senti comp. It was meant to be a surprise, meant to be that extra element, the secret sauce that could potentially earn a sunset win here for Cloud9.
But actually one of the best ways to play into a deadlock is to play very slowly on your attack side. So I'm sure that Cloud9 find a ton of success against very fast, aggressive teams. But EG love playing like this.
Yeah.
That is their bread and butter, is these slow, defaulty ideas. For C9, my focus is on Zelsis. I want to look at, do they have grab nets to be able to follow up on? Are they catching people in it? Can Zelsis get orbs and get kills to be able to get his ult online? Because the Deadlock ult is really good on the attack. We've seen people like Basic honestly dominate from the Deadlock position.
Gonna line up for it nice and early, I believe. Yeah, there it is. Grab that in case there is that early play, but EG were not playing into it. Playing patient play, pancakes. Lovely stuff with Oxy taken out. Much more difficult now, but that is going to be the war play. Stub still, they are walking straight into a blender. Pistols out. And EG ordered a match here for the Cloud9 offense. They are reeling.
Only 30 points of damage done in the entire pistol there by C9.
They were so ready.
It's about as flawless as any pistol gets. It reminds me a little bit of what they were trying on Haven, where they just have bow cover one side of the map and then a stack on the other. There were 4 players champing at the bit, ready to take on C9. Just a crossfire of Sheriff shots. A round of applause from the coaching booth.
Don't blame Potter in the slightest.
It's a force from C9.
Has to be, really.
C9, G2, everyone's doing it.
Yeah. Going up against the Outlaw. Trying to go fast and loose here. They reveal the hand with the Stingers. Making a lot of noise in the process. Snakebite won't be slow enough down. It can navigate most of it. Does Zeno? The bite, seeing if he can hunt out, scope out some of these targets. Outlaw in his hands, like I said. These are softened up players despite the investment.
They threw a Deadlock wall up here over towards Boba, but now they're walking towards it. Hoping to punish people who are looking to break it, maybe?
Trying to, but there's no emphasis placed. EG don't really need to try and break it when there's no plant going down.
I mean, it's a weird one. It's locked 3 EG players over towards B and 2 on the outside looking in. C9 have a timing to try to punish something, but they're just freezing.
Their own walls going.
I think they've missed a trick here.
Drone doesn't stretch far enough. Still a question of the unknowns here for EG, but they have players in the right position. Players ready to respond and receive, and there it is. Shots though going wide. Dizzy also going to be softened up still. It's good util. Paranoia sweeps forwards. The rest of the squad going to be helping out. Big reveal. The shot dog's now going to be raining down, making it bloody awkward. Cloud9 pushed into a corner. It's up to them to see if they can batter their way out. Fireballop's already answering, but there is Pancakes. With the Guardian shredding the opposition now. Bao helps out.
Cheeky idea on the contact back in from C9. Gravnet didn't catch, they exploded out and were met by Superman's paranoia. This blind look at the timing of that. Oxy's nearsighted. I think it was Elsis that was alongside him. Didn't even bother getting out of the smoke. He knew it was a pointless endeavor.
Let's go!
That was C9's opportunity to get back in on a force, and EG shut them out. EG looking good.
At this point, EG, like you said, looking good. Feeling good off the back of this one. And almost on the verge of taking out Cloud9. One of the biggest challenges they've had in a while. They have had some tough opponents, don't get me wrong, but finding a way past Cloud9 is a massive, massive win.
Especially with the wins that C9 themselves have been racking up recently.
Yeah.
I think the victory against 100 Thieves put everybody else on notice.
Yeah.
EG showing that there are weaknesses in the map pool to be exploited, even when you have quite a large overlap. C9's weaponry is not great in this round. They forced up in the previous. They got odds and ends to work with. We've seen the Bandit get some value, especially if Dajacine goes walking forwards here.
Oh, you've got to be careful, yeah.
It's a bad idea to go for that on the anti-eco, I think.
It's not particularly in range to donate a weapon, but the rest of Cloud9 are now going to be able to swarm all together.
And Zerona's going to want to hold on to that gun. just in case someone goes for it, which means Bao kind of alone.
Yeah, just keeping him tethered to the spot. Bao is still going to be stepping up. He's seen he can get a bit of spam involved. The dart has to be respected. Peeling back and away here. Another cage here, but ready to the reload. The cage propped up. Paranoia is going to be sidestepped, and Bao just trying to get ahead of most of this play. It's backside control. Quad for Cloud9 have got absolutely everybody there, but look at that snake bite. And out of spike, just out of range, out of grip. EG have got the appropriate response for almost every scenario. 11 rounds now. You can feel it. Energy in the air for this squad. Hard work and preparation. Clear that it's gone into this matchup against Cloud9, and now it's about to pay off.
And the util is just remarkable. Look at that. And not just a snakebite, it's a snakebite shock dart combo. So you can't possibly stand there. It would be death instantly.
That should have been my ace! That should have been it!
The vibes could not be more different.
Oh, they really couldn't be. There's desperation on their faces, disappointment on some, but for Cloud9, it is everything here because, I mean, this is your route through the upper bracket. It's not elimination yet. It's not quite that serious, but it might as well be.
Yeah, I think the road is just absurdly difficult if you want to try to make it to champs. By making the grand finals through the lower bracket, you just have to win so many games in a row. And the games just get harder and harder and harder.
Yeah.
You know, if Cloud9 fall to EG here, there are more difficult challenges ahead and not very much time to turn the ship around. But for EG, what a fantastic victory this would be. And you know what? Dominant, to be honest, on the maps that they've been winning on.
Got to give a lot of credit. I think the way that they've been playing against the compositions, the game plans on Haven, now the game plans on Sunset, how they wanted to play against this surprise composition of Cloud9.
Yeah.
They know exactly how to play against it.
Yeah, they're pretty fundamentally sound.
Toxins going up.
Hasn't really been close at all. EG. Hoping and hunting for that 12th round here. It is a very potent round from them. 3 rifles, a Bulldog and a Guardian.
Playing A for retake here, with a big stack on the other side. EG have been doing tons of this. The 4-1 defensive setups. Not that it's always worked, but you can see it's something they really want to lean into, and they trust Bao.
Just leave a lot to him, but Drone's going to be spotting out most of the trips, I believe, so call for the pause. Shock will at least remove one of them. Intended for a fast rush play. Bao was hoping to punish somebody with a kill trip, but there it is. Tangling up one player, but the bullet's just going wide. So the plant's still down here for Cloud9. It's a post-plant positioning.
Yeah, post-plant positioning. Let's all stand on top of each other.
That's not ideal. No one an elbow. EG are taking their time. There could have been some repositions here. It's not ideal, is it?
No, I don't think so at all. You're not in a good spot to stop yourself from getting hit by snake bite, shock darts. That recon missed, though.
Looking a bit panicky. Annihilation moving forwards. Oxy, though, still trying to square up and step towards it into short. Still, it's Cloud9. Shoulder to shoulder now. Nasty shot by Fireball Ops. Might have just bought him a chance. Deep TP, Superman on the defuse. Reveals the outline. That's exactly what they needed. 1v1 now. Potential win cons, but with the tab. Vic set up as the cage fades away.
C9 holds on. Smiles for Vic. Everybody fell. Their economy's not going to be in a great spot. But what does that matter? It's their first attack round that they've managed to put together. That's important.
I know exactly.
I was worried when it came to looking at their post-plant positioning, but the Cypher ultimate was good. The way that they decided to fight aggro into short was good.
Honeybee, come on, let's go.
And the buy is really odd here. Very strange. You got 2 people with Spectres on the side of C9, but almost a full eco with some Sheriffs for EG. So
Bandits.
C9 should be able to clean this one up. They've definitely got a better buy by
a
far.
lot of thrifties this series, though. You can't be saying that.
Yeah.
Especially with the buff to the Bandits.
Enemy tag.
It's always danger against the ecos. Got to make sure to navigate it well. There's the first step.
It was Bao's utility that was holding information on B. So when he falls, Fireball Ops gets the red carpet rolled out. Zerona might not realize someone's taken an early timing.
Call for the players back towards him. Don't really know what damage Zerona could do here. Just using the orb to cross. Around net. Can't avoid that one. He's still going to be...
That's a nice cue.
Yeah, pulls it off, but Spam doesn't find him. C9 are the ones who are now set up into the post plant. Dangerous stuff if you let them get into it.
Yeah.
The double senti.
From here, you should be able to convert a lot of these rounds. Post plants are going to be where C9 thrives. In theory.
Hold on. Serona. Spotted out of play here.
Peek.
Yeah, there it is. Straight off the center. That's not going to be saving you. Oxy's down for the count.
And now there's flank pressure from Pancakes.
The stun should be even better. Straight round the side here. Zelsa's looking to see if they can fight forwards. Cloud9 do a decent job.
They do hold on, despite that pressure, despite Oxy falling. EG were really confident in their retake ideas on Haven. And that was even into the Viper comp. In theory, the Viper comp on Haven should be great in post plants. Pretty similar to how this comp, with the double Sentinel, should be good in post plants. EG would honestly just disrespected it, still winning the retakes. I wonder whether they're going to be as confident here on Sunset to just keep running a lot of retake rounds. Yeah. It doesn't feel like theoretically a good thing to do.
Come on, brick by brick, let's go.
And yeah, Cloud9, the vibes are still up here. They're still playing to win. They understand it. I mean, if you look at the timeline, it's EG winning a pistol and a bonus. Yeah. Obviously with the Cloud9 Force, I don't know if it was really a true bonus, but you know, a lot of rounds that Cloud9 ended up losing. Lopsided scoreline, but if they can piece it together, they're starting to get a lot of confidence.
And they are prioritizing towards Celsius' ult as well. He's starting to build up towards his second of those.
The spike is nowhere near. Vic does have an ult to pick it up in case they do choose to land in a different site or location. And they've missed the timing on this. C9 have got players lurked all the way up. And
oh, in the
smoke? in the smoke. Yeah, that's the punish. Whoa. Pancakes have gone down. He was way out into the open.
That's a big error for EG.
But look at this down mid. It's Serona now. He's trying to push deep, risky business. That's Vic's ult. He hard commits. Oh, the time is missed. Vic, you have the spike now, and Jack helps out. Oh, dear.
Oh, Serona will be gutted about that. He's in a position to be able to turn everything around for EG.
EG already playing and peeling all the way back like they don't even intend to play into this.
No, they're
Zane's up. 3v5.
Stacking on the A side of the map.
Yeah.
If they go A, sure, we'll fight it. If not, let's just keep the operator.
So, another round added up. Cloud9 are steadily building and pulling to try and equalize in this match. And the map, I mean...
It feels like a serious uphill fight. They're still 5 rounds behind. I mean, this one's going to be a win, so 4 rounds behind.
Yeah.
But when Zelsis gets an orb, gets an ult online, jacks one away as well, there are snowball opportunities, especially because thinking about EG's money, not going to be great.
Yeah.
Pretty close to getting eco'd again after they spent all of the money for the op, and then these players are only going to get 1,000 credits because they've saved. So you can see a world in which C9 are able to put it back together.
You definitely can. And they're playing like a team that is not scared to lose right now. I mean, that round is a great example. Taking a risk at the right time into a elbow to put the punish on Pancakes. A team that's worried about going rounds down is not going to be making a play like that.
Yeah, they did catch a devious timing where Superman was... I mean, they slipped the timing to be able to get into elbow in the first place, but the peek onto Superman...
Yeah.
They get past Superman because he's in his smoke.
And
then this, I mean, you know, there is a bit of luck still involved. But
it's getting pieced together.
Yeah, you take it where you can get it. This round, I think, is about the ults. C9 got to be looking to try to get... I think Zelsis is the most important one. Get the Deadlock ult online. You can, you know, pop the Deadlock ult round short as you push elbow, for example. There's lots of different places, to be honest, where you can use it, but it's a really powerful attack side tool.
That's going to be thrown down.
Just in case EG were fighting for this ult orb. Because in C9's head, they're thinking, well, of course they're going to deny us from getting this ult. This is our win condition.
It helps them a little bit better as well when they know that it's probably the op online.
Oh, they definitely know that. They haven't seen the op, but they know there's an op.
Yeah, they know.
You're playing against Dujazine and he's got 5k in the bank?
Yeah.
I wonder what weapon he's buying. Maybe he's bought the Odin.
Yeah, not happening.
Zelsis still has not tapped this orb. They are convinced that there's going to be some pressure from EG stopping them taking it. Why wouldn't there be?
Cover going out.
EG just sitting back though. 3 players forwards. A bit of fake conditioning here. Check with the drone. Gets a spot onto at least one of the players.
This implies that as soon as Zelsis picks up this orb, it's going to be a B pop.
I mean, Ox is just sending a fast lane up through mid right now. He's alone doing this. Have to add. Got no one else to support him. And through the back, it's going to be that snake bite, and now the pressure mounting. He's pulled
grabbed him.
A lot of attention they actually have. Yeah, they've got him. Wrapped up now, that's Bao. With it, the setups are going to be taken out for the count. Serona towards the back of the side, he's spotted out, and Oxy capitalizing, jumping on the chance. It's EG's attention pulled in 2 ways.
And that's why C9 were expecting EG to be fighting over an ult orb. Because if you let C9 set up this round, well, yeah, they're gonna win it. But EG played passive, didn't fight over B main, didn't try to disrupt this game plan, and C9 were given all the space to execute. That is a big error from EG, and I think C9 will be looking at each other like, what? They just kind of let us do that?
Yeah.
This is how comebacks happen. When you have a lead and you're scared to lose it.
Yeah, EG just having that killer instinct right now. Love to hold on to the operator.
Superman is desperately throwing smokes around in spawn.
I mean, it's carnage.
So that they can hold this up, and it's been taken.
Down, Superman grabbing it up into the corner, but a spam will root him out. And like you said, this is, at this point, feeling very, very real in terms of the comeback.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a poverty round for EG. They're not going to be able to afford that operator. They're not even really going to be able to afford guns, although they might be able to scrap something around Dijazin's Neon ult. But this upcoming one should be a bit of a freebie. And honestly, there should have been more resistance even in this one. I agree with you, Brent, that C9 are playing to win right now. But I think this is a prime example of a team that's playing not to lose on EG's side.
Yeah.
They're playing to hold on to the advantages that they have instead of trying to get more and more rounds on top. They're the ones that are afraid to make the mistake. Not going for anything proactive, not looking to grab even information in areas like B main or A main. It was really passive, and Potter's going to take a timeout. Her tactical timeout was masterful on Haven defense side. Her team was lost without her.
Yeah.
And then she came in, fixed it, and they basically swept the rest of Haven from there. So, expect adjustments, but not for this next round. This next round is an eco, and it's going to get things back down to within 2 if C9 convert.
Yeah.
So, the pressure's on.
Pressure's definitely on here. EG, you could throw something cheeky into the mix of a round like this. Perfect time to take some risks that we've been criticizing them of when you don't have guns to work with.
Yeah, I think this is the round where you just try to set up Dijazin to somehow clutch a round win with his ultimate. Throw your bodies in there so that he can clean them up.
Slow and steady. Look towards mid here from Cloud9. 4 players, in fact.
It's a trap. Oh, it's a pit invested.
Okay.
On the eco. Trap play as well. Cam catches contact. Paranoia comes out. But they're going around it.
Yeah, they're going completely around it. It's a wall straight behind it with the smoke being watched for now. And this is going to be applying that pressure onto the B main players. Yes, there's a pit. Yes, there's trips. But you can plant for backside.
Plant for backside.
Yep. Exactly. That's going to be red. Plant straight down. And look at the amount of util. Sensors layer down.
Now, the disadvantage here, though, for C9 is that they don't have space. They're being surrounded by EG.
So they're claustrophobic.
Yeah, they'd love to take market or even clear the pit. Clearing the pit would be perfect.
For Fiber Ops is that late insert, watching through mid.
And now they have market and mid control, which does ease this pressure.
How do you get past this one? Vic, high ground, the stun that does connect. It's good damage. Now when the ult's popped off, but Oxy!
He wrecks them.
And that was the danger. That's where it lay with Dijazin and that ult in hand, but shut down, slapped down to earth. Jack from the side. Is that at 9th round?
I can't believe they used the pit there. I think that's a bit crazy. But it must have been what Potter told them to do, because she literally was discussing it with them 5 seconds ago. We've come straight out of attack timeout. They had enough money to go for a Judge and a Neon ult, and I guess they just thought the pit would be a decent chance of being able to win an eco. But now they don't have it. Zerona's got to buy a Judge again. He's got a Judge and regen armor again.
It's not ideal weaponry.
I mean, surely you just want the pit for this round.
Yeah, well.
All right, whatever. You got to focus forwards if you're EG.
Can't be locking in on losses.
Found them.
Previous rounds here. Lovely little setup. That is Yuta flying up overhead. I'm going to dart everything else, but didn't quite connect. Zerona's able to dodge and weave. Well, he takes the one burst of it. That drone does miss, so Oxy's not going to get tagged up here. Might have been an opportunity for Pancakes. With an ult of his own.
Very cool set play from C9. Not quite landing that net, though.
And you can start to see where...
There.
Where the Yuto combos come from. Dejazim with that op. It's a stray miss. Zerona. Judge is perfect here. Close range. Even picks up the gun, but not for long. Oxy returns with a trade. It's still about a minute on the clock.
But look at all of these passive positions. They are so far back, these EG players. Nobody on an aggressive line at all. Superman's starting to go forwards now.
Yeah, reasserts himself now, but uncertain if they've lost control over towards A short.
Dejazim is in the spawn where you buy guns.
Yeah, just holding for the split angle. Still, the smoke's going to be propped up onto the market. Oxy doesn't want to really run into things here, into his own dismay! Oh! Superman, that's a hard commit onto the ult.
He sticks it!
All the way, just didn't notify, but Ops was just waiting nearby. Still a 3v3. EG have chances, they have a way back in. But Dejazim's going to be retaken with this operator. You need to see that sharp shooting. Spotting around to the side here, hoping that somebody will reveal themselves, but there's no reason for Cloud9 to do so. Nobody's tapped yet. No pressure on it. Vic's going to be taking that first line of contact, just sees it. Pancakes dropping down, and it's good with the bullet drop, and there it is from the market position. He's the last one left. Jack has got a lot to do in a spot like this. Dejazim picking it up! Oh, what a punish! And what a play from Dejazim to get EG up to 12.
Had no idea that a slide was available. And against an aggressive player like Dejazim, you just can't afford to be in the drone like that. DG picks up the pieces and makes a masterpiece out of the mess. C9 should have been able to secure that round. There were enough mistakes, but DG is on the team for a reason. He is their star player for a reason. And Potter lets out a primal scream as a team gets up to that match point. 3 of them. 3 opportunities to close things out.
It's a tipping point. All you need is one.
God, this is their first round that they've won in the last 6.
Keep it going, though. Some way to shut Cloud9 down. It's Dejazim on the line with that operator here. Oxy might be in trouble. Drone's going to be used forwards. It's going to be a stun on top of it. Oxy's trying to play forwards, and that's a great connection. Doesn't want a hard commit, though. He's worried about the follow-up. The drone will get that second layer of tags. Paranoia primed.
Gravnet dodged as well.
EG Dejazim?
Oh, he's playing to win now.
He is now. Risky business. Looking like he wanted to take an even deeper line, but just sets and settles his way back.
There.
They're really lacking that information, though. They have no idea if C9 have cut noise or started to rotate. And Pancakes has used the drone. He's used the recon. They can't get that passive information. This is really going to hurt them.
Cloud9 though, layering down to util. Now it's all signaled. That's going to be ricocheting. Deep TP up into the corner. Vic unaccounted for. Could have been that swing, but still, Pancakes is way ahead of this one as the wall gets dropped down. It's going to be Bao. He's trying to weather the storm, but they're all just going down. Straight shots on Oxy. He's in there, man, like a rocket.
It's a 5v2 post plant for C9. Locking things down with the double sentinel comp. And that pause, that A re-hit. Beautiful call from Zelsis. EG needed to do more. I said that Dejazim was playing to win because I thought he was stepping up to take an angle.
Yeah.
And then he didn't. At the last moment, just as he was going to peek and get onto an aggressive line, he backed up. He decided it wasn't worth the risk. The risk was everything.
My camera is
the risk is the difference between having the information that that A re-hit's coming through and not being in position to defend. Beautiful play, though, from Vic as well. Can Zerona keep the gun? Yes.
First fight out.
But at the cost of giving Zelsis the ult.
Oh, Superman! Really going to make a play for this one. Does reveal his position. Now there's 3 seconds left. He's got to try and get out with a TP! Not going to be able to keep that! No guns into the next.
No guns, no weapons. And these opportunities for EG to capitalize, they get smaller and smaller. There's only going to be 1 rifle round left in this map. I love the way that Vic played this, by the way. He smokes short, but then he throws the paranoia on it as well. That keeps the defenders inside the smoke, and that means that he can TP on the other side of it and not be worried about anybody. Gets the entry in. Really well played. A great re-addition to this C9 team.
EG. Looks like a paranoia held. Digizine's contact here for the eco. Play to potentially be made. Digizine's gone down. It has at least pulled out the paranoia. But how the hell do you play off the back of it? It was a grab net waiting to respond just in case for that rainy day.
I think ideally they were hoping that Digizine would be the player to capitalize on that trap. And he got shut down a bit too early. The others caught in the net, as you said. Bow the last one, and it's another flawless.
Oh
and
my
crucially,
goodness.
importantly, Zelsis keeps the ult. So going into this final round, round 24, the last of regulation, with an insane comeback from C9, Zelsis, team captain, with the playmaking ult in the back pocket. And really no way of responding for EG. If you let C9 set up their game plan in this round, they will probably execute on it. They will probably win. We've seen it before. EG need to find a way of disrupting.
For EG, it's a chance to end Cloud9 here and now. Full buy up, or will it be OT?
They're looking to get aggressive. They re-clear A main. Much more proactive.
Yeah, it's faster this time.
But I think
Absorbing up the orb.
I think C9 have heard it. They know that that happened, and they're looking to accelerate on B as soon as these players reconnect.
EG double pushing off onto the flank, but they're going to be late to the party, especially if C9 are the ones that are going to be speeding up. Annihilation here. Utilized. Looking for the signs of life here as that timer's going to be ticking down. Bowers potentially out of grip. It's just going to be going wide. Oxy falls. Vic is going to util out now. EG, they can feel it. And they need fiber loss to activate, but that trade is intact again. 3v3 forwards. Vic finished. And now surely EG can feel it. They're on the cusp. And now the brink. Zelsis with it all to do. It's in his hands. A 1v2. Tap looking for that extra element to pull these players way out wide. Pause at the time, but as he swings wide, it's EG! With the final round finish, 13-11. A win on Sunset to maintain their position in the upper bracket, to move forward. And they send C9 spiraling downwards.
By a whisker, they take it. Looking within themselves for the courage to go aggressive, clearing A main, getting the reaction, getting the bodies in position, and defending. And isn't this just the C9 story?
Yeah.
Just the surge of hope and the fail at the finish line. They drop to the lower bracket. An absolutely grueling journey from here if C9 want to be able to make it to champs. To qualify for their first global tournament in the partnership era, the last one that we'll have. For EG, that dream is looking alive.
Yeah, alive and well.
And they've got a date with Com.
Oh yeah.
That is fun.
Com was talking about it. He's hoping to EG win. A fated matchup awaits between those two teams here. They buy that lifeline, that extra chance here into the upper bracket to potentially go one step further. They did well today. Almost losing grip a bit towards the end, but maintain that composure where it counted.
I think you also saw that Putter's timeouts were absolutely critical.
Yeah.
For being able to keep the mental, the proactivity, change the defensive setups, especially on defense. It's great to see. I think EG, at the moment, they really look like a gatekeeper kind of team. Yeah. You have to be excellent to be able to get past them. And for C9, they are excellent on Breeze. But on Haven and on Sunset, they really got tested and they failed that test. EG put up too much of a wall in front of them. Moments of brilliance. Oxy rising towards the top of the scoreboard again were not enough.
Not enough at the end of the day. EG with another buffer that was bought. They put in the hard work quite clearly. We can look forward to that matchup against Furia.
Oh. There are some crazy moments though that defined this game.
Yeah.
On a knife's edge. good little fake comeback for the entertainment value.
Yeah,
just to make EG sweat.
Why not? Just to finish off the week. Yeah, it was a fun series all around as well. And we had our questions answered, I think, as well, about some of the depth of the map pool overall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Missing a little.
Missing a little bit for Cloud9 themselves. EG, though, can look forwards as well to having that extra lifeline that we're talking about. The real prize here, maintaining that position in the upper bracket. For now, though, we're going to send it down to the stage. The Verizon post-match interview with Superman. Please take it away.
Standing by with Superman. Congrats on the win. Can we get a little round of applause for Superman, please? That is our GOAT of the day.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay, what an insane series for you guys, first of all. But what was the mentality like after that map won a breeze?
Honestly, we just had to say, GG, go next. You know?
Take it on the chin.
Yeah, take it on the chin. You know, it's their map pick, whatever. We gotta focus on the next 2 maps. The game is not over until it's over.
Exactly, that's true. And look how it worked out for you. What are some of the biggest adjustments, not only going into this year, but into this stage, being kind of the foundation of the team, having a lot of those moving pieces around you?
Honestly, you know, I haven't had much success, you know, ever since I came on to EG. So there's a lot of like external pressure, I guess.
Yeah.
As long as as well as internal pressure. But you know, it is what it is as a professional athlete. You know, you win some, you lose some. You gotta keep your head down, keep grinding.
Listen, anytime we talk to your teammates, they always say, you know, you're the glue of the team. You're kind of the foundation, the veteran. How do you view yourself? Like, what's your own role in your own eyes on the team?
Honestly, I'm more of a leader on the team. You know, at least I'm trying to be. As the older player on this team, I feel like I do have to be that glue for the team. You know, for the younger guys. So for me, it's more of like making sure that we're bonding, making sure that our chem is good, and yeah.
Listen, the vibes were insane today. Like, you could feel the passion just from like the stage, right? So what was your big motivation going into today?
You know, I've always came close to attending an international, but I never like really made it. So, you know, going into this game, we all told each other we're gonna give it our all, no matter what, you know. Our season either ends in a week or, you know, we keep going and fighting. So that's what we told ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm just so happy for you getting this win. I know it means a lot. Looking ahead, though, you guys will be going up against Fury again. They've been on the come up. How do you feel going into that match?
I mean, we got to play our brother Corbin again. You know, I'm really excited. They look like a brand new team, so you know, it's gonna be a tough game, but a good game.
They look like a brand new team, but you do too. You guys do too. So thank you so much for the interview. You guys don't go anywhere. We have Match Point with Bao and Pancakes coming up next.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Match Point here. That's right. Emily said it. We got Bao, we got Pancakes. We're going to talk about the game. And congratulations. We were talking before, and you guys were talking like, oh, boy, I just don't want what happened at MIBR happen again here. So how are you feeling? Like you're able to close it out, move one step closer to making playoffs, Bao. How does it feel, bro?
I mean, the feeling is definitely euphoric. I can't lie. Like after that win, I stood up, my body was shaking. I was like, thank God the day is finally over and we won. You know what that means though? It's time to celebrate!
Yay! Where are we going? What's
karaoke.
Karaoke!
Oh.
I'm actually kind of down. I'm down.
That sounds really fun. That first half of Sunset, I mean, it was really solid for you guys. It felt like you guys were one step ahead almost every single round. Pancakes, I want to ask you, do you feel like that was flow state of IGLing, or do you feel like the prep was really good, or was it a mix of both?
I don't think it's flow state. Our coach called a timeout, and then we kept doing a call, but they kept like not letting us do the call. So I'm like, let's just keep doing it.
You know, I guess looking at how things have kind of formed for you guys, how would you describe, Payne, like the culture within the team right now? Because obviously vibes look great, but there's more that probably we're not seeing right behind the scenes. Just the amount of work that you guys have done to be able to put you up to this point.
Yeah, I think we're like a really like work hard, play hard type of team. We're putting in like so many hours, and then we're also just great friends outside the server, hanging out all the time. So, I mean, it's just so awesome to be on this team.
Speaking of friendships, okay, I want you guys to answer this next question together on the count of 3. Okay. Who is the funniest person on your team? Ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
Good. Oh, yeah, same person.
That's fun.
That's so funny.
Well, it's always the case. I'm pretty sure every player has pretty much said the same thing. And before we go, because I'm going to put you boys on the spot, Wow, you're talking about karaoke, Papa. What's the song?
What's the song?
What's the song? What we singing?
You know the song.
Wait, do I?
You know the song from that one time.
On 3.
Oh, yeah, on 3. You ready?
Wait, do I remember the song?
No, you can't say that and not remember yourself.
Oh yeah, I know the song. I know the song. No.
Ready?
The song whenever we were in the parking lot.
Whoa, you can't give hints.
Oh, okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
We're singing?
Oh my god, bro! Alright, again. 3, 2, 1. You're way too beautiful.
Oh my god.
That's why you don't never
That's
work.
right.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's a crazy song.
That's a good one.
No,
And
there's
also,
more.
That came out when I was a teenager, so
Yeah.
that's crazy. That's crazy. All right, let's take a look at the play-ins bracket and see where we are right now. And I also just dated the hell out of myself. All right, let's do this. Look at that. You see an evil geniuses moving on. How does that make you feel to be right there, Payne? You're one step closer to making playoffs after the tumultuous stage that you guys had.
It's very exciting.
Yeah.
I'm ready to play.
Feel liberating?
Again. Yeah, I mean, I just want to play playoffs. I want to get through this and get in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It'll be even more exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you know this journey is going to be a long one, but it feels like you guys are more than prepared for the task at hand. And congratulations, seriously. Very hard-fought victory. These guys are awesome. Woo! And more importantly, we got some great games coming up next week. We got Cloud9 versus Bestia. I'm particularly excited about that one.
Fun.
And then we also have G2 versus M80. Predictions, boys.
Predictions.
Hit me with it.
C9 2-0, and then.
Oh wow. Okay.
I'm gonna go with the G2 0-2 to M80.
Ooh, G2 2 over.
Get a little mix up.
Wait. G2 loses 0-2 to M80.
Yes.
Ooh, okay. Payne, what about you?
I have C9, and then I actually think M80 2-1.
Okay. Wait, you guys both think M80's gonna win though?
I think they're getting the nerves out and they're good.
Where are the G2 believers at? All right, there you have it, folks. What a weekend this was. What a way to kick off play-ins, whether it was here in Americas or all around the different regions. It's safe to say that this was one hell of an exciting competition. The good news is there's plenty more to come because next week we're going to find out who are the teams from Americas that are going to be making it to the playoffs. But for now, we'll see you then and enjoy your Samsung OLED Fast Replay. Adios, amigos.
G2 seem to be the Titans of Americas, but have taken a tiny step back. Now they're fighting to make sure they qualify for playoffs.
G2 said, whoa, they're all on ramps, and all of a sudden Leaf just hits the high road, comes up at perfect timing. Thank you for the op, and single-handedly is the difference maker for G2. And this is a miserable spot for G2 to be. They're going to get isolated as Qualidoob gets the first two. Qualidoob not able to find the third.
Let's go! Come on!
We just have no time here. If you're Fury, you got to go! And as you do, it's Joshua in perfect position to shut it down. Oh, Trent gets the first try making his move, but he gets obliterated. Just down to Cobb! Oh! Big counter from Artisan. G2 trying to push on through, but it's Artisan for the double. 2v2, but Artisan's looking for everything into a 1v1, but it's going to be all 5 for Artisan. Fuse already to halfway. Artisan able to find one. He kills the spike diffuser, finds himself a second. Time is coming down to the wire. Artisan will find the connection, and it's a 13-10 for the Red Bull clutch. Big hit initially over towards B. Artisan able to find an important first blood into Jojimo, and then find a second on the cross. Art by himself, but that might be all you need. But do you expect this? Follow-up comes through, and Qualidoob is able to take down both. Tag comes through, time becoming an issue, and that will do it. Furia surprise G2 and move into the upper semis.
EG, Cloud9, 2 squads that are looking to reach that height that they have never really been able to get before. Noxy picking up that rifle, gliding towards it, wins his 1v1 out, now left into it. Time ticking against Superman. He's on the deeper line. Oxido! You can't lose that! He cannot be denied!
I think Zorona has been a great addition to the team. But what's he going to do in a round like this when they have no weaponry? And you're going into Zelsis in a pit.
Trying to brute force into it.
Come on! Oh my, that's a shorty! I didn't steal it.
13-6 finish on Breeze. Felt inevitable.
ZG.
It's a rare miss from him. Yet still sidesteps the bullet to Noxy. I'm going to count to Jacine. Going to be popping out onto the B site. Hunter's Fury on top of it. And yeah, there it is. Fast lane forwards now. Overdrive popped off. And Digicine, more than a man for the match, sends it all the way to Sunset.
6-7.
Okay, now me win. You know the me win? Me win.
Medwin?
It's like silence and me win. Oh, 1,000 more aura. Now the perfect combo. Silent, me win, and 6-7. Oh, 1 million aura. Aura.